Good morning and happy Wednesday, everyone. Looks like we have a few people still making their way to class. We have a very, very fun, eventful day ahead. You're going to hear perhaps a different talking points for a listing that maybe you haven't heard before. Some of you may have. I see several people in here that have been in megas before. So welcome back. We're also going to get a point update, which I'm excited because Lisa has gotten caught up on her points. So that is amazing. And look at where we are, everyone. We are halfway through week 3. How is that even possible? Gavin's saying yes. Bring it on. So we're going to get through Wednesday and Friday and then slide into next week, and we will be on our final mega week. Let's talk about video for a moment. How many of you have filmed some video and put some content out there? Hmm. Okay, I want to hear from Kamei, Cindy, and Sunshine.
Just that me and Alexa have made that content, the video going through the open house, but we did put ourselves in it and we added some acting as well to make it a little interesting. So, uh,
Nice.
yeah, we did that. It was about 3 to 4 minutes long and it was very fun. So we like that.
Fun and entertaining. You know, putting content out there that makes people smile and that has a call to action and asking them to do something, all of those things pay dividends because while you're sleeping, it's working. No matter what you're doing, it's working. It's bringing business for you. And so the more content that you make, the more it's going to bringing you potential clients from all over the place who are seeing that content. And what is the number one site that we want to put our content on?
YouTube.
YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And Google.
And yep. So we want to put the content on YouTube so it can be found on Google. Exactly right. So who has put content on Google?
I've
Who has
only done
put
it on
content on
Facebook.
YouTube? Alexa, you have a YouTube channel?
I think it uploaded. I think Kamei was talking about the video that we made, so that's the
Yeah.
first one. I think it uploaded. I need to like double check, but that should be the first one.
Okay. Anybody else want to share? Sunshine, you want to share your video story? I know that you have done some really incredible videos in the past, but there was only one thing missing. It was Sunshine.
Yeah, I videotaped the open houses that I was doing and I put them on my social. I didn't put them on YouTube. I did one little video. I guess you would call it with my mission.
Oh,
I
yeah.
showed it to several people, but I haven't put it out there because I wanted to tweak it, but I am in it.
So how many of you are becoming content creators? Belladonna, nice. Cindy, all right. Let's hear from Belladonna and Cindy.
Good morning, everyone. I mentioned it in the morning huddle. I had not really making any money right now, but making my calls, doing everything you're asking. But I decided that I should probably do an outreach to things that I'm interested in, involved in. And involved in this program that's a community outreach called Restore Education. It restores education to people who have fallen off the education track, adult learners. And I finally got Carrie, the CEO, to agree to allow me to address the incoming class I think they do it every 3 months. And so she said I could video it and that they would help me to video it and anything I needed. And so I will be doing that. And I did speak with two of the ladies that work there who are interested in home buying. So it has helped me a little bit.
Well, Belladonna, the most important thing that you can do is pick up the phone and call every single person that you know and make sure that they know that this is your business, this is what you do, this is what this is how you put food on the table, and that if they know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, to please call you because that would mean the world to you. Because if we need a paycheck to come, it's going to come from our spheres, and so content is great. When we get into real estate and we want to have a successful year, the first thing we have to do is reach out to our spheres. That's the most important thing. And as we're filling our days with activities, open houses, and doing videos, all of that's important. But the thing that takes the back seat to everything, um, the thing that you the thing that takes the front seat and everything is the back seat is the calls. You make the calls first. We do those first because we know that that's going to have an immediate impact on sales. So thank you, Belladonna. And you said that it hasn't gotten you anything yet. I really want to make sure that we are all focusing on making our calls because I know that that is where the checks will come from. Thank you for sharing, Belladonna. Cindy Bell. It's fun having you in class.
Oh, thank you. So I'm just leveraging the material that Realty Texas provides for social. And when I'm doing an open house, I just do a short reel. It takes me about 30 seconds. So I'm not overthinking it. I'm not doing it too long. And it's just for promotion of social media, finding me online and then promotion of the open house. I'll for other videos, actually like do video shorts. I like the reason I do the reels is it's easy and it's fast. And if I'm on my phone, I like easy and fast. But I can see for like videos, like 30-second minute videos that have, an item of value, I understand using YouTube. But using YouTube and Facebook all at the same time, doing it while trying to do an open house, I have not found a workflow that makes sense yet because it's just so seamless. But I've looked to integrate both.
Well, I have always been a huge proponent. We're going to talk to you all about, I'm going to talk today about when we begin advertising our open houses. And that's going to be on Monday. So if we are intending to do the open houses videos during Saturdays and Sundays when we're doing the open house, I'm going to challenge you guys to do something a little bit differently. I want you guys to back up the train a little bit and get that content out there on Monday. And we're going to talk about the importance of that today. Today is going, and I know for you, Cindy, and Mary Beth, and some others who have already taken this class before, you guys already understand the importance of when to begin advertising the open house because you understand when the buyers are looking. But for the rest of you, Monday is the day we begin open houses. So putting up your signs, getting your flyers together, and going out and doing videos, all of that is powerful. The three things that I have found that studies have proven that make a video effective is either it has to be super smart or super funny or super emotional. One of those three things is going to get it noticed because I'm hoping that you guys do something that makes it share worthy. What can we do in our video that is going to make people take notice? Because I hope some of these go viral for you and you get 40, 50, 60,000 likes and shares and start growing your audience that way. Because then you are going to be maybe even monetizing your accounts. Phyllis, I saw your hand up. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, everybody. Real quick, and if I've already shared this in one of the classes, because I'm beginning to get convoluted because I talk a lot. I'm one of those yellows. I'm sorry.
I love that about you. Don't apologize.
So I knew that I needed someone to hold me accountable when it comes to social media. And I honestly, I'm one of the ones that was like Facebook. This was a few years ago. I can't, So my niece who graduated about 3 months ago from college, I called her over the other day. She came over. We spent about an hour and a half talking about things that we had discussed in Mega that need to be, consistently done to stay out there. And she was like, oh yeah, I Googled you. You're not there. Okay, let's fix that. And she's going to start to work on that. My point, I knew that I wasn't going to do it. Just like you said, we procrastinate those kind of things because business gets in the way. It's a good thing, but sometimes there's a lot of balls to juggle. So for me, it was worth it to give her a little bit a month, which to her is a huge amount, not much, but and she has already held me accountable. I'm ordering the hover cam. Isn't that what it was called? The camera? I think
Yeah.
that would be it's an investment, but yes, I think and it's a write-off. So I think that's a good investment. I ordered the mic and I did a video in a house the other day and she said, send it to me and I want to see what I can do with it. And we'll do a practice and she's going to do all the bells and whistles. So that's what I did because I knew I wouldn't be able to do it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes, sometimes we have to tap into the village for that too. People want to help us, and so engage those people who have the competency. I see some very fun hands up. One of her name is Jessica.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So I did an open house last weekend, and one thing I learned about the videos is that I probably will go to the house before the open house and
Yes.
take a video because I took a video and I wanted to spice it up. There was some malfunctions with the house and the smoke alarms were going off. And so I have bleepers at the end where like the smoke alarm startled me and I have funny faces or whatnot. And so it took me the whole open house to like cut and paste and do
Yep.
whatever to the video. So I think next time prior to going and doing the open house, I'm going to go there and take a video and then make sure that it's posted the date like a couple days before.
1,000,000%. I mean, I'm hoping that after I share with you guys this class today and I ask this question later, that it's going to have a completely different response. And you guys are going to understand the importance of making sure that you have enough time for your marketing to do something before you go spend time at an open house.
I'm so glad to hear you said that, Jessica, because this morning I was on the phone with Gavin before the morning huddle, and I recommended to him that he go over to the listing this week and make a video or something real quick that he could then be promoting it and advertising it on his so that he's
Yes.
getting exposure out there.
Right.
So I'm pulling out the red book. I should have a special bell for this. I'm going to read a paragraph again that we read once before. It says, a lot of agents will spend less than an hour marketing an open house and then go sit in an empty house for up to 4 hours on a Sunday. Alan just flips this approach around by spending up to 4 hours aggressively marketing an open house, and then when he holds it open, it's packed and can last less than an hour. So he said, flip it. So instead of going and not, if you're going to take a 4 hour chunk of time in a week, it's better for you to spend 3 hours advertising and do a 1 hour open house than 0 advertising and doing a 4 hour open house. Does that make sense to everyone? I mean, it certainly makes sense to me, because if you want to throw a party and you don't invite anyone, what's going to happen? And what happens if you think, okay, this Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to throw a party and I want as many people to come as possible. I'm not going to do any marketing and I'm going to tell everyone about it Friday, the day before the party. What's going to happen? And this is our jobs, guys. This isn't a party. This is serious. And we made a promise to the seller that we were going to do everything that we could to market a home. Do we really think we're doing our best when we put a property in the MLS on Friday and then do a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday? Do we really think that we've done anything spectacular there? Do we think that the seller expects more? Would you expect more of an agent if you hired them to help you sell your home? I think I would. I think I certainly would. Okay, lots of really good stuff. Andrew, I see your hand. I'm not going to forget
I was
about
going
you.
to say that I did my first Facebook reel ever this past weekend. And normally I'm like the rest of you. I'll take a picture of me in front of a sign and I'll say I just listed or I just sold or whatever, but I don't really talk. And so the first reel, I practiced a few times. I had to learn a script. In other words, like the details of the property, so that way I don't look foolish. I think I recorded this about 5 times before I got it right. And then once I did it, then I took a video. And in the video of the house that I did, it was a brand new house. It was decorated really, really nice. And so I went around and I was talking during the video. And then I had my stepdaughter help me. I said, I need to create a reel. She goes, oh, I can help up with that. And so she added music and then she added text. Like when I would say, here's the price, she threw the price up in there. I'm like, whoa, that's interesting, you know? And then she shortened the video. She goes, you don't want to make it too long. It's got to be short. And then she took off my voice about talking about the house and just speed up the video, you know, of me looking at the house. And so it came out really good. It was like I was very impressed, and that video has been shared over 100 times already, which has never happened to me before. You know, so I really learned a lot. I think I would like to do another one this next weekend when I go actually look at new homes again. So
Good job, Andrew. Would anybody like to watch a fun video? All right, we're going to play this video, and this is a real estate professional who did exactly what Andrew just said. They grabbed some catchy music, then they grabbed one of their family members and threw the family member in the video. And this is a very well done video from an iPhone with just a couple of people involved, and it's been shared over 1 million times. So let's see how simple it could be to do something this fun. And by the way, it's on YouTube.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types to wear a day coat, pants with stripes and cutaway coat, perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Dressed up like $1 million trooper. Trying hard to look
Hey,
like
hey,
Gary
now that we got your attention, we want to formally invite you to our first time homebuyer seminar happening August the 19th.
See you there.
Minute and 18 seconds out the door. So, gonna get you noticed. Super fun, catchy music. You know, he's got to be super smart, super funny, and super emotional. And if you can pack all those three things together, what an incredible experience you will have getting in touch with so many new people. All right, so I am all about video, and I know how much it will impact you. So we're going to continue to be pushing video at you, pushing video ideas at you. But we also have to be talking about when we should be getting that video and how long that video needs to be seated online for it to be effective for something like an open house party. Now, somebody here's daughter just recently got married, and they had hundreds of people show up, and they had invitations sent out. And you know, if you want to have a really successful event, people need to know it's coming, and you need to spend some time and energy and thought about creating an event like that. And obviously, it was done to the nines, and it was well advertised, and it was perfect. I mean, 10 out of 10, right? So I want you guys to think more in terms of when you're doing an open house, this isn't a last minute thought. It's not an afterthought. It's not like, well, let's just do an open house and see who comes in. That should not at all be our motive for the open house. It should be very much rooted into the listing presentation of what you're trying to accomplish. And in fact, the open house becomes the most important part of the entire listing presentation, because you're going to explain to the seller how you're going to do the magical thing about advertising their listing to people other than real estate agents with clients. How many of you have heard about the 30% and the 70%? And Muhammad's like, yeah, about 2,500 times now. Muhammad's been in a couple of megas with me. He's always awesome to show up. Look, guys, did you know that if you look at the marketplace of buyers at any given time, 70% of them don't have an agent yet? 30% of the buyers in the marketplace have an agent. 70%, they are a seed has been planted in their head from something, an ad they saw, a friend talked to them about buying a home, a comment a kid made, a comment a spouse made, and that is germinating. It's about buying up, buying down, getting a house with a pool. It's about, buying a classic car. Now they need a third car garage. Whatever it is, something is germinating in their head that says, I might need a different home. And they start searching and they start looking. There's enough inventory out there, so whatever they could dream up, it's out there, and they're going to likely find it. But the thing is about that is that they have learned at some point through their life, whether it's been last year or the last 10 years, because Zillow's been around a little bit now, that they know when they click that little button on Zillow, that bad things are going to happen to them. What is that bad thing going to happen to them when they click that button on Zillow?
A lot of realtors reach out to them.
Uh-huh. Exactly right. They think some very nice concierge is going to call them and set an appointment, but what happens is they get calls from 10 different people relentlessly and it never ends, and they learn, I'm not clicking that button again. I don't want that. But they do want to see the house. So they go online, they start hunting around, and they see a property in Alas. It has an open house, which means all they have to do is show up, which means they don't have to contact anyone. So your 70%, they're starting their home search just like everyone else. 95% of people in today's world start their home search in the United States online. And they're picking homes.com, realtor.com, and Zillow. And quite frankly, oftentimes we see when we're doing lead gen on all three that we will pay for their lead 3 times and it will come in from 3 different sources. So if we know that 70% of our buyers are online and don't have an agent yet, and 30% do, what does that make you think? What little thought comes to mind?
There's a lot of business out there.
There's a lot of business out there. But I'm hoping something else has occurred to you guys. And it will show me that you're a marketing expert and that you're coming at this from a salesperson and a marketing aspect, if this has occurred to you yet.
An untapped market.
Market those open houses and get them coming in to meet
How
them.
do I talk to them?
I mean, there's people out there looking on social media.
The question that should come to all of our minds is, how do I communicate with the 70%? How do I get their attention? How do I market to them? If 2/3 of our buyers are floating around, and the question is, then we know that the MLS is not helping you. The MLS, putting a property in the MLS is advertising to the 30%. Why? Because it's advertising to the people who already have a real estate agent through the MLS portal. The question becomes, how do you touch the 70%? I'm going to explain today how you do it in a very, very compelling listing presentation that's going to express to the owner that not only are you going to advertise to the 30% like all the other real estate agents, but you're also going to advertise to the 70% in a way that no other agent can. And you're going to back it up by numbers and facts. And it's very, very compelling. It also means that a lot of people are going to be coming to your open house, which means that we need to plan for it. We need to be ready for it because it's going to be a very busy open house with 30, 40, 50 people. I remember Suzanne Gantner and Michelle Iconin in one of the earlier megas. This listing presentation works in every market. It's something that I've been doing since the very beginning because I found that it worked back in 06 and 07. And I've been perfecting it ever since then. So you're talking about a 19-20 year listing presentation that has been tried and true over and over and over again. And I've done it hundreds of times. Gantner and Iconin both said, check. Don't be telling me you've got 50, 70 people come to your open houses because that's not a thing. And I said, it's a thing. And they both challenged me. And I said, game on. And I invited them both to my open house. And I followed, I dotted my I's, crossed my T's, just like I always do with every single open house. I had 200 people come to my open house. And there were so many people that Michelle Iconin was struggling to talk with them as a lender. Gantner was there and she's like, this is just insane. And we couldn't talk to everyone because so many people came. So that is the level of success in an open house that is where my bar is set. I think a lot of people get into mega and they arrive to the conclusion, how is it that I've gotten this far with my career and not have known some of these things? How is that a thing? And so you immediately find out, well, guess what? No one has shown you where the bar is. The bar is not low, the bar is high. If you surround yourself with people who have the bar high. My bar for an open house is not 2 or 3 people. My bar for an open house is 20 plus people. It's not hard to make that happen if you understand the trends of what the buyers are doing online. So I'm excited to share that with you. We spent a little bit of time in our Monday class, in our reputation class on the 17th, talking about the code of ethics. I asked all of you to read it, just like the Realtor organization has. Would someone read this page for the class? And then there's a short video that I want you to watch. And I think it's a good, timely time for us to have this conversation. And we're going to talk about the video that we're going to play right after this. Who would volunteer to read this for a minute for the class?
I'll read it for you, Jack, if you'd like. The Code of Ethics stands as a profound testament to the values that elevate our profession and the trust bestowed upon us by the communities we serve. It's a guiding light, a reminder of higher obligation we bear, a solemn commitment to uphold a grave social responsibility. In its essence, the code calls us to diligently prepare ourselves to rise above and to continually seek the betterment of our practices while raising the standards of our calling. It unites us as realtors, bound by a shared responsibility to preserve the integrity and honor of our profession. It challenges us to actively eliminate practices that may tarnish our reputation or harm the public, fostering an environment of accountability and trust. It is not just a document, it is a promise to uphold truth, fairness, and equity in all our endeavors. As stewards of this promise, realtors with direct, personal knowledge of conduct that may violate the code, be it misappropriation of client funds or property, willful discrimination, or fraud causing significant harm, are called to act. Bringing such matters to the attention of the appropriate board is not only a duty, but a reflection of our collective commitment to justice and integrity. Let this be a call to not only fully read and understand the Code of Ethics, but to embody its spirit in every action. When we align our practices with these standards, we do more than comply. We honor the trust it placed in us, elevate our profession, and reinforce the promise that our actions will always reflect the highest ideals of service and humanity. Thank you for listening.
Has anyone seen this video online? Or recognize this guy? So I think after watching this video, we're going to revisit that text again. Because where is your bar? Where is your personal bar when it comes to justice and making sure that you are doing your part in honoring our code? And I think this guy, I think he has a very compelling argument that we all need to hear.
You there, second desk, blue jacket. What is your name?
My name is Alexis.
Alexis, please leave my lecture room. I don't want to see you at one of my lectures ever again.
I don't understand.
I am not going to ask a second time. Thank you. Why are there laws? What are laws for? Anyone?
Social order?
To protect the person's personal rights. So that you can rely on the government?
Justice? Thank you. Tell me, was I unfair to your classmate just now? Indeed I was. So, why didn't any of you protest? Why didn't any of you try and stop me? Why didn't you want to prevent this injustice? You see, what you have just learnt, you wouldn't have understood in 1,000 hours of lectures unless you lived it. You didn't say anything because you weren't affected yourself. And this attitude speaks against you and against life. You think it doesn't concern you, so it's none of your business. Well, I'm here to say, if you don't help bring about justice, then one day you too may experience injustice, and there will be nobody there to stand before you. Truth and justice lives through us all, and we must fight for it. Because in life and work, I mean, we often live next to each other, but not with each other. We console ourselves that the problems of others are nothing to do with us, none of our business. And we go home glad at night that we're spared, but it's about standing up for each other. Every day an injustice happens in business, sport, or on the tram. Relying on someone else to take care of it is not good enough. It is our duty to be there for others, to speak up for others when they cannot. I am here to teach you the power of your voice. I want you to learn critical thinking to empower you to stand up for what is right, even if it means going against what everyone else is doing. Let's begin.
The code is exactly that. We made a promise to the Realtor Association and the organization that we would do exactly that. We are a self-policed society. The board doesn't issue complaints. Real estate agents and consumer issue complaints to protect those people who have lost their voice. When we see an injustice, we have a duty, we have an obligation, and it's called a higher obligation to do something about it. Now, that can start by having a conversation with the person who has done wrong. And if they seem to have no remorse, going to their supervisor. And if their supervisor is complicit in having no remorse, then you can take it to the association and they can figure out what the appropriate disciplinary action is or sanction for that person to teach them where the bar is in our profession. That is what the code of ethics is. That's what it does, and that's what it means. Candy, I see your hand up.
This is kind of a funny story, but because my husband was embarrassed. So when we went to Colorado, we were all standing in line to get on that train that we went on. And the line was so long. And we were kind of close to the door, but this lady and her family start like walking over, like they're going to walk into the door, and like bypass everybody else. And I said, excuse me, the line's back there. And my husband was just kind of like, and nobody else like said anything, and he was like, I just don't think it was that big of a deal. And I was like, it wasn't right. Everybody else is waiting in line behind us. Like, it's not fair to them. I'm like, you can't just do that. You can't just cut the line. So he was embarrassed because I didn't have anybody else say anything, but I'm never going to not stand up for people.
So what did we think about this video, guys? How do you think, or what does this video impact you as it relates to our code of ethics? Anyone want to share?
Well, I mean, definitely how I was speaking about saying something when you see something or doing something when you see something. And when it comes to our code of ethics, we have a criteria that we're supposed to abide by. So even if we see an agent do something that's maybe not that big of a deal to us, we have to be kind of intentional about how we handle it and at least address it in a way so we can keep that justice that he was talking about.
I think we need to be a little bit more brave. I think that when your inside voice is saying someone needs to do something about this, that your soul telling you that you need to do something about this. Don't sit in silent complicity, because my opinion is if you are sitting and watching something happen and you're not doing something about it, you are the problem. You are the bigger problem than the person who did something about it because you obviously knew better and they didn't. So I want us to do a better job being stewards of the Realtor organization and going out there and holding our profession to a higher standard. Now, does that mean that we're going to take a baseball bat and hit people because they looked at you funny? No, that's not what this means. This means that we're going to protect the public from bad actors. And there is bad actors and there are people that, are just needing an attitude adjustment. That's not it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people that are out there that are breaking the rules, that refuse to follow the rules, that are harming our profession and making you and I look bad as a professional. I don't like that. I don't want someone out there lowering the bar of what the consumers think about our profession. Cindy Bell.
Yeah, because I think as agents, we kind of, what I keep in my mind as you go out and you see things that you think are incorrect or are wrong, we're self-policing. Trek is not out there policing us and looking for people and looking for infractions. We have to know, or we have to go to, I would say, don't do it on your own. Always seek out your manager first before you go haul off and make a complaint. But the only way that they know about the problem is if we make the complaint. So sometimes that takes time out of your day. Sometimes you feel like that'll make you a target. but there are agents out there that really shouldn't hold a license. And until that light is put on them, no one's going to know.
There are some agents that their practice either needs to change or their license be stripped from them. That is exactly correct. And the only people that can protect the consumer from them is us, because Trek only operates on us forming a complaint. So if we want to look at a higher calling or look at our code of ethics or look at Trek and look at all of these laws and rules, they only apply if someone speaks up. I saw a bunch of other hands here as well. Thank you, Cindy. Would anybody else like to have Alexa, was it you that had your hand up?
Yeah, I liked in the video how he said, just because it doesn't affect you, you didn't say anything. So it's important to like say stuff when it doesn't just involve you. If you see something or you hear something that affects someone else, it's important to say it, not just if it affects you.
That's exactly right. Because the code of ethics says, as stewards of the promise, realtors with direct personal knowledge of conduct that may violate the code of ethics are called to act. We have a responsibility and we have what's called a higher obligation. What does obligation mean?
A duty.
Duty.
So it means that when we see something that is harming the public, we have a duty to do something about it. So I want you guys to understand the importance of what it is that you do and what it is that we do. And I want you guys to read the code of ethics, please, from stem to stern, so you know exactly what it says, because it's serious stuff. Last time we're going to see this slide in Mega. Your clients, your consumers, your prospects, they are filtering real estate agents and filtering the world based on whether they think they trust you, whether they think that you care enough about them, whether they trust your ethics. The ability, commitment, your ethics, these are all things that all of the issues in life fall into one of these three categories. Either you lack the ability, you lack the commitment, or you lack the ethics. So it's always one of these three things. And in real estate, when an agent is having a difficulty in a transaction with a client, it's going to be one of these three things. So that's the first thing I look for. If we can hammer these in the very beginning and get these across where the client has no questions about your ability, your commitment, or your ethics, you're going to have a much easier go of it. I'm hoping as you're putting all of this work into your unique value propositions, that it's going to answer these three things quickly and articulately. And it doesn't have to be a very long value proposition. It can be 20 words or less. It could be even less than that. So how are you going to get across your ability, your commitment, and your ethics? Because when you do this well, your clients have zero questions about you. They feel safe working with you. Safe means trust. Trust means they relinquish control and they allow you to lead them. And if they won't allow you to lead them, you know what's going to happen. They're going to start making decisions. They're going to be making decisions from a place of either emotion or fear, which is usually not a good decision, or they're asking other people who have no awareness of what's going on in your transaction, is likely to give you the wrong answer, because people are going to start interfering in your transaction, because this client is going to start asking other people for advice instead of you, because they trust people outside the transaction more than they trust you. And if they're getting outside advice, something is desperately wrong and you need to figure out what it is and fix it. Thank you for coming to your morning huddle. Starting your day with prospecting is what you need to do as a real estate agent to fill your pipelines and really get the money that we talked about. Raise your hand. Who wants to make $1 million in the next 12 months? I do. I do. How does that happen? Well, it doesn't happen by focusing all your time creating video. It doesn't happen by spending all of your time putting up signs, lock boxes, and designing flyers. These are administrative tasks. Administrative tasks need to be counteracted. You need to take 1 hour of administrative tasks. And how many hours of prospecting do we need to fill that with? 2. So if you spend 3 hours playing with video and getting the text right and the music right, how many hours of prospecting do you need to do? 6 hours of prospecting. Because don't you think for a moment that all that time and energy that you put into that video was prospecting? That was administrative tasks all day long. And so our morning huddle is there as a morning reminder for you to show up and be reminded that there is administrative tasks in your business and there's prospecting, and we can't lose sight of where the money's going to come from. Now, I'm all about administrative tasks. I was here till 2:30 this morning, do administrative tasks. And then back in this 5 hours later, back in my chair. So I understand. I'm right there with you because I'm in class with you, plus doing the other things that I do. I totally get it. You can't not prospect. You have to prospect. So for all of these hours of administrative tasks you're doing, you must prospect. And when agents come to me and say, Jack, I'm really, really struggling. I need to get a loan on a commission, or can I borrow money? I'm at the point now where I'm in trouble. And I sit them down and I look them square in the eyes and I tell them and I ask them a very important question. I want you to think back on the last week and tell me how many hours of prospecting you've put in your business. And oftentimes it's 0. But I've been so busy. I've done so much work. I've done so many things. If your task is to dig a hole and you spend 2 months building a shovel, you've not dug your hole. We need to dig in our diamond mine and find our diamonds. And then once we do, and once we start filling our pipelines with getting the referrals from all of our contacts, then the amount of effort that you'll put into that will start increasing because you see the value. But as a new agent who's not been tapping into your diamond mines, it might seem really painful. And you do it once or twice, you get a win from it, you know that you need to do it, and then we fall off the wagon and we stop doing it. So I want to hear some prospecting things that you guys have done in the last week. Who would like to share?
Well, Jack, I'm going to tell on myself as far as the lack of prospecting. And to your point, I am in that place of, man, I don't know, self doubt really. And I go back like this morning, during my workout, I was thinking about it, and I was like, I've not put in the number one step that I've learned in Mega, and that's making all those phone calls. And so, who do I have to blame right now? Myself. And so it's good to hear this morning from you. It's a reminder of the importance of it. And I know that I've been the one shooting myself in the foot because of not doing that. And you said it just right. I made some phone calls. I got some good momentum, and it's like they're nibbling on it. And then it's like, okay, take a break. And I know that that's something that I have to get over. And so, yeah, I'm going to tell myself I need to be real here, and look myself in the mirror and say that needs to be the number one step that I need to get back to. So just thanks for that. Like I said, I just telling on myself.
Well, Eric, that's a very profound thing because now you have put something in motion. By putting that out there, awareness of it is halfway there, and setting a goal is the goal is halfway reached. So, in my hope for each of you, very, very true to the core of my being, is that each of you are going to build a business plan. And that business plan is going to have exactly what you're going to do on a daily basis, hard coded on a piece of paper so that you don't have to think about it anymore. You don't have to wake up in the morning and say, what am I going to do today? You wake up in the morning and you grab your calendar and say, what am I doing today? I don't want you to wake up and say, what am I going to do today? I want you to wake up and say, what am I doing today? And grab my calendar and have that calendar lead you. Because if you have to make a judgment call of planning your day at 9 o'clock in the morning, you've already lost. The time to plan this morning was Monday. The time to plan what you were going to do on Monday was the first of the month. And the time to plan what you were going to do on the first of the month was January 1st when you did your business plan for the year. Every single year, we need to plan a day of the month that we plan each week. And on every single week, we plan each day so that we have time for planning. It's called meta planning. We are going to make time. We're going to plan for planning. That is how we find success in our real estate business, because I'm going to call all of you out right now. If you had a boss, would they have fired you yet?
Yes.
So your families took a chance on you to get a real estate license to get out there and make money, did they not? They did. So when we don't do exactly what we know that what we're supposed to do because it's painful, because for some reason you've got this brokerage where you've come to and you can feel this push behind you of support and helping you to get pushed back on the tracks where a momentum will start taking you through your career. And the funny thing about this whole thing I'm asking you to do is that it's really one of the most painless things you can possibly do. Pick up the phone and use the forward script to talk to people who already know, love, and trust you. And the referrals start coming. But we have to figure out how we're going to have a mechanism in our business that finds us in that chair practicing what Vanessa Van Edwards talks to us about. And if you have not already called every single person in your phone, then we have completely missed the point of everything that we're doing here in Mega. And you're wasting my time, right?
Jack, I did load all of those, the
So
ones that I
hold on,
could
hold on.
into the thing.
So Belladonna, you got like 5 people ahead of you, so I've been just kind of waiting to call on them. So I'm going to put you in line behind Ken. It's going to be Andrew, Kamei, Ken, and then Belladonna. Andrew, you're up.
I was going to say, income producing tasks that you asked about is calling my SOI, my people that I've done business with in the past. One of those calls, I talked to him. I used the forward script on him. Very good conversation. He has a property that I want to put back on the market. I had it on the market last year, and we took it off for him and his wife health reasons. And so now I called him yesterday because somebody called me out of the blue, another realtor, asking me if by chance that seller would allow a showing, even though it's not on the market yet. And so I called him, and since I called him, it wasn't like a cold call because I had just spoken to the guy about a week and a half ago using the port script, checking on his health and all that good stuff. And I told him about this realtor who wants to show the property on Saturday. And he says, yes, let's go and do it. And I'm thinking to myself, now I have to go reverse, get a listing agreement, get it or a one-time showing for this guy. And so he can pay me my commission and pay the other agent as well. But long story short, we have an appointment this Saturday at 12:30, and the listing is around $750,000. So it would be a great catch for me to get this guy under contract that I didn't do that last year and with a motivated buyer. So we'll see how it goes. But I think the income producing task that you're talking about is calling people. Obviously, I got to call more people, but the ones that I call are high profile, and which is really, really good for my business.
You don't know, none of us know where our next $20,000 check is going to come from and how easy it could be by just picking up the phone, having one conversation, and the next thing you know, we've connected all of the right dots to make a $20,000 check. And had we not picked up the phone and created that opportunity for ourselves, someone else would have taken that opportunity, right? So what an amazing thing. Picking up the phone and just keeping up with our spheres, reminding them that you're in business, that is a very beautiful thing, Andrew. I hope all that works out for you. So that's awesome. Kamei, Ken, and then Belladonna.
I just wanted to say, like, when you first told us to start making those calls, for me, what I did to help me to actually do it was to write the names down the day before of who was going to call the next day. And that allowed me to, because obviously we have action plans, but for people who haven't ever reached out to them, they're not there yet. So that helped me to actually complete it because I can see the day before like who I need to call instead of trying to figure out the day of. So if someone wants to use that.
So what do you think about that? What has that taught you?
That's a
Planning.
good idea.
I mean, it's a real thing, right? I mean, imagine we're a real estate sales agency and we have salespeople, and salespeople need a plan to go out and sell. Boom, mic drop. Exactly right. More of that, Kamei. Ken Pearson.
So the prospecting part of it, I've been having such a hard time with, not necessarily just with my vanity number and trying to call from that. And so
Your office line.
that's actually helped me because I'm calling people from my normal phone number, everybody in my list, just to tell them that I have a vanity number. And I was like, how can I switch this around? And I was like, you know what? I'm going to call them and say, hey, I haven't talked to you, but I'm at Realty Texas. I don't know if you knew that already, but here's my new business line.
Here's my
And so
office line.
yeah, it's my office line. And that's actually because I was like, God, how am I going to get people to talk to me? And so I've been using that script saying, hey, I actually have a business line in order to connect with the people. And that's actually working quite well. So I was like, if anybody's having problems with that, I figured I would share that just to let them know, hey, call them. If you have to call them from your regular phone, then do it, but let them know that you have an office line, but that's a way to get in touch with them, is to let them know that you've changed your number to your office line. So, and that's helping me quite a bit.
It's an awesome thing. It really is a really great touch. And if you can think of good ideas to pick up to call and talk to all of your spheres, I mean, Ken, that's as good as any I've heard. And just, you know, as you've all gotten used to the Ford script and you're implementing that in your business, you should not be afraid to have a conversation with anyone regarding anything. Because if you get in that lull area where you don't know what to do next and you kind of get that awkward space, start going through the alphabet, family, and then boom, start there and get that conversation going back again. Because not all of you are yellow. Some of you learned that you're blue, and blue are engineers, and sometimes they have a harder time with kickstarting a conversation. Sometimes even the reds do, especially if a red is tired. They're gonna have a really hard time pushing a conversation forward because it's small talk, and reds don't like small talk because they're about getting things done, not small talk. But small talk is important because it's part of the basis in which a relationship is created. So for your own unique personality type, we know what our strengths and weaknesses are. We expose them even more in Mega, and then we're going to figure out how that we can account for those in our conversations. And that's going to usually be with the Ford script. If you're not already a sunflower yellow personality type that is able to keep a conversation going effortlessly, which is not a skill that everyone has. Belladonna, you're up.
First of all, sorry for trying to cut in line. I didn't notice the hands raised. Kemi, that's an amazing, great idea. I'm definitely going to use that. Ken, I'm already doing that, what you said. That's one of the ways that I reached out to people. Oh, hey, I'm over here at Realty Texas. This is my new my office line. I just wanted you to have it. And I did that. I did that this past week, and I spoke with a friend who she owns a bakery, and she's like, I want to buy the building and I want to open another bakery. Do you work with commercial? And I was like, oh, we work with everything. And I can, if it's not my field of expertise, I can get you with one of our hundreds of agents that are amazing and can help us out. And she was thrilled. I'm supposed to go over there Thursday, and I also reached out to my insurance broker using that same thing that Ken said, and her parents want to sell the house, buy another house. So it
Now,
does work.
you know that you have a fellow Omega student that is a commercial practitioner.
Jessica, right?
Uh-huh. So let's connect
Her.
those dots right now.
Oh yeah, duh. Thanks.
All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me a moment to peel back a couple of the layers of the onion to look what's going on under the hood. The primary focus of Mega, if I were to get to the heart of it, it's to get you to reconnect with your spheres and call them and do that on a regular basis. And then fill your pipelines and then figure out a way to offload the stress as you're now busier than you've ever been before so that you can have a sustainable career. But it starts with making the calls. Now, I'm going to show you amazing scripts for working with buyers. I'm going to show you amazing scripts working with sellers. I'm going to show you some really cool video stuff, a lot of cool tips and tools that you can throw into your business, but you can't frost a cake that hasn't been baked. And the video is what you do after you've baked the cake. So your calls and your people, we've got to do that first. That's the primary thing we lead with. Then once you are in a rhythm and a role of calling your people and you've got that down and you're doing it religiously, now you're going to have to find time to do the other stuff. So let's not let administrative tasks get done first. Let's make sure that the prospecting gets done first and then the administrative tasks. Because I like to operate my day like this. How about let's do 4 hours of prospecting, which now allows you to do 2 hours of administrative work. So instead of doing the administrative work first and then knowing how many prospecting hours you have to do, we're going to flip it. We're going to do the prospecting, and then the prospecting, based on how many hours you put in, will allow you to do administrative tasks. And if you don't have any time for administrative tasks, then you better hire a CTC and an assistant. That will guarantee your success. We have 3 more slides to go through, and then Lisa's going to go over our points of where we're at. I know a lot of you put in a lot of work, and I'm very proud of you guys for memorizing your contract paragraphs and all that you've done. There is a huge component in Mega about mental health. Mind, body health, and sustainability is important because as a salesperson, you have to be fresh. You've got to have that salesperson glow about you that's approachable and light and airy and funny and all the things that Vanessa Van Edwards talked about. But if we have the weight of the world on our shoulders because you have 5 transactions that are crashing down because of an appraisal issue, because of a client who's not behaving and they want to terminate, and everything's riding on this transaction, and your hair's on fire, mental health is out the window. And so we have to be able to separate our human version of us and the real estate salesperson of us and have those things separate. Because if we've commingled our lives so much that the transaction has unraveled you as a human being, then we need to figure out how that happened and then get us back on the right track so that we have the 8 hours of our human existence, 8 hours of our salesperson existence, and be able to sleep at night as well. And so we are not performing heart surgery. We are not an ambulance driver or an EMT. We don't work for the fire department. We're not a first responder. We are a real estate agent, and people are buying homes, which should be the most exciting things they've ever done. It's going to be stressful, that's right. And if the stress is getting to you, then it means that we need to figure out a way to mitigate that stress. And the very, very best way to mitigate stress, in my opinion, and millions of others, is doing yoga. Yes, you can go to the gym and you know, beat up the bench press and go boxing and doing all of that strenuous exercise, and that might be good for your body, but it's not good for your soul. What's good for the soul and the mind is yoga, core strength, mental clarity, breathing, oxygenate your blood. You walk out of there and it is a mental reset button. All of the stress that you walked in there with, you left sitting on the floor of that yoga mat when you walked out, and it's no longer part of your DNA anymore. you are able to shake off that stress. And then for some people, it might be the first time you've taken a deep cleansing breath in a couple of days. So please stay with your yoga practice, because if you follow through on all of these tasks and you pack in your day with income producing tasks and you're prospecting, now you're closing more transactions, and that weight is stacking on you, you've got to have a way to mitigate it. And I know that might not seem important right now, but I'm the broker. I see what goes on, and I see those agents. Janita is a good example. She's a SAE agent, and now she's closing at a top producer level. She's going to have to do things differently for her mental health. Now, she's got everything figured out. So I'm not saying that, she's not, that she hasn't, but I'm saying that an SAE agent can pop in and become a top producer. They're going to have to figure out how they're going to handle the stress of all of that, because it is going to be stressful. And a lot of her transactions, just like everyone else's, has a massive amount of stress. And they come to me and they're like, oh my God, what do I do? First, cleansing breath. The world's not ending. Now, let's figure out how we're going to address this and critically think it through, because we're being paid to make sure that we're looking out for them arm's length from the outside looking in, not from the inside looking out, because we can't put the mask on them if the mask is not on us. So just remember what it is that we do and how we do it. Okay. I saw a couple hands go up and then down. Did someone have a comment? I saw a hand
To
go
add
up.
that, I really appreciate the fact that you pushed us to do the yoga. Like I said, I did it before, trying to regulate my damaged discs, and I stopped because it hurt, and I didn't do the beginners. I was just like, okay, yoga, this guy on here, I'm gonna do it. But I realized when doing it every day that I was never really truly breathing properly. Like I breathe, but with the yoga, it seems like it's compressing two different compartments of breathing. And I am just sleeping so much better at night. And it really has made a significant difference in my life.
Getting the proper rest that your body needs will make you operate with all pistons. So you'll be operating in a whole different way. So that is beautiful. Okay, we got a couple of two more code of ethics things we're going to talk about, which is standards of practice 1-3, because we're going to be talking a lot about listing today. We are done with our recap. Realtors, in attempting to secure a listing, shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. You're going to see today my scripts for helping the seller price the property right. We, just like the Code of Ethics says, that we have a higher obligation to go out and make sure that when we see travesties, that we take notice and say something, and we're not going to be silently complicit. If you're sitting there as a real estate agent and your seller's wanting to list high, but you're afraid to speak up and you just figure, I'm just going to sign this piece of paper, they'll lower the price later, you actually did mislead the owner to the market value, because you took the listing and in doing so gave them the feeling like it has a possibility of selling, even though that you know that it did not. So we have to stand our ground and make sure that we are not letting them drag us through a very, very bad decision through fear. Everybody has to do a CMA. I hope that you came out of our CMA class remembering and now knowing, if you didn't know before, that you must provide a CMA to everyone all the time before negotiations begin. Negotiations on a listing begins at the listing table. When you're getting your listing agreement signed, you're negotiating with the seller to get that list price correct. So a CMA had to be provided. We give CMAs to buyers, sellers, landlords, and tenants. The reason why we don't represent apartments is because we can't do a CMA, which is why all apartment deals are referrals. We refer the business to the onsite. So there's no CMA, there's no paperwork. But for everyone else, it's representation. A rep agreement is signed, a buyer rep agreement, a listing agreement, and before we begin negotiating with them, a CMA has to be done, and you must use the CMA cover page. Because what's special about that CMA cover page, guys, that's so important?
It has like the statement that says it's just this is an opinion. Okay.
That's it. Yes. The blue sentence that's on this, would you read the blue sentence on the slide?
Yes. This represents an estimated sale price for this property. It is not the same as the opinion of value in an appraisal developed by a licensed appraiser under the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice.
Thank you, Kame. And it has to be in at least 12-point font, and it has to be on your CMA. It doesn't print in 12-point font anywhere on a CMA, which is why we use the cover page, because then we have fulfilled our duty and obligation under the law to make sure that we are doing our business in compliance with the laws. And finally, truck rules. The CMA cover page can be found in your rooms, and it needs to be properly filled out, and you should have it signed by your client in your room and a label. I'm seeing a lot of agents filling out the CMA cover page and not getting it signed. It needs to be signed, no different than the IABS, meaning that we can prove that they received it. That's their initial that they do on this form, is an acknowledgement that we provided this document to them. And so, all right, Lisa Ormsby, will you take us into break? I am.
It was I spent a lot of time catching up. You guys were busy bees. So I'm glad to do that. All right. So here we are. Let's see, all right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 5th place, number 5, with 1,000. Oh, I'm just kidding. With 11,850 points. You better not be at 1,000 because you got some catching up to do. All right, 11,850 is Phyllis Force.
Nice. Good job, Phyllis.
And then in 4th place with 1,900 points, just 50 points more.
11,900, you mean?
I don't know why I keep saying that. 11,900, so just 50 points more, is Alexa.
Nice.
In 3rd place, here's the upset. It's happened. 3rd place with 12,025 points is Jiru Ren.
Nice, Jiru.
Still in the top 3.
So Jiru was in 1st place last time. So she has been toppled from 1st and 2nd. So who is in our 2nd place?
2nd place with 12,875 points is Akila Wright.
Nice. Good job, Akila. You went from 1st to 2nd. All right. And who is in our 1st place position?
Well, near and dear to our hearts, 14,025 points, Cindy Bell.
Yes. All right, Cindy Bell, 14,000 points. Akita, you are 12,000 in 2nd place. Jeru, 3rd place. Alexa, 4th place. And Phyllis in 5th place. Good job.
And I'm going to be reaching out this within the next day, letting you all know where you are on your points, because some of you need to pick up the pace a little bit. You're a little behind. So I want to make sure if you want to graduate that you have the points you need.
All right, it is 10:10, everyone. I will see you back at 10:20 after your first break. After these messages, we'll be right back.
Andrew, this is Phyllis. Can you hear me?
I can, Phyllis.
I just want to let you know, I just talked to the board. All of that's fine. It was a credit card expiration deal, I guess. All my stuff's on auto pay.
Yes, mine too.
Yeah. So I haven't, and honestly, it's first time I've joined. I mean, I need to start putting my listings there. I had it and I didn't even use it. So
yeah, well, it's not so much the Central Texas MLS, it's actually the Board of Realtor dues. And I was shocked to see a few names on there, like, oh my God. And it's not just you, there's quite a few of our good agents on there that
and I think we just get so sidetracked and we put all that stuff in auto pay. And
I know the balls, Andrew. Yes, because it's auto pay.
Yes.
I know.
I even had to go back. I can look at mine. They said, "Did I? I don't even remember paying it. They just
Right.
it automatically
I
hits."
know
So
it.
around
Right.
January, like, "Ooh, I better go look to see if I actually
Yeah.
paid."
No, you were not on my list. So
No, I was not.
I made the list, Cindy.
Well, it's okay. I mean, the best of the best and brightest don't renew on time.
Yeah.
And
Well, you know, when I was a new agent, I was like, I put it on my calendar, you know.
Yes.
Okay. And then life has since changed.
Yeah. You know what? You know what? And I was like, golly, these people are they're gonna get suspended. I gotta let them know ASAP,
I
man.
know. So the other one that's tough is when a new agent joins, like in September,
Uh-huh.
because they pay their dues
Yes.
and they pay their MLS, and it's not a small amount of money. And then I have that conversation with them in January, like, "Oh no, you owe dues." I'm like, "No, I've already paid." I'm like,
Right.
"Did
Cindy,
now
I joined
Yeah.
in December and I
Uh-huh.
had to pay the whole amount.
Yeah,
And then
it's hard. It's a hard conversation. Like, I just paid this, like, so much.
Right.
That's what happened
What
to
am I
me,
doing?
Cindy. I
Well, I'm
joined in
just glad
September.
I'm just glad there's systems in place so that you reach out and say, hey, red flag, red flag.
Yes.
And
that's-
just
Yeah.
so you know, you're very lucky because there is no other brokerage that will do that. Zero.
I know that.
None. You'll just log in one day and you can't
And
have
then,
access to your listings, and it's gone back to the broker, and
yeah.
you need to talk to your client, say, "Yeah, I forgot to renew my dues, and I don't have access to anything." Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that happens like on a
Thank
Friday,
you.
you're having a show on the weekend and you don't have access to anything,
Oh, that's
it's
hard.
really embarrassing.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, thank you for that, Andrew. Appreciate it.
No problem, girl.
Thank you, Andrew, for
Heck
keeping
yeah,
us
no
on track.
problem.
Thank you, Andrew.
For what, Ken? For what?
Just being you. That's all.
You know what? I like this group. This group is outstanding. It reminds me of
Can we mute him now?
Oh, but I had a speech to talk about an hour.
Ken, are you going to tell him what we did last night?
Should we tell him?
That's private information. You don't share
No,
with
it's
the internet.
not.
May was part of it. Don't get scared.
That could make it worse, Phyllis. So
Oh yeah. No, it was
Phyllis
really
came up with a really good idea. We did homework together yesterday. Hold on.
Welcome back from the Realty Texas Command Center. I hope everyone there is doing well. Ken, you were about to tell us a story, so go ahead and finish your story, and then we're going to jump back to class.
We just couldn't, we were having such a hard time with this chart, and Phyllis and I have been kind of mega buddies, and we're like, we just put two yellows together, spaghetti bowl again, Jack. Thank you. So that's all I can think of.
Which chart are you talking about?
Well, so last night we were doing our homework and we were trying to figure out how we could Zoom each other. And she's like, let's get on to the, what was it, Phyllis?
the
Help me.
huddle, the morning huddle
The
link.
morning huddle. So we got on the morning huddle Zoom last night. So if this is recorded, please don't look at it because we were a mess last
And
night.
then we got Kamei involved, but we think we figured it out. It was actually, we spent about an hour.
You guys can always jump on Teams.
Oh, well, that would have been the right thing to do, but obviously we went around the other direction.
We have Teams, so all of our agents can have amazing little conversations and video chats, and yeah, don't forget that tool is there. All right. I am glad that you guys are meeting nonetheless. That's amazing. Thank you, Ken and Phyllis, for creating this really cool little niche inside of our mega class. I can feel the reading.
Hi, Jessica.
Hi. And how are you?
Something. Consider my feeling. I see something. Can I see something? Can I talk something?
And I'm not
I
catching.
I want that.
She
I
said
want
that she
us.
can talk
He wants
something.
to say
Oh,
something.
please go
Sorry.
ahead.
I see. I very touching my heart. Just you teach this mega give me many idea. So I think new agent joy realty taxes very lucky. So I want to talk. That's the time I meet one friend before she said she got agent license, but she didn't do this job. I asked her why. She said he can't get a customer. So I think tomorrow I will go see her, talk to her, join this company, Realty Tax company.
Good.
Because you can teach agent how can successful. So I want to share my feeling. Every new agent join Realty taxes. Very lucky. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. And yes, please get as many agents to join the company as you can, and have lots of people in your profit partners. And thank you for the kind words, Anne. I am just amazed at how well you're doing. You've come here and you are one of our top producers. You're doing everything right. So congratulations on all of your success.
Thank you.
Are we ready to learn our listing presentation? Are we ready to learn something maybe differently that we've done before? I'm really passionate about this. The two things I'm really passionate and mega about is our listing presentation and how to host an open house. Those things pull out my passion. You're going to see me get super excited today and super passionate about representing sellers. You want buyers, go find a seller. How we represent that seller matters. And if we put thought, concentrated effort into every step of what we do for a seller, what comes out of that is expert services. If we truly want to give everyone the very best experience industry-wide, which is what our mission statement is, then in everything that we do, we have to be looking at it under a microscope to figure out how can we improve it? How can we get better? How can we have better scripts? How can we have better marketing materials? How can we have a better outcome? Whether it is the listing marketing or the response to an open house or how you deal with the multiple offer situation, every single aspect of it has to be dissected, understood, and why are we doing it this way? And make it better and better and continually improve it. So that's what we're going to talk about today. This listing A to Z, you're going to see, we're going to go through this one step at a time. This is a 1 through 11 thing. First, secure a listing appointment. We're going to set the appointment and ensure that all parties are going to be present for our listing appointment. These 11 things is what I'm going to slow roll us through for the rest of the day, starting with 1. And you'll see that the slides have a bullet point number on top of them so you can kind of know where we are in this process. So step 1 for today is going to be secure a listing appointment, set the appointment, and make sure that when you're going, that you're not the big secret of the husband or the wife, and that all the people who have the ability to sign your listing agreement is going to actually be present for your listing appointment. And if not, then we're going to figure out how can we get them on Zoom, or maybe they're overseas, maybe they're out of state. But we need to make sure that we account for that, because you can't have 2 separate listing appointments with 2 different people and expect that to go well. It just doesn't work. You need them all to be around the table at the same time. I also am going to throw a recommendation, and this is going to fly at you quick, but it's an important one. So file this somehow in the long-term memory. You need to create a group chat with your clients when all possible and have these conversations with them so that when you tell one person, you tell the other. We are currently working on a way for you to have a group chat in our app. Currently, that's not a thing yet. That'll be done by the end of next week, which was called Conversations, which will be fixed. When you're dealing with a divorce scenario, especially, agents sometimes will have a listing appointment with one or the other. I'm going to tell you a big secret in real estate. You have a listing appointment with a spouse and you learn that they're getting divorced before the spouse is, you are not going to get hired to do that job. Period. End of story. It's going to be you and that agent against that seller. That's how they're going to feel. And they're going to do whatever they can to hire someone else because you are now the enemy number one. So don't go under a listing appointment under those pretenses because you're going to pretty much be hated by that person. Number two, when you are dealing with a divorce scenario, make sure that everybody understands that you represent both of them equally. And that what you're going to do in the transaction is make sure that you communicate equally, that you're going to have a group chat with them, and what you tell one, you will tell all. Because they're oftentimes one of them is emotionally spent, the other one is angry, and you have this dichotomy going on where they want to pull you into their drama or they want you to take sides. And real estate is stressful enough, and going through an entire month of assisting someone, if someone's getting a divorce and they have to put on their game face for a meeting, they can probably do that, but not for a month. So you're going to see them through the entire roller coaster of this, and you're going to get sucked in to the drama that is their life in that moment. We have to be professional and we have to be arm's length from all the drama and be able to separate that from the task at hand, which is get them through their emotions to see clarity so that they can get the household, and that's our job. And so the very best way to do that, by the way, is to make sure that you don't create drama where drama didn't exist before. And how that can happen is, wait, why are they texting you? What are they telling you that they're not telling me? Don't let that happen. So group texts are very important. And I have found that across the board, it's very effective. So in a transaction, you will notice that oftentimes someone is the red personality taking charge of that transaction for the family. Whether it's the husband, whether it's the wife, whoever it is, someone is going to be the point person that's doing most of the communicating. And the other person is going to just kind of be less filled in. And what's interesting is sometimes the person doing all the communicating is not the decision maker. And the person who is the decision maker is the quiet one in the back, and they're not getting the information. So, again, another reason to make sure that you're communicating with everyone in a group text so that everyone's getting the information at the same time. It's a little bit more complicated because sometimes in a group text, you don't know which one you're talking to. And that is something you're going to have to deal with. So, what I recommend is don't do what I did in the beginning of my career, which is create one contact record, put one person as the mobile number and one person as the work number, and make their contact Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Nope, don't do that. Create Mr. and Mrs., two different text messages, two different saved contacts, email address and phone number in one, email address, phone number in one, and then bring a group text so that you always know who you are communicating. And earlier in my career, I did it that way because it was easier for me to send out all my Christmas cards and my holiday cards because my database didn't consist of sending 2 Christmas cards to the same household. Well, I figured out a different way to do it, and I'm going to share that with you today. So, number one, it's going to be about securing a listing appointment, setting the appointment, ensure all parties will be present. Number two, we're going to, after we secure the listing appointment, we're going to drive the property. We're going to preview the competition, and we're going to walk the amenity center. We're going to do that before we meet with them. That's going to help you. It's going to pay you dividends, especially if you can get into the comps that you've pulled. Number three, deliver a pre-listing packet to the subject property. You're going to do that while you're driving the property, which means your field works have already been done. So you go to your office, you do all your field work, you pull your comps. Now you know which properties you really need to get inside because you're going to see that the active comps, the competition that you want to get inside, Maybe there's a pending that you want to see the listing agent's vacant and they can sneak inside so you can see what you're really dealing with there. And also the sold comps, you're going to drive past them and get an idea of where they were located. This is important. While you're making that trip, you can leave an RPR at the door, but we're going to tell them we're leaving them an RPR at the door. Because if we don't, then who's this creeper creeping around my house, leaving stuff at my door for me? Also, a lot of people don't use their front door. Front doors seem to not be used as much as the garage door. People pull in their garage and that's how they get in their house. And sometimes they don't use their front door for months. So we're going to tell them we're leaving something at the front door. So the ring doorbell catches them, catches you. They know who it is and they know to go and grab it. Call the listing agents for all of the pendings and we're going to inquire how many offers they got and if they were over asking when they're going to get to the closing table and whether or not they'll share with you what they attracted. It's not confidential. It's a professional courtesy. It's going to get put in the MLS. And so it's up to the agents on how they want to interact with that phone call. I like to use the words professional courtesy. Hello, Tom. This is Jack Staple in Realty, Texas. I see that you've got 123 Main Street under contract. Congratulations, by the way. I'm going to be listing a property in the neighborhood, and it looks like you're going to be my best comp. I'm wondering if you could have the professional courtesy or show me the professional courtesy to share some information with me about what happened with that listing, because I believe that there's a good likelihood that you're going to close, and by the time I do an appraisal, you will be my comp. Tom, Jack, no problem. I'd love to help. Thank you so much. Have a conversation. Were you in multiple offers? Did you meet value? Would you share with me what you got? Because your price per square foot is going to help me because I'm right now in the process of determining what we're going to go on market for. All of that. Have that conversation with all of the pendings. You're likely to have 2 or 3 pendings that shows up in your grid, especially right now. We're seeing an uptick in the market. We're seeing properties go pending more so than ever before, and well, at least more so in the last year and a half. So we're seeing some activity. So that means that you're going to see that in the pendings, which means you may be having more conversations right now as your listings are coming to the market than you have in the last 6 months or so. We're going to ascertain the most probable list price. What we believe the property should be listed for and what we think the property is going to sell for. That's what we do. We look to try to figure out what is the right list price and what is that list price going to get the property sold for. That is the analysis we do. It has nothing to do with valuation. It has to do with the list price and the sold price. And we're trying to figure that out for our client. And we do that based on the comps, which is what we did on Monday. We're going to print a CMA and a sales price graph. We all did that graph that has the value changed over time from the matrix MLS. For those of you who did it, thank you. And we're going to do a calculate a loan balance. So we're going to show up at the front door with what we believe their net's going to be, what we think their payoff is from their lender, and we're going to have all of the comps so we can reasonably sit down at the kitchen table and have a meaningful conversation of what we think the property should be listed for in terms of what the comps show as value, in terms of what the pending show of what your new comps will be if these close, and then if you do come on market at that price, how is the competition going to affect you when you're now on market? If the property's value is $410 all day long, but everything on the market's $399, are you going to list it $415? You're probably not doing yourself any favors because you're probably going to have to liquidate the inventory on market before yours is going to sell, assuming that everything's apples to apples and one of those, your property doesn't offer something of significant value that's going to make it worthwhile for a buyer. Buyers are very emotional when it's buying a home. That's why we like owner-occupant buyers much more than investors. Investors are working from a spreadsheet. There's no emotion about it. There's no quality of life. There's none of that. Investors are very unlikely to get into a multiple offer situation over a house. But a buyer who is looking for a home, they're looking for something that's going to give them the warm fuzzies, that's going to give them quality of life, something where they can imagine them living in and having holidays and having barbecues in the backyard, all of those things. So this is something that is getting their Celebrum all excited. Dopamine, serotonin, all of these things goes into this because they're dreaming about home ownership for all this time, and this is going to be home. They find something they really like. They walk in, it's got beautiful hardwood floors, it's just got that really good feeling. They see 5 homes, they're going to pick the one that gives them the best feeling for around that price. And if the one that's really prepared for market, which means the you got landscaping done in the front yard and all the windows are clean and you walk in, it smells fresh and it's clean and it's ready to go, that is going to give the buyers a much better feeling than a home that hasn't had those things done. It makes a difference. And sometimes agents who are not operating from empathy, they don't understand how important those things are, because buyers come to you sometimes and think, well, I might be interested in buying a fixer-upper, but because but ultimately I'm going to buy a house, so I could go either way with it. They never buy the fixer-upper. They waste your time and you show them 20 fixer-uppers and they don't like any of them, because the idea of having built-in equity is a completely different thing than actually living in that while they're fixing it up. Very, very few people go that route. Most people, we're talking about quality of life. We're talking about family, and they're going to buy the home that they can afford that gives them the most for that. So that becomes important that we communicate that effectively to our sellers so that we properly prepare the home for market. Because if the home is not properly prepared, other agents will be helping their sellers properly prepare the home by giving them the resources, the referrals to the third-party trades who can help them on a budget get the home whipped into shape so that you come on market strong. The first 10 days are critical when you come on market. So we are going to make sure that we come out there with everything that we have in terms of paperwork to have a meaningful conversation with them about what they need to do to get their home prepared for market, what their home will sell for, what it should list for and sell for based on what they need to do to prepare it for market and what budget they have. For a couple $1,000s, $2,500 as an example, is a lot of money for landscaping. You can do power washing and get the windows clean and mow and edge, raise the canopy of a tree, and even paint the door for a budget of that magnitude. So we're not talking about tens of thousands of dollars on a shoestring budget. You can whip a home into shape, often on a very small budget of a couple $1,000s. So it's amazing what can be done. Okay. Then we're going to prepare our paperwork before we get out there. We go on a listing appointment and we bring with us our listing agreement and our addenda and our disclosures and our IABS. We don't go on a listing appointment without bringing all of the paperwork with us, pre-filled out, ready to go, because we're there to get hired for the job. So we're going to bring all of the paperwork filled out on your listing agreement. I don't bring my listing agreement with the paragraph 5 price filled out. I leave the list price undone. Everything else in my listing agreement is filled out from stem to stern. And then I let them write in the list price after I have expressed to them what the sold comps reflect, how that affects us with the pendings, and what the competition on market of active is going to affect that. We have that conversation, and I express to them what my recommendation is, and use lots of examples to do that. And then once the light bulb comes on and they agree to a price, they handwrite it into the listing agreement, and we move forward from there. Get a good night's sleep the night before. Don't go out drinking with friends and stay out all night and then wake up the next morning exhausted. You need to be the Vanessa Van Edwards version of yourself, which is your salesperson. And you need to be fresh. You need to be energetic, and you need to get them excited about what you're going to do to market their home. There's going to be some trepidation. There's going to be some feelings from the seller about listing a home, because if they've lived in the home as an owner-occupied seller, they're gonna probably have a little bit of seller's remorse the moment you walk in the door, because they're selling something that they've got emotion behind. And there could be stimulus that's being brought into the sell. It could be a death in the family. It could be their kids moved out and now they're empty nesters and dealing with that, which could come with a lot of anxiety as well. And even sometimes some emotion that is, kind of left them feeling kind of weary. Could be a divorce scenario. It could be a lot of things. So first, we want to know why they're selling. That's going to help us so that we can be talking their language. We're going to close this chapter and open a new one for you. No worries, we've got this. There's nothing we can't handle kind of language. And if they're getting married and selling their home, congratulations. I'm super excited for you. Are you excited? We're excited. We've got this. But, we've got to know why they're selling so we can mirror the energy that they're bringing, mirror those emotions so that we're not are you excited to sell your home? And, they're devastated because an event happened that is the polar opposite of excitement. So knowing that and asking that question is helpful. Do yoga, offload that stress so that we can be our best salesperson version of ourselves. Dress to impress. How many of you are going to wear a suit to your listing appointment or dress nicely in business attire? Thank you, everyone, for doing that. Guess what we're not going to wear to our listing appointment ever?
Sandals.
We're not going to ever wear shorts and sandals. That's not going to happen. We're not doing that. That's not a professional. Now, there are a lot of agents in Austin who say, but Jack, it's hot outside. It's true. It is hot outside. So hot means you can't be professional? How do you dress for church? How do you dress for a wedding? How do you dress for an important occasion? This is an important occasion because this is a job interview. How do you dress for a job interview? Let's talk about that for a moment. Do we wear shorts and sandals to our job interview? Probably not going to work out well for you because the respect that you're showing the person who's interviewing you says, you know what, I'm hiring you because you're going to represent me. You're going to represent me not only with the company or with a task I have, whether it's, represent a seller and the sale of their home, but you're going to be inside their home, inviting their neighbors in and having conversations with their neighbors and their family. And so how you represent yourself is how you're going to represent the firm and the seller. And it matters. Andrew.
I was going to say, whenever you go to a job interview and somebody's going to offer you money for your work efforts, you should go the best that you can be. Really, if it's a woman, just dress the way you think that the best is for you. If it's a man, obviously a shirt and tie or suit would be appropriate.
Million times yes. And the self-confidence that you get by walking in dressed to impress is helpful, but also the way people look at you. You walk into a listing appointment wearing a suit, you are going to be much more looked at as a professional, and you're going to have more credibility. The suit and tie gives you more credibility. I know Ken had this conversation and how he felt wearing a suit to his open house. We're going to do things differently. We're going to really understand that we're representing other people and that we need to dress the part because we are 1,000 first dates, aka 1,000 interviews. We're continually being hired all the time, so we need to get in the habit of being out there and wearing our ties and our suits. Okay, and arriving on time. We're going to go through each one of these. We're going to dig deep. I'm just giving the Cliff Notes version as we're going through it. What happens? Are you going to always be able to be on time? Is that a reality? Can you guarantee that every meeting that you're going to have from now for the next 30 years, you're going to make it there on time? Can you make that guarantee? No, you can't. So what happens if you're running late? What do we do?
Just notify the seller as early as possible.
Let them know you're late. You're going to be late.
That's right. The moment you know that you're not going to be there on time, you have an obligation to tell them that. Because, when a seller has a listing appointment with an agent, do you think that they're running around the house getting the house cleaned up? And do you think they're using that last 5 minutes to run around the house with their chicken head cut up, but doing the last thing, scouring out the sink and doing all of that? And they call and like, oh, I've been running around here with my chicken head with the chicken cut off, and they're going to be 30 minutes late. So let's have some empathy for them and what they're going through. So if the moment that you know you're not going to be there on time, you have an obligation to pick up the phone and say, hey, a text message is good too, but hey, I am running 8 minutes late. I'll see you at this time. Or GPS has me getting there at 10:06. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Let them know so that now, once you've rescheduled that appointment for 6 minutes in the future, you're no longer late. But don't tell them you're going to be 5 minutes and then be an hour late. Don't do that ever, because that is lying. Oh, I'm going to be a couple of minutes late, and then you're 40 minutes late. That's not a thing. So just know, I know that there are times and situations, traffic, accidents, you're at a closing and that closing gets pushed back and you're stuck at the title company. You can't leave and you have a listing appointment that you had plenty enough time to get through. It's not going to happen. Whatever the reason is, make sure that you call them and let them know, and then give them a time that is realistic. You're going to meet the seller and all of the sellers who have ownership interest. Make sure that they all know that you're coming and that they're going to be present in one way or another for your listing presentation. You're going to walk the property and you're going to get them excited about our marketing plan. The marketing plan is the conversation that's going to take the bulk of the conversation at the listing agreement. When I used to teach CMAs and listing appointments for my last brokerage that I was at. That was my thing I taught. All top producers had to teach a class. So I taught the listing class and I taught the CMA class for years. And the one thing that I noticed when I would be in the front of the class and I would ask the students, so talk to me about your listing presentation. And it was all about them every time because they didn't know what else to say. Well, I got my license 5 years ago. My husband's name is Tom. I have a Jack Russell Terrier named Bailey, and it's all about them. And I started think, how is it that your listing presentation is about you? I understand that you're selling a service, but what are the services that you're offering them? I mean, we all heard our friend from San Antonio talk about planting the three P's, put a sign in the yard and plant in the MLS and pray. Well, I'm going to give you a strategy, talking points of what we're going to do marketing wise that will take up all of that space. We can share a little bit with them about ourselves, but it's really not about us. It's about what we're going to do to sell their home. And if you have a marketing program that gets them excited about using you, well, that's really what you're there to do. If you've left the listing and you haven't expressed to them what you're going to do to sell their home, you've kind of lost. So the bulk of the conversation is going to be about your marketing plan, what you're going to do. And it should energize them and it should get them excited. Then you're going to walk away with your listing agreement signed. 6, 7, or 8, circle one. I'm going to show you what that means at the end of the day, but their options are a 6% commission, a 7% commission, or an 8% commission. Circle one. And I'm walking out of there with my 6, 7, 8. We're going to talk about some scripts as well. By the time you get through your marketing plan and you've got them excited about what you're going to do, they're not going to dare talk to you about your commission. My clients don't dare bring that up. I'm okay there where I'm ready for them to do it, and I'm hoping they do, but they don't because they realize, you know what, this person is going to get me in a multiple offer situation. They're going to get the best video and photos money can buy, and they're going to do something that no one else is doing. They're worth it all day long. We're not going to have a conversation about what their fees are. And if they do, that's good. And I think that, as the book that I'm having you guys all read, in our book club, I think the fundamental underlying premise of that book says that we need more conflict. Good conflict is what's good in this world. It allows us to be able to communicate and negotiate because everything is a negotiation. Between you and your husband, what you're having for dinner is a negotiation. What time the kids are going to go to bed is a negotiation, even though it doesn't feel like it. All right. So I want you guys to know that if they do challenge you and they do want to have a conversation about commissions, welcome in. I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, because my fee is important to me. And if I can't negotiate my fee, how in the world do you expect me to negotiate the sale of your home? I'm a master negotiator, and that's why you want to hire me. And if I can't negotiate my commission, you know that I can't negotiate the sale of your home. You know that's true. And if you want to hire an agent, and I'm never going to tell my client this because I don't talk about the competition ever, but I'm telling you, if they want to hire someone who's going to charge them the least money, they also are going to get them the least money. It's always a one-to-one match. The person who is going to come in for the lowest price has the least value, and they're going to have the least success. So this is the number one asset they own, most likely. This is the thing that they need to squeeze every penny out, and your job is to do it. And so we're not going to leave any equity in this property, and we're going to talk about how we properly list a home, because 90% of homes that come on the market were listed incorrectly. And I see Realty Texas agents who are not following our listing presentation, not listing properties correctly. And it's painful for me to watch. I even have staff going through the MLS and looking to see if it was listed properly and begging them to come to Mega, begging them to watch one of our prior Megas, and then we get them with our sales manager to have a conversation with them about what it is we do here at this company and how we represent our sellers, and figure out if that agent really should be remaining here at this company or not, because they're making the rest of us look bad. So that's a very serious thing I just said. So put some thought into that, because listing a home is very serious business. And if it's not done correctly, you can wipe out, you can devastate someone's ability to sell their home, because the first 10 days on market is very important. And with inventory choices that we have today, if that property ages and goes stale on market, your ability to sell that home for as much as possible is all but gone. So I am so glad that all of you are here today. My listing agreements are usually for a year. Agents have different ideas of what the listing term should be. I don't give you my recommendation on how long a term your listing agreement that you're getting signed at the firm is, but I'll tell you mine, 6 months to a year. So for the number one, the secure a listing appointment, where can we find some listings? We're just going to have a 5-minute conversation before we head to our first break about this. Where can we find more listings? Because that's got to be the question that you're asking yourself. Where can I find more listings for my business? Because for every listing you get, you should get another listing and 2 buyers for every single one. So places that you can get listings is door knocking. We know that statistics show that when you list a property across the street, the 6 houses across the street, 3 houses to the right of your property and 3 houses to the left of your property, statistically, one of those are going to go on market in the next 30 days. And if you do it right, and you knock on those doors, and you create those relationships, and you properly showcase your services in front of those sellers, which means you timely update the sign, you invite them to the open house, you're sending out mailers, you've got the right photos taken, you've got video, you've got flyers that are filled in the box, and you do it all right, you're going to showcase your services into the seller, and they're going to say, I want someone to do that for me. I went to their open house. I saw 40 people there. I want that person to do that for me. And you're likely to be the one that lists that home. When I put a sign in the yard, I expect to get another listing from someone in the neighborhood. So I know that the photos, and again, I tell my sellers each case that I'm going to get the best photos and the best video that money can buy. I make that promise and I follow through on it, but I know that it's going to pay me dividends. It's going to pay me dividends because I'm going to get a whole bunch of buyers being attracted to me and my business, and I'm also going to get another seller from it. So I understand that this property that I am advertising is marketing me at the same time. And it's branding me and the services that I do at the same time. And so you can market yourself through advertising a listing by doing a really good job. So don't think for a second that your name being all over this listing doesn't mean anything. It means everything, especially underscore exclamation if you're the neighborhood expert. If you're the neighborhood expert, you need to pull out all the stops. even more so, because your reputation is all you got. And so you got to be super friendly, you got to be outgoing, you got to make sure that everyone feels respected, listened to, all of that, and you got to make sure your marketing is second to none. Because if someone is doing better marketing than you, they will end up with more listings than you. Because at the end of the day, that's what people hire us for. Sometimes they don't know that, and we got to remind them that that's what they should be looking for in an agent as a marketing expert. But we have to turn you into listing marketing experts. So when you get a real estate license, you became a salesperson, and then when you start listing properties, you become a advertising and marketing specialist, because really what you're doing is bringing their home to market, which means you're advertising, and you need to be an advertising expert. So we need to be thinking about, how can we advertise this property better and better? Again, all kinds of really cool videos that we can do. I know that I'm going to get my photos back many, many, many days before my open house, probably 6 or 7, maybe even 8 days before my open house. That's when the videos start coming. That's when you go out to the property and you do your video walkthrough, and you do your Facebook reels and your TikTok reels and all that you're going to do, and your YouTube videos all should be done as part of your pre-marketing. And remember, all of that work is administrative tasks. So you need to have a checklist. You need to get through those administrative tasks so that you can reproduce it on the next one. If everything you're doing is knee-jerk reaction and you're all have it in your mind and there's no organization to it, every time you list a property, you're going to be starting over again. And you're probably not going to do the same thing over and over again. And that's not a good thing for a marketing specialist. So you need to be tracking what you're doing, keeping copious notes so that you can reproduce that on every single listing so that you have the consistency. Otherwise, you will fall into a pattern of only printing flyers and putting it in the MLS, showing up to the open house without any advertising on Saturday and Sunday, and that's not where you want to be. With the same amount of effort, you can have a completely different response to how you bring a property to market. So, social networking, video, postcards, radio, TV, print, all of these things is part of your business plan. As a listing agent, you'll have a mini listing plan of, this is what I do for each of my listings. Here's my photographer, here's my videographer, here's my landscaping person, this is my make ready trash out person, this is my electrician, this is my plumber, this is my HVAC company, this is my painter, this is my good flooring guy, this is my good tile guy. You got to have a team. And all of you are thinking, where do I find all these people? You got to build a team. And we have resources here at the company in your app for the partners that we use, but you should be putting that team together long before you get your listing, because you're going to continually need them, especially the landscaper, especially a really good make ready cleaner, and also a good window person that can take screens off and wash windows, and a good power washer. So your team is important. Okay, door knocking. Once you have the marketing done and prepared for market, I'm not going to door knock until my front lawn is all looking great. I'm not going to start doing that until I've whipped it into shape, got my photos, got my flyers printed. Now I'm going to go door knock with my flyers. Geographic farming. If you're going to break into a neighborhood, maybe you get a listing, you work really hard to get a second listing and say, this is going to be one of my geographic farms. Then you're going to do an 8x8 campaign and you're going to start pushing hard in that subdivision. What's great is that the title company, Key Title, when you sell a property, will split the cost of a mailer. So you're going to do a geographic farm. You're going to want to send a mailer every time you close to the entire neighborhood. That will get you a 10x return. Postcards done correctly provide a 10x return. So for $2,000, you should make $20,000. That's the return of a 10x 8x8 campaign. Maribeth.
I'd like to make a suggestion because I live in a neighborhood that is got a lot of Karens. And they will post your face all over Facebook and complain if you knock on their doors and they have a no soliciting. So be very, very mindful of no solicitation signs. They're serious.
Two things about that. And so that is a wonderful advice. We also have another advice, and this happened to Diana. No fault to herself. She put a open house directional sign in front of a property. And although that strip of grass is not technically their property, they feel like it is, and it would be like you spray painted their front door, the reaction that they get. And so we have door hangers here that are really cool that knock on the door. Hey, I'm listing or we got a property list. We're doing an open house. Would you mind if I put my open house directional here? They're not there. We have a thank you in advance a door knocker that we put on their doorknob. And also remember that you need to check with our team before you do open houses regarding open house sign permits. We have a class called Boot Camp. Boot Camp, the readiness assessment for the boot camp for new agents, will talk to you about which municipalities require that you have a permit on your open house sign, often $5 a permit for 1 year that goes on the sign. And they are up as of December 31st. Hint, Round Rock is one of those municipalities. We're not going to get into sign permits today, but I just want to throw that out there. So yes, if it's a no soliciting community, don't be door knocking. And that would be with a sign that is posted. And then when it comes to your open house directional signs, again, you might want to take the time to communicate with the person at home so they don't take a picture of the sign and go to our Realty Texas Google Places account and post that. This happened to Diana, one of our agents. They took a picture of her sign, posted it on Nextdoor, and posted it on Google, complaining how disrespectful this agent was to put a sign in front of their house. And it was clearly as close to the street as Diana could have done it. And so there are Karens that are going to just be insulted just because you're alive. So we have to account for that. I saw a couple hands before we go to break and get through this. I want to get through this slide, and Phyllis, you're up.
Yes, I just wanted, on that note, we do have a lot of agents that are beginning to reach out and help us do open houses in Sun City. I just posted it in the group chat. Sun City does not allow directional signs, only open house signs in the front yard, and they're very they're sticklers about that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That is be fun to have a bunch of cars that were wrapped. That's a directional sign and parked in all the corners. All right, so we have to be knowledgeable about what's going on with our market. That there's little things like that we learn, like in Waco, you don't leave, in the Austin market, if you show a property, historically it's been considered a professional courtesy to leave your business card on the counter, letting the seller know that you've come and gone. Now our block boxes now have a little better tech in them so that they know that they have come and gone, but it's still a professional courtesy that exists in our market. Some do, some don't. In the Waco market, you leave a business card at the front counter, they're liable to go to Trek and complain. They're extremely offended by that practice because they believe it's a solicitation to the seller, and they get very, very angry at that practice. So being geographically competent also means knowing the general practices about how and what we can and cannot do based on municipalities and custom. Okay, one more minute, then we're going to go on break. Geographic farming is a really big deal. So I'm hoping that you guys are going to jump into our geographic farming class and become part of that, which is something that we're doing in 2025. Referrals from all your sources, anywhere, calling all your spheres and asking them, do you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, is a great source of listings. Probably going to be your top 5 sources of listings. And then your sphere of influence. So in this market right now, you want listings. In every market, you want listings. You just have to be very careful about how you bring it to market, how you price it, and I always say these 3 things. You have to properly prepare the home for market, you have to saturate the market with advertising, and you have to price it right. Those are the 3 things that must happen in order for you to have a really successful property sale. All right, with that, we are going to go back and take our 10-minute break. When we get back, I'm going to ask for a volunteer, 2 volunteers, in fact, and I'm going to have you guys read this script together. It's 11:08. Let's come back at 11:18. See you back in 2 minutes. I am looking for 2 students, one that will be customer, one who will be agent. We got a lot of people, by the way, with their videos off. All right, I have Jessica raising her hand, and I have Andrew raising their hand. Okay, so Jessica, you were first. Would you like to be the customer or the agent?
I will be the customer or the consumer.
Okay, go ahead. Begin. Ring, ring.
Ring, ring. Hello, is this Tom?
Yes, this is Tom. Who am I speaking with?
My name is Lacey Smith. I'm interested in leasing my home. I saw your amazing video posted online, and your value statement definitely resonated with me. Are you available to come out and meet with me?
Oh, yes, that would be my pleasure. I'm available after 4 p.m. today or tomorrow. 10, 2, or 6 p.m. Sound okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I can do tomorrow morning at 10.
Excellent. What is your property address, please?
4305 Chestnut Meadows Bend in Georgetown.
Okay, 4035 Chestnut Meadow Bend, Georgia. Got it. Is this the number that you're calling me from ending in 1120, your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. I'm going to drive by this afternoon, tour whatever your competition looks like, and I may leave something at your door for you to look at ahead of our meeting tomorrow. Is that okay?
That sounds great.
Great, great. I have you down for 10 o'clock tomorrow at 4305 Chestnut Meadow in Georgetown. Call my cell if you need anything in the meantime, but I'll see you soon.
Okay, see you soon. Bye.
The conversation that you should have on the phone is setting an appointment. I know this is hard. I know this is really hard for agents because they want to have a listing presentation over the phone. They want to know everything about the home, how long they lived in the property. They try to do to the seller on the phone the same thing a buyer, an agent does to a buyer. They try to pre-qualify them over the phone. Do you think that when a seller calls you to schedule an appointment to come out to see their home, do you think that they're expecting to have a listing presentation over the phone? Do they think that they're expecting to set a quick moment to have you come out and look at their house and it be a 5-minute phone call or less? That's what's happening. If you keep them on the phone for a really long time, they didn't give you that permission. It's not a meeting. They didn't schedule a meeting with you at that moment. They are trying to schedule an appointment with you. So I want you to put a little bit of thought into that because I think sometimes we unsell ourselves to sellers because we it just becomes it sometimes it comes across that we're hard to work with. Have you ever had someone that you worked with and they just asked you so many questions and they just made everything so complicated and you just like they're just making things complicated. So our job is to make complicated things simpler. So we need to have the right meetings and the right environment. So when you get a call, the very best thing you can do is schedule the appointment. Make sure you have their correct information. Make sure you double down to get their address and the phone number. Why do you think it's so important that I verify that I have their cell phone number? Something has happened to me 3 times in my career. I'm trying to stop from avoiding ever happening to you. What do you think it happened?
It gets lost with the other numbers and you don't know who to contact? No?
Possibly, but that's not quite the reason I'm verifying this.
Maybe they gave you a digit wrong in the address, or I don't know.
They potentially, if you're late, you have to let them know, and or maybe they're calling from work and it's not their personal line.
Yeah,
There you
so
go. Yep.
so Jessica, let's say you work at the Dell call center and you're calling and they call you from that phone number. Now, I call back and it says, "Thank you for calling Dell. For warranty service, please press 1 now." And I have absolutely no idea how to reach this person again. So that has happened to me. I called back and I'll give them their name. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have that person in the directory. And I have no way to find them again. So, in every single phone call, the thing a salesperson walks away with is their contact information. And I can tell you that Amy McAllister, Lisa Ormsby, and Michael Potter are drilling into you guys in our sales training to collect the appropriate information on the first call. So, this is not an interview, it's appointment setting. In an appointment setting, we verify that we have their address, we get the right phone number, and we give them a couple of options on times that were available, let them select one, and then we're going to pepper in a little bit of value. Hey, by the way, I'm going to drive your neighborhood and I'm going to look at the comps because I want to stand out a little bit. I want them to know that I'm already working for them. I'm already working for them. And then I'm going to leave them a pre-listing packet. I'm going to tell them out on the phone because, again, I want to make sure that I don't just come unannounced to their property because that might freak someone out. If you schedule an appointment for someone for tomorrow at 3 and they showed up at your house in an hour, would that freak you out? Maybe. Okay. So we're going to set the appointment. And I'm hoping that you guys get a lot of phone calls like that from people who you've hit your entire sphere and you've called them all. And this is what you're trying to actually get to happen, isn't it? You've contacted every single person you know, trying to get people to share your information, and then boom, one calls, and we have no idea how to handle that call. And we're blown away, almost, thinking it's going to be a marketing call and kind of starting rude with our conversation. Hello? And it actually be a client. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude to you. I thought you were a telemarketer. Oh, no, that's not gonna work out well either. Okay, so after I'm done with the phone call, do you think there's a couple of homework tasks that I have before I let any time pass? A couple of you mentioned a couple of things that's super important. Do you think it's wise to leave that phone number unsaved in my phone as just a 9-digit or 10-digit phone number just floating out there in the wind?
I will never remember that.
Mm-hmm. The most important thing you could do is get off the phone and click save and type in their name because now you have their name saved. And I type in the title, which is on the iPhone, when you click save and a new record pops up, the very first field on top is title. I put their property address there. I don't put their property address in the address field of the contact record because I know they're moving. So I put it in the other address, and then I'm going to get their information at closing, and I'm going to put their address in the contact record because that contact record is where I send them their newsletters and postcards and things like that. So, okay, send immediate text message to confirm the time. So as soon as you get off the phone, I'm going to send them a text, and I'm going to let them know what time I'm coming. So, Andrew, what time did you guys schedule?
10:30.
Okay. Jessica, what time did you guys schedule?
10.
Okay. So Jessica says 10, Andrew says 10:30. The conversation was 5 minutes ago and we already have a disagreement over what time they're coming. So the moment we get off the phone, we're going to go to our calendar and we're going to schedule it on our calendar, and then we're going to send them a text message. Why do you think it's so important that we send a text message to them in this moment?
So they can also confirm the details, especially like times like that.
Top of mind.
And save your contact information.
Mm-hmm. I want them to have my contact information, but more importantly, tomorrow, when another agent just randomly comes an hour ahead and shows up at my time slot and we're both standing at the front door, and the seller has no idea who's coming when because they scheduled 3 appointments and they don't care who's coming when, they just scheduled 3 appointments. They know they have a 2, they know they have a 4, and they know they have a 6. They don't know who's coming at 2, 4, and 6 because that's not the important part. They just know 3 agents are coming at 3 different times. And I already got someone coming at 2. How about 4? Right? So they'll do that. And if the agent shows up at the wrong time, which happened to me once, I'm standing in front of the property, someone else is there. I'm like, what's going on here? And the other agent says, oh no, this is my time slot. Well, they asked the seller, do you have any, are you interviewing anyone else? And showed up at my time slot and tried to be 12 minutes early. I just happened to be there early. I was waiting in my car, so that they could get in before me and try to take my listing. You have a text message with your seller the moment you get off the phone to confirm the time, so later there's no confusion about what the time was, and I can go back to it again. So I send a text message to the seller to confirm what time. I save the contact record on my phone. I type in their name so I don't forget that. I type in the address as the title. Click save. Now I have their contact saved. It's going to automatically start syncing with CXM next time you log in. I've sent them a text message to confirm the time, and now I'm good to go. This part is important. Here's a new contact record on the iPhone. What's cool is you save it on your phone and you open up your app, and the app is going to say there's a new contact record. Would you like to import it? Yes. It automatically gets sucked into CXM and it's ready there for you. So here's the title field. This actually is an actual listing that I had. First name, last name, and the address. This is what I put up here. All you got to do, easy peasy in the address. First name, last name, title. Click save. Boom, done. Now it's saved. And what's cool about the title is it shows up under their name. So when they call you, it has their address under it. Very helpful for me. So if you have an Android, you can figure out the same thing. Just figure out what fields display when they call you, because the title and the first name and last name appear when they're calling you on the iPhone. So all that information comes up on the screen. Now, I know some of you have already seen the syncing of the contacts, but that's a really important thing. Double data entry is not what we should be striving for. The reason we created a platform where everything's connected, your rooms, with the review system, with the MLS Plus and the CXM and the action plans, everything's connected. So once someone is in your system, when you're sending them e-signs, when you're sending them envelopes, all of it is all interconnected with the same contact record so that you don't have to double data enter. So in the app, when you click in the bottom right corner, you will see the contact section, the contact card, and it will bring you to our clients, agents, and partners, all the contacts that you have in your CXM. In the top right corner, you see that refresh button. When you click that refresh button, it's going to load the screen that's going to have your contact sync. All of the contacts in your phone, and here's this trial phone that used 2,300 contacts are sitting there. You should, as part of your tasks, is to get these synced so that this number has 0 in it. The synced column should have 0. So when you're waiting in line, when you've got idle time and you're on the couch, you should be trying to get everybody synced, because your data is the company that you ultimately will sell. And getting everybody into a CRM is helpful, but also going through all your text messages and clicking save on all of those people to get them saved to your address book, because you may have them in iMessage as a conversation, but if you haven't saved them, they're not in your contact list. And if they're not in your contact list, you don't have an easy way to communicate with them. And communicating with your database is something that's super important. So, what does my text message look like? Something like this. Hey Tom, I'll be down for 10 a.m. tomorrow at 4305 Chestnut Meadow, Bend in Georgetown. See you soon. I also put the address in there so that I can go back from it and look as well. Anybody jump in the car and you're kind of running a little bit late and you've got, oh gosh, where's the address of this property? Where is it? I need to get there. I can't remember. And now you're scrambling to find it. The very easiest place that you're going to find it is in the text message, because it will be a link here. You can click it. It'll automatically open up into Google Maps, and then you can click drive and you're on your way. So it is a good reminder for myself, but I want to make sure I have this documented somewhere, because I just had a conversation. Now, if they call your office line, the whole thing's recorded, even better. And it's recorded even before you've saved them as a contact record. But again, we're talking about the polishing our salesperson approach to how we work in the field. And We're out in the field a lot. We're in inspections, closings, showings. So we need to be able to organize ourselves and not let us be creating chaos out there. So in the moment is when you fix this, because God forbid you forget their name and you look in the tax records and it's an LLC. And now you're trying to figure out what their name was because you can't remember. So while it's fresh in your mind, stop and document it all so that you have it, so you don't have to deal with that later. Again, why did I tell the consumer I'm going to drive the neighborhood, and why did I tell them I was going to leave something at the door? So it's because I want to make sure that they understand that I'm going to drive the neighborhood. I'm trying to prove to them in that first conversation my ability, my commitment, my ethics, and I'm driving that value already. I want to stand out. I want to impress them in every conversation and show my commitment. And if they're setting an appointment with me and I'm already working for them, that shows a level of commitment that exceeds what most people are doing. You're not a discount agent, you're full service. So that means that you're working in the afternoon. It's like, oh no, I'm sorry. I can come out and see you after I get off work. That this is your work. This is your full-time job. So if you're not yet full-time in real estate, jump in with both feet. We will catch you. But you have to promise us that you bring the commitment. We'll show you how to do it. You just have to make the calls. Having a sense of urgency shows also your commitment and your availability to help them. You're taking this serious. This is something that you're going to bring the same level of concern that they have, which is most of these people need to get their home sold. This isn't a joke to them. And so someone who brings a sense of urgency to the table and will meet with them quickly, respond to their calls, answer their calls, all of these things, it is a big deal for them. This is our job. This is what we do for a living. It's not a hobby. We didn't get our license so that we could, sell one home a year and get extra income, and it's an extra income revenue. This is our job and we take it incredibly seriously. And we're proving that, well, in the next conversation, this isn't a secret from the house. This isn't a secret from the spouse. If we're going to let them know we're driving the neighborhood and we're going to drop off a package, they may say, oh no, I haven't told my spouse that we're actually, we're getting a divorce. They don't know that yet. Okay, that's good. Now you need to address that in a different way. Because if you meet them under these circumstances, it's not going to work out well. And so I tell them, I say, look, I've been doing this for 20 years. First of all, I'm sorry to hear about what's going on. I know that's a big one in life. I can't help you. I can help you guys, and I actually specialize in helping people through situations like this. I've had a lot of my clients get divorced and help them successfully through it. I can tell you a way that I can help and a way that I can't help. Meeting you without the spouse always leads in one direction: mistrust. The spouse is going to be furious that I met with you. And so if you're serious about selling the home, what I recommend is you get further into the process. You schedule a meeting so that I can sit down with the both of you and represent both of you equally. And that is a very important conversation to have. I am named in 4 divorce decrees that my clients got divorced, and I was named in their divorce decree that I was going to be the real estate agent that sold their home. And so how you have these conversations is very, very important, because it's not a legitimate appointment if you're meeting them in secret. Many come through the garage door and won't even recognize it's there. So another reason I'm telling them that I'm leaving them a packet at their door is maybe I'm coming to meet them tomorrow. This afternoon, I'm going to drive the neighborhood and leave a pre-listing packet. I show up at their door the next day, it's still sitting there because they didn't go through their front door. So I'm going to let them know I'm going to leave something there. And if they do have a Ring doorbell or some type of video surveillance equipment, that doesn't freak them out that I just show up unannounced. I am a huge proponent of a pre-listing packet. I think it's important. I think that it shows a lot of value. We're going to hear a video in a moment from a friend of mine, actually, that I met at a real estate conference, who has videos regarding pre-listing packets. We saw part of his video before. Okay, so why do I drive the community? I'm going to learn what conforming curb appeal means. I want to go drive the neighborhood to see that, so that when I look at the outside of the home and I'm looking at the others, that's going to help me in pulling my comps. I'm going to learn the subject property. Sometimes you get into the tax records and they're old enough where it doesn't tell you the number of stories. And then you're trying to get on Google Earth and it's unclear on if this is the actual property or not. And so I want to drive it and I want to see what I'm dealing with. That is helpful. I'm going to learn the pending comps. I'm going to learn where they're located, and it's going to refresh my view of the neighborhood. Are they backed to a retention pond? Are they backed to high power electrical lines? Is there an empty lot next to their house? Are they across the street from an amenity center or a park? Is there is there something about this property that by me looking at it, it's going to help me with pulling the comps? And the answer is yes. When I go drive a neighborhood and I drive the subject property and I look at the comps and I go back and I do my actual field work, it's a completely different scenario for me. So it will help you. How many of you have driven a neighborhood before a listing appointment or just waited until after you got the listing appointment to go do all that work? Who wants to share?
I will. I am, I can't say, being completely honest, that I drive by every time. If I know the community real well, and I probably shouldn't use that, just because I'm familiar with the community, because things could have changed. So I'm going to try to do, but I do try to do that, but I need to be more persistent and cognizant of that fact. So it does help.
Yep, and that's another reason why if you have a client who is in Houston, Texas, and they call you in Austin, hey, can you list my house? And next thing you know, I have that agent on the phone with me. They don't want any other person. On the entire planet Earth, I'm the only person they want. They don't want anybody else. It sounds to me like you want me to believe that, but I don't believe it. Yes, maybe there's a relationship there, but did you tell them, hey, I've got agents down in Houston that know that area. I can help you through this process, but I need to have boots on the ground and get you with an agent down there that has access to their MLS and they can represent you by knowing the neighborhood. I can still help by answering questions. I'm not going to interfere with them, but I really recommend this. Did you have that conversation? And if they did, I said, I want to hear the phone conversation. Because in 20 years, I've referred out a lot of business and I've told my clients the truth. Yes, I'm a really good agent, but I'm not the agent for you on this transaction because you want someone who knows the neighborhood better than me. You want someone that knows that neighborhood, that community. I don't know if there's a rock quarry a mile away that's blowing dynamite in the ground, shaking all the stuff off their um, shelves in the bathroom, which is a Trek complaint that a Texas realtor's complaint hearing I served on, that the agent didn't know that there was a rock quarry and on Saturday morning they blow up the ground and it causes everything to break in their bathroom. And the agent didn't know that. Agent should have known that. And if they had any kind of um, competency in that neighborhood, they'd be able to talk about things like that. So if you don't have the competency, you should get someone who does. That's a requirement of Trek and us. Andrew.
I was going to say that I do drive by the house first because I want to take a picture of the front elevation so I could upload a current picture on the CMA.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And we can't be stealing photos from the internet from another agent's listings and borrow that because, and this is a perfect segue to have a 3-minute conversation with you. Avis Wukash, broker of the Keller Williams office in Round Rock. I'm guessing this was probably at 2018 now, the day before Thanksgiving. No, it was the day after Thanksgiving. It was not a holiday, but not a lot of people working. And she was at home and she got served a $6 million lawsuit. And in that lawsuit was 40 photos of Georgetown Amenity Centers from Del Webb. What happened was the photographer of Del Webb sold the rights of their images, and we've got patent trolls, and then we have these photography trolls that are buying these compilations and then using Google image search to find where they exist online. And if you have a copyrighted photo and you're displaying that image, it's $150,000 fine per image per display. You put that on Zillow, it's on Zillow, but it's also on Realty. You put it in the MLS, where does it go? It goes to Zillow, Realtor.com, Coldwell Banker, Realty Texas, times 50,000. Maybe it's set on 50,000 websites because it goes to all the agent websites too. You multiply that, those damages are multiplied. And so it was a lawsuit that was filed, and the result of the lawsuit was an E&O claim for just over $3 million. And the contract that they signed with the company said that if there are any other images that are not being disclosed at the time that they're signing the contract, that they agreed it would be a $100,000 fine per image. So Avis had to contact HAR, Netris, Waco, Highland Lakes, Four Rivers, CTX MLS, and go through every single one of their company listings and going through those photos to see which agents swiped the photos from the HOA website. And guess what? This is the kicker. They went to the on-site builder in Del Webb, and the on-site said, I don't care if you use the photos, go ahead. Well, if you guys come to the office and you walk in, I'll say, you can take Andrew's car. I don't mind. Jump right in, borrow his car. That's cool. Yeah, no problem. I don't get to give you permission to use Andrew's car, just like that on-site doesn't get to give that agent permission to use those photos. They don't have the authority. The agent thought they did, but they didn't. And it was a catastrophic event. So we're not going to borrow another agent's photos because it doesn't have to be just even that. It could be that a real estate agent's listing a property and they see last year this property was listed and there's beautiful photos in the MLS. Okay, I'm just going to use those. Nothing bad could happen, right? Again, against the law and against the MLS rules and regulations. And if you do that, you are going to, the repercussions that are huge, $150,000 per display. But more than that, you're probably not going to get a lawsuit to that magnitude, but you're probably going to hear from the listing agent who's going to tell you that you need to pay for their photos and send you an invoice for $700, and you're going to have to pay for it. And then you're going to have to get your own photos for another $700. Don't make that mistake. All right. So exactly what Andrew said, we're going to go out and take our own photo and put it on our CMA, and we're not going to swipe one that we found from the MLS because that is illegal. The value of driving the neighborhood is tenfold. When you're pulling the comps, you understand the neighborhood better. You can see it. You can kind of get an idea of what's going on. It's just, I have a million examples, but it's very, very valuable for you. Okay. RPR. This is going to be the basis of my pre-listing packet. I'm going to print a RPR report. We did this already on Monday. All of you went into a group and you printed an RPR report, so I'm not going to film the video of doing the RPR report. But I do a handwritten note. I put the RPR report in there, and I put a note that says, here is the public information regarding your property. Please review this for any inaccuracies. And everything about their home is there, and it's very, very helpful. And then when I show up at the listing appointment, did you have an opportunity to go through the RPR report? Yes, I did. Awesome. Was there anything that stuck out at you about that? Well, the last agent took horrible photos. Agreed. Okay. Or it could be you're going to put an RPR report in there. You're going to put your business card in there. You're going to slip in our Realty Texas seller guide. And behind that, you're going to slip in the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics and slip that in there as well. And in our seller guide, you might want to turn the page to our promise and it has the promises that we give that actually came from ABR class. I think that's super helpful. So we're going to hear really quick what what's his name? I can't think of his name.
Are you using one of these? Do you even have one of these? Happy listing day once again. I'm Matt Benelli. Thanks for watching. This is a pre-listing packet, and if you're not using one, you should be. So what does your perfect pre-listing packet look like? If you don't know what a pre-listing packet is, it's a packet of valuable information that you share with a potential seller before you meet to conduct a listing consultation. If you're conducting a one-step process, you want to deliver this packet ahead of your scheduled meeting. If you are conducting a two-step process, you can either deliver the packet ahead of time or you can bring it with you when you preview the home. To clarify real quick, a one-step process is when you preview the home, explain your value proposition, and have your discussion about pricing analysis all in one visit. A two-step process splits that into 2 appointments, the first one being when you preview the home, and the second when you discuss your pricing analysis. Okay, so what's the point of a pre-listing packet? You like to do research before you buy a product or service, right? So why not help out your future clients and provide that research for them? You want to provide them with everything that they need to understand the home selling process and what it will be like to work with you. Here are some things that you should include in your perfect pre-listing packet. Your biography, of course, testimonials from your clients, information about your brokerage, your complete marketing plan. And this is very important because it details exactly how you're going to help them sell their home. Your affiliations and distributions, identifying how you're going to expose their listing to the market. Examples of your digital and your print marketing materials. Market statistics, of course. A list of questions that they should be asking their realtor. An introduction to any additional services like transaction management and title services. A listing agreement completely filled out with the exception of price. Homework for the sellers, including any type of property disclosure forms. And anything else that you want to include that differentiates you from the competition and helps the seller get ready to market their home. A quick side note here, also make sure you're sharing any required state or association disclosures as appropriate. Make sure you customize this packet for each seller. This is a great way to demonstrate the value of working with a proactive real estate advisor. In addition to exceeding expectations with potential sellers before they even sign a listing agreement, the pre-listing packet will allow you to do a little bit of due diligence on the seller's motivation. If you go through the trouble of preparing and delivering this information, you're hoping that the sellers take the time to read it. To encourage them to do so, before delivering the packet, tell them this. I have prepared and I'm going to deliver to you prior to our meeting a packet of information that has everything that you need to know about the home selling process and what it's like to work with me and my company. Now the seller knows that this is important information, so when you meet with them, you can ask, did you have the time to take a look at the information that I prepared for you? Do you have any questions? The seller may or may not have questions at this point, as they may want to have a continued discussion first, but if they didn't take the time to review that packet of information and they don't know anything about you or your company, they either aren't that motivated to list or they just want to hear your number. Any type of reaction from the seller regarding your pre-listing packet should help you adjust how you may or may not need to guide this seller. So if you're not using a pre-listing packet, start using one. If your current pre-listing packet doesn't have some of the items we talked about here, add them in. And if you already have the perfect pre-listing packet, that's awesome. Keep using it. I would love to hear from you all, some success stories or non-success stories that you may have had with using a pre-listing packet. I would also be interested in hearing what your favorite items to include or not include in a pre-listing packet are and why. Feel free to drop a comment on the blog or the video or just send me a note. For now, good luck with your listing consultations and we'll see you again soon. Have a great day.
Met Matthew at a NAR convention. He is very well known across the country for doing these kind of videos and helping agents with putting value out there. All right, so you have this video. I'm going to put this link to this video, copy video URL in the chat. I will also send it to you in our Mega 15 Teams group. So there is the video. You can go back and watch that again later if you would like. Let's have some open dialogue about some of the things that you've heard here. Maybe you've never done a pre-listing packet. Maybe it never occurred to you to do one. Maybe you have. Maybe you want to do one. What are some thoughts that came to mind after hearing from Matthew and his pre-listing packet ideas?
Sorry. I was thinking too if adding to the pre-listing packet, I don't know if this would be good, but putting that personality test in there was a possible way just to do it in the beginning so you know what you're working with, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think that we probably within 15 seconds of meeting with your seller, we'll be able to predict what color they are. People wear their colors on their sleeves. I like where you're thinking about that, critical thinking about what we can do to provide them value. So what are some other things we could be adding into that pre-listing packet, or some thoughts from this? Because how many of you are going to leave a pre-listing packet on your next listing? Okay, powerful stuff. Go to the store or get on Amazon or wherever it is that you buy your office supplies and buy manila envelopes, because you're not going to leave an RPR report laying on the cement. You got to put it in something. So get some, and I like white manila envelopes. And so you can get whatever color that you want, but I always buy the white ones with the peel off sticky on the back, put all my stuff in there, affix a label to it, and leave it at the front door. And inside is a note that starts with thank you, a handwritten note, RPR report, code of ethics, and the Realty Texas listing guide. And the handwritten note always includes the words thankful and grateful every single time. Next step you're going to do is print a copy of all the MLS sheets. We're going to start with the data. We're going to pull all of the data so that you know what you're working through. We talked about some of this when we did our CMA class. But again, I want every single MLS sheet, even whether it was listed for lease or sell, I want them all compiled in one place. I'm going to pull the tax records and I'm going to have those printed out as well. So the very first thing I do when I get a seller who's wanting to work with me and I get a phone call and I get a appointment, first thing I do is I print all the MLS sheets. It tells me the square footage. It tells me if there's a discrepancy in the square footage. I print the tax records and I put them on my desk, and then I start pulling my comps. And I keep, as I'm looking at the comps, I'm looking at the MLS sheets and I'm looking at the tax records so that I can keep track of the square footage. And as I'll show you coming up, I always on the MLS sheet take the most recent, take a highlighter, and I highlight the square footage and the address and the subdivision and the number of beds and baths and the acres, so that I have that highlighted. And I'm going to bring that with me on my listing appointment. And I put my field notes on this stuff. So when I'm there, they can see that I printed the stuff and I've highlighted stuff and I've written on it. And they can see that some work went into this. It wasn't just a last minute thought. Mary Beth.
Okay, so you said print everything that has sold and or leased. But then I thought on Monday you said that we're only going to do 1 stories to 1 stories and 2 stories to 2 stories. So am I printing everything or?
So either I misspoke or you misheard me, one of the two. I'll just make that my fault. Everything regarding every MLS listing for that property. So everything, if it leased 2 years ago, it sold in 18, it sold in 19, it sold in 23. I'm printing all of those MLS sheets so that I have it here, so I can go through and look at my MLS sheets for that particular property.
Just that house, not the competition.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and then I have that printed out on my desk, and then I also have the tax records printed out on my desk, and then I start pulling comps so that I can go back and I can review from my stack the square footage, and it helps me familiarize myself. I don't pull comps without having the MLS sheets printed and the tax records printed. As much as we are a paperless organization, and as much as agents want to believe that they can have a listing presentation on their iPad and take it out there and it be effective, I have found that I am perfectly fine having a digital listing packet. I kind of like it, but my clients don't. I don't care if they're millennials, Generation Next, or baby boomers. Everyone prefers the paper. Papers you can put in different piles, you can write on it, you can see the photos. So far, I have beta test in every different way trying to have a digital listing presentation, and they don't like it because it's look at the screen over here, push play, and it's just not the same thing. It doesn't have the same relationship building as paper. So far, I've not seen a situation where something works as good as paper for a listing appointment. So I highly recommend that you bring paper. Now, if you've ever bought a Honda in your life, you've probably seen their gigantic desktop that's a computer that has a screen that goes over the entire desk. It's very cool. It is where you can have pieces of paper and move them around and stack them on top of each other. And you can do everything with that desktop that you can paper. But you don't get that at their kitchen table. And you don't have that on your desk at the office. So the next best thing is good old-fashioned paper. I'm a hard advocate for that. Adon.
Hello. I think you already answered it, but I want clarification just in case I don't want to misinterpret anything. Would it be a bad idea in our pre-listing packet to add the CMA we have? We're also going to bring it with us physically anyway, so but just something for the prospect to peruse over and
Yes.
just to consider.
100% hard no. Hard no for 3 reasons. Hard no reason number 1. I haven't been inside, so I can't tell them what these comps actually mean because I'm going to do the CMA work once I get inside. I'm not bringing a CMA with me. I'm bringing comps with me, and I'm doing the CMA with them at the kitchen table in front of them together. Because I can walk into that home and let's say that I deviate from my norm. In the first conversation, I asked them, have you done anything to the property since you've owned it? Oh yeah, we ripped out all the carpet and put in flooring. Oh great, what kind of flooring did you put in? We put in hardwood. Awesome. And then I get there and they did it themselves. They put in pergo, not hardwood. There's no cord around. There's gaps between that and the baseboard. And what they've done is the carpet would have had a higher value than that. I gotta have eyes on it. I gotta see what I'm dealing with. So I can't come up with a number, and I'm gonna pound this one home again. Guys, if you've come up with a number and you've written that number down on a piece of paper and you haven't been inside the house and you show up at the front door with a number written down, shame on us. Shame on us because of this. Imagine for a moment you were the seller. Let's just put ourselves empathy. You know that I love doing that. Let's use empathy. Let's put ourselves in our past when we were selling a home and we had a real estate agent help us. Somewhere in the past that happened, whether you were a kid and they were coming to meet your parents or whether it was sometime in your life. How do you feel about an agent showing up at your front door with a number pre-printed and they've never been inside your house? I don't like it. That number's suspect already. I don't believe in it. How did you do that without even seeing my house? So it's not a real CMA. I have to take the condition of the property. I have to see the inside. And I'll tell you, when I got a new agent, when I was a new agent coming into Texas, I had to figure this out. And I'm going to tell you the evolution of my own listing presentation. I was going out, I had a listing presentation to do, and I printed the 405-page cloud CMA that came with ML Exchange back in the day. It's dating me now. It was a cool little listing presentation that was, a cool little CMA. The problem is that it had a number printed on the back. And I remember I was going out to a property. It was a potential short sale. And I got there and I knew the moment I walked in the door that my number was really, really wrong. And so I left my CMA in my bag because I didn't even pull it out because that number was so wrong. I had to figure something else out. I learned from that experience that I said, I'm never going to let this happen again. And then I started learning something interesting. I started learning that homes are somewhere between low and average or somewhere between average and high. We know what the low price is, we know what the average price is, and we know what the high price is. And there's going to be a pretty good delta between low and high, but not such a big delta between low and average, and not such a big difference between average and high, especially when we get rid of the outliers. So then you're dealt with these numbers that are 3, 4, maybe $10 a square foot difference, maybe even between the entire swing of low and max, but maybe $6 a difference between low and average. That's a good healthy list price range that we're looking at there. So what did I do? My next rendition was I'm going to do a CMA and pull all the comps that are between low and average. And then I'm going to do a second CMA between average and high and have two different folders in my bag. So when I walk in the front door and based on a look at the inside, I'm going to pick from either A or B, the low or the high. Because I don't know if they're going to be the one that stands out in the community because they've got all the upgrades, or if it's got Formica and carpet and brass everything and dated. I don't know until I walk in the door and see. Now, I will have saw the photos in the MLS, but at that time, a lot of the agents were deleting their photos, and you walked in a home between 2000 that was built between 2006 and 2009, and you didn't know if you were getting hand scraped hardwood floors with granite countertops and naughty altar cabinets, or if you're getting Formica tile and linoleum. You didn't know. Now we have a little better idea, but in any event, it started getting easier as I started getting more experience and I started printing out comps and taking the comps out there with me and then doing the CMA with them at the table after seeing the property. It also engaged them in the process. It made them feel like they're part of it. So now we're building a consensus with each other as I'm going through the comps, explaining to them what I'm looking at in the photos and explaining the difference between the sold and the pending and the active. And I'm educating them as I'm doing the CMA with them, and they're 100% on board and they totally get it. Like, nope. All right. So you guys got hardwood floors. We're going to push these three over here aside that have carpet. These three have hardwood floors. And I'm going through and I'm explaining price per square foot. And the light bulb comes on and they're like, okay, this is cool. This is not suspect. He came and saw our home and did a CMA with me in front of me at the kitchen table. That is what I'm going to teach you to do. And that is what I recommend you to do. Because you've got two situations that you can do. Just like Matthew said, you can do the two-step, which is go out, look at the property, get a feel for it, go back to the office and do a CMA and come back. Or you can bring your comps out there and do the CMA live real time when you're out there. That is what we're going to talk about. Okay. So let's make the assumption that we had the call, we set the appointment. I am now printed the tax records on my desk. I printed all the prior MLS sheets for that subject property. And now I'm looking at 3 comps that are pending. I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to have a conversation with the listing agent about the professional courtesy of them sharing with me what it's under contract for and when they're coming to the close date and when they're going to make it to the closing table. When we get back from our break, I'm going to ask for 2 volunteers to take us through this script, and I'm going to explain why I use these words specifically. Because a lot of agents, they don't know. And they're going to think, I can't tell you the sold price. So how you phrase your question and how you go about asking is going to dictate whether or not you're going to get your questions answered or not. So it's 12:05. Let's come back at 12:15.
Andrew, can you hear me?
I sure can.
I wanted to ask you because I'm trying to do some comps on a couple of my neighbors' houses because I know for a fact that one of them is going to leave after their daughter graduates, and there's another one that wants to either lease this house and buy. Well, I think we talked about it in the morning huddle a while back, but my problem is my neighborhood is so well, it's not so new, but it's newer, and people aren't they like it here, so they aren't leaving. So I don't know I mean, a lot of the things that I'm pulling up in my results, they were sold like back in 2018, 2019. So I don't really have anything to compare that's new, like more recent.
I can help you offline if you like. I can just tell me what the subdivision is, and I can help you find some comps.
It's really hard.
Sure.
It's Verona in Pflugerville.
Yeah. Okay. I'll still help you though.
Things haven't been coming up. I don't know.
I've sold in your neighborhood.
Yeah,
Yep, I
I
did.
can't get anything to come up in the
I
results.
sold a house in Verona.
All right, y'all. It's 12:15. Time to come.
They had a dish on their roof, and the dish had holes in it, causing water to come inside. And looked, and there was like $12,000 worth of damage to the decking from the leak. I'll be back, Omar.
You actually had a hot mic on there, Jack.
Yeah, I know. I was sharing with the group. Welcome back, everyone. It is 12 o'clock. We will be going to lunch at 1, so we have 45 minutes, and we're going to spend the entire second half of our day after lunch regarding our listing presentation dialogue on the table. I have filmed a video of a mock listing presentation from knocking on the, well, actually from the very beginning, from the phone call all the way through to getting your listing agreement signed. So I'm going to be putting you guys into groups, and you're going to be watching that video, taking notes, and coming back out of the group session after watching it. It's a longer video. It's 20 minutes. Longest video you'll have seen, but it is a kitchen sink listing presentation. Okay. So as I mentioned, I need 2 volunteers.
I can do it.
I was hoping Lisa would volunteer.
Okay, sure. I volunteer.
Would you like to be Lisa?
Oh, that's a good idea. It's even spelled the same as me.
Okay, I'll be Jack. Ring, ring.
Oh, you're ringing. Hi, Jack. Hi, Jack. This is Lisa with Realty Texas. I see you have a pending listing in Terra Vista.
Hey, Lisa. Yeah, we went pending last week.
Hey, I'm about to go on the market on a property where your listing is going to be my very best comp.
Okay, how can I help?
I was hoping that you could share with me if you went into multiple offers and if you got over asking.
We did. Actually, we got, I think, 15 offers, and we're about 20K over.
That is super helpful. Thank you so much. And by the way, congratulations on your listing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Congratulations on your sale. All right, so very simple dialogue. Doesn't have to be crazy, not over the top. We're just going to call each listing agent. We're going to ask them, how many did you get? And if they tell you how far over they went, that tells you what they're going to close at. And so I would throw in here when they're going to hit the closing table, because I want to know the close date as well. That's not in the script, but you get the point. You're going to pick up the phone, you're going to call all the listing agents, and you're going to have dialogue. Now, you're going to have people say, oh, I don't think I can tell you. I think that's confidential. And then I always let them know, although I understand it's a professional courtesy. We'll have that information was reported in the MLS. It's not confidential, but I understand if it's not something that you can share. And then most of them, they just don't want to do something that is incorrect. So we're going to know about it soon enough. I want to know about it now because it's going to help me. And I get this call all the time. So it is literally a professional courtesy. Maribeth.
So do we not have to have our seller's permission to disclose that information?
You do not. You have a listing agreement that gives you permission to disclose it.
Okay.
Yep, 100%. Now, if the seller has contacted the MLS and they've excluded the property from the MLS, then you may have a situation here. But I would still say that it's still not confidential. The merits of the offer is not confidential. None of it is. It's actually very public. So the only thing that you have here is that you can't be required to give whatever the sold price is to the appraisal district, but it's not a secret. And so this professional courtesy, if done right, is going to help you in your listing presentation. It's also, we know that if you got 4 properties that are currently pending on the market and you're having a listing appointment, it's a very good likelihood that that property is going to make it to the closing table by the time you have properly prepared the home for market, got your listing collateral, got through your coming soon, got through your grand open house weekend, went into multiple offer situation, the buyer went through their option period, and then they had the appraisal pulled and the appraiser showed up at that listing. There is a very good likelihood that those properties will be your comps. And I want to know what those are going to look like beforehand so that I can factor that into what I've got going on. Because it's my belief that the pendings, when you're going on market, have more valuable information than the solds do. Now, I'm not going to bet the farm on my pendings because they can fall out and they can get a renegotiation through the option period. A lot of things can happen, but it's going to tell me how many displaced buyers happened that are still flying around that neighborhood, as an example. We had 15 offers. Well, that's interesting. There's 14 other people that are willing to buy in that neighborhood. That's important to me. That means that we've got something going on in this neighborhood that either that property had something about it, they priced so low that they turned it into an auction, or something about that property, or the market conditions. And if I have a few different pending properties, I'm going to have the same conversation with all of them, and I'm going to start hearing a story and a pattern. And I'm going to simply share that story and I'm going to share that pattern with my potential seller during my listing presentation. I had a couple hands raised. Who were they? Pop up and then it went away. List price to sold price ratio is something that I think is a powerful thing to do. When you go into your MLS, you're going to click on the status closed, maybe for the last 200 days, which is the number that I typically like to go for. And you're going to do the CMA. You're going to grab your square footage range, you're going to put in your subdivision, and then you're going to pull up the comps. You have the ability to print. How many of you know how to print the quick CMA? So here I'm grabbing single family home, I'm grabbing fee simple, I'm grabbing a single story home, and I'm gonna hard code it to 2 because I don't want to get 3-car garages in there. And I'm gonna look up my results pane. Now my results pane is gonna give me a list of comps. In this list of comps, I'm looking for outliers right now. I'm looking for a year built that's way outside the norm. I'm looking for a set of acres that's maybe, 0.5 acres and everything else is 0.2. So I'm looking for some outliers. I'm going to further play with my data to ensure that I filter out the properties that are going to cause me harm. So here I'm getting homes built before 2016 because those were just a little bit too new. And now I'm going to criteria it one more time because I saw a property in there that had an acreage that was really high. So 0.19 minus. I don't want a quarter acre property affecting my CMA. Then, once I'm happy with the data that I have, now I'm noticing there's also some Round Rock Georgetown issues. So I'm going to get the Georgetown side to get the Round Rock out of my grid. I could either type in Round Rock or Georgetown or the area, either one. And now I've got the data set that I feel is good. I'm going to get rid of my outliers, which is the lowest of the low and the highest of the high. I'm going to keep the middle. Now I'm going to refine those down to I have these comps set up. And I'm going to click my quick CMA. And when the quick CMA comes at me, it's going to tell me the median, the average, the maximum, and that's some really important information. I need this information. This is critical information for me to be taking on my listing presentation. It has everything that you need right here. A large part of your conversation is going to take place on this. This video is located in your learning center and it's located in your mega module. And so you can always go back to it again if you want to watch me go through and see how I'm filtering out my comps. We've did that together in our CMA class, but I wanted to do it again here. Now I'm going to look at the overhead. I'm going to click the data view because I want to see where are these things. Maybe I noticed that there are some greenbelt views, or maybe they back to a busy road, and maybe I want to take them out based on their location. I come up with a set of data here. Here are 8 comps. You'll notice that all of these comps are pretty conforming in terms of square footage, sold price. These are what comps I would be using. And there's a couple in here that we would refine even further. Okay. Do we have multiple offers going on in this marketplace right now? What we're seeing here is in Terra Vista. I pulled a list of properties in October, November, and December from the last 90 days in Terra Vista that have closed for asking price or more. You'll notice 4 days, 13 days, 17 days, 18 days, 32 days, 47 days. So the vast majority of them closed in a month or less. 384 sold for 396. 750 sold for 750. 399 sold for 399. 575 sold for 590. That was December 5th. 435 sold for 435. 360, 360, 369, 369, 450, 451. We are seeing multiple offers. Even when we went in the MLS and we saw how many active listings? 80 active listings in Terra Vista. 80 active listings, but these 8 went into multiple offers or got asking price. How you prepare a home for market, how you advertise it, and how you price it is going to determine the outcome more than anything else. So you can think, oh, there's so much inventory, no matter what happens, I'm going to get beat down in price. And that's a falsehood. We're going to do things a little bit differently to make your property the outlier that closes in a multiple offer situation. Now, I went ahead and pulled out and I said, let's just grab all of Round Rock. Do you think that here's $1 million property, $1,020,000 sold for $1,020,000, 977 sold for 977, 936, all of these 835 sold for 850. So you're seeing these properties asking price or better. Here's 21 examples that closed in October, November, December that went into a multiple offer situation. Now, I want you to look at the days on market of these properties. What are you seeing here? Are you seeing a week or less on market?
Yeah, less than a week.
Okay. So this is what you're aiming for as an agent. You want to come on market strong, have it priced correctly. That does not mean you're giving away the house and you're trying to turn a $400,000 property and list it for $375. I will never recommend that practice, ever. But if I have a property that's at 400, I might be looking at 389 sometimes, $9,000 difference, depending on what my active competition looks like. Because you might have people that listed for 420 and now they're at 395, and you're sitting there with the exact same properties on market for 395. You're doing a CMA. Your CMA says 408, but all your competition is 395. You price at 400, they beat you by 5,000. So maybe I'm going to come in at 389, just under it, because I believe if I list for 389, I'm liable to get 408. I list at 408, I'm liable to get 392. I'm going to get more for listing it less, $3,000 more. But I also stay away from having 80 days on market, 90 days on market, or 100 days on market. We have to strategically price the property, taking into consideration your competition. It doesn't matter what the property is worth. It matters what you're up against. And how you come on market is also going to be how or not you think that some of the inventory is going to have to be liquidated before. If you come on market and you have 4 comps, and it is your belief that those 4 comps are going to sell before yours because of the condition and the price, we've listed wrong. Because those 4 comps are going to get replaced by other listings that continually come on market. So the idea and the premise should not be, well, this one, they really outpriced us. So we need this one to sell so that we'll be the next one to sell. The biggest fallacy there is that becomes your comp. And now that that's a comp, now you have a problem because now you are overpriced. So we want to come on market correctly. And again, this is what's happening in our market right now. Raise your hand if you believe that we had 21 properties in Round Rock that closed in less than a week at asking price or more. And most people would say, I am not so sure that's happening. Of course it's happening. But it's happening by the experts who know how to list a property, not the amateurs who are taking photos with their iPhone and not helping the seller properly prepare their home for market. Because those homes, I could show you a different slide of those homes staying on the market for a year, getting fired, getting hired by an expert, and then fixing what was done. List price to sold price ratio is an important thing for me. We just kind of looked at that already. 297 sold for 293, 350 sold for 352. In a time with limited inventory and fewer buyer choices, the list price versus the sold price ratio tells a story of the demand in the subdivision and how aggressive buyers must be to secure housing. The opposite can be the same true. If we are converting and we've got a lot of inventory, then we have to work even harder, just on the opposite side. If we have a lot of inventory, we need to see who was successful, who was able to go under contract in less than 10 days, and what did they do? How did they prepare the home for market? Because no matter what market you're in, your first 10 days will always be the most important. And the goal is to get your property under contract on those 10 days. I'm going to show you, though, today how to turn that 10 days into 15 days. Because we're going to be on market 5 days and it's not going to even show up. And we're not going to violate Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0, where we're going to leverage multiple MLSs. And this works no matter what market you're in. There are certain MLSs that are simply better at syndication than others. You need to hear that. There are certain MLSs that are better at syndication than others. And when you put a property in MLS, you are trying to get the buyers on Realtor.com and Zillow and Homes.com to see your listing. You're trying to get their attention. Photos will get their attention, Matterport will get their attention, and video will get their attention. But if it's the 70% that doesn't have a real estate agent yet, they're not going to contact you. They're not going to call you. But if you give them a reason to come, and all they have to do is show up with anonymity, be able to walk the property, you can engage them, and hopefully using the forward script and the scripts that we teach you at the open house to engage them with dialogue. And now you've met someone who you would have never met had you not advertised it correctly at the right time and held your open house open for them. So we need to remember who our audience is when we're doing an open house. Mary Beth.
So when you're talking about sharing this list price to sold price ratio and how many days something's on market, do you ever consider also providing the withdrawn or the expired listings to show the houses that were possibly overpriced and sat there for way too long, so that they can see how that's also a death sentence, in my opinion?
So I think that that might be good for an agent who doesn't get the seller excited about the listing presentation. I say that because I used to have everything that was listed in the last 300 days, including the expired, withdrawn, and it would be everything in the neighborhood. And then I would sort it by status. So I had all my actives together, all my pendings, all my solds, all my expired, and I would have that there. But fewer and fewer times do I actually need that anymore. But yes, it's there in my arsenal, and it's sitting next to me, ready to be pulled out in a moment's notice.
Yeah, I just wondered because I have houses in my neighborhood that have sat there for 6 months and been withdrawn. And then that's the question they ask is, why do you think that house didn't sell? And it's like, well,
Exactly right.
it was overpriced. Wasn't, to me, in my opinion, marketed correctly or staged properly or, prepared properly. There's just a lot of factors. And it's hard to stay positive and not talk ugly about somebody else's listing. You know, it's like, well, this is what I would have done. You know, I don't know. I'm asking you for what.
You want my script for that?
Yes, please.
The recipe to sell a home is to properly prepare it for market, properly price it, and saturate the market with advertising. And if you've done those three things correctly, the property will sell in the first 10 days. Attract asking price or better. I tell them the recipe to sell a house, and it's very simple. We have to properly price it, properly prepare it for market, and saturate the market with advertising. It's those three things. And then with within those three silos, within those buckets, we're going to dissect every single action that we take to make sure that we're stacking onto it the very best, every little detail, because, you know, a cake is all about the details. The details here are important. How you price it, why you price it, what kind of photos you get, what kind of matter part, all of that stuff. How many of you know how to set up a buyer portal now? Through our MLS Plus feature and set up. Why would we be talking about a buyer portal right now? We're talking about listings. Why are we talking about buyer portals? What do
Your
you think?
sellers might be looking to buy.
Maybe. That's true. So I might set up on a portal. What's another thing? Why might I set up a portal for my seller?
So that they can see what the competition, as a buyer, then they can see what's out there.
1,000% yes. I'm going to set up a portal and I'm going to click active, pending, and close for the last 30 days. They're going to get an invitation to the portal. They're going to click the link and they're going to see everything that's closed in the last 30 days, everything that's active, and everything that's pending. But what they're also going to get is when the active goes pending, it's going to send them an email. When something new gets listed, it's going to send them an email. It's going to send them immediately, timely, what's going on. And I make the subject Terra Vista Market Update. And every time they get one of those, it shows them what's going on. And I do it for their criteria. If they're a 1,500 square foot single story home, I'm not sending them a 4,000 square foot home with a pool. I'm sending them their competition so that they can see what's going on with their competition. Because they're going to call me. I used to get questions all the time. Hey, I see this property across the street just got listed for sale. Did you see the price? And I'm like, I haven't seen the price. Let me go look. And so I CC myself. So now they get the message at the same time I do. Now, if they call me, I would say, hey, did that one show up in your portal? No, it must not be one of your comps. I'll take a look at it though. And now I do that for all my buyers, when they buy a home, I set up a portal for them so they can see what's going on in their neighborhood as well. It's very cool. So don't think that you need to set up a portal just for buyers who's looking to buy a home. This is a very valuable tool for your sellers as well, keeping them in the know. It's just another little touch that you can do that they really appreciate. Okay. What am I going to bring with them out at the as everything that I do, I'm taking you baby steps all the way from the very first phone call that I had with them to the phone conversation to walking the neighborhood, calling the pendings, pulling the comps. We're now at the part where what am I going to have in my listing packet? One of the advantages that you have with your .me is a very well thought out packet for every property type and client type so that you don't have to worry about what contract forms do I need. You don't need to have an Excel spreadsheet and be updating that all the time as Trek and Texas Realtors are changing their contracts and agreements and trying to figure it out. We do that for you. So all you have to do is apply a packet and voila, your forms that you need are there. But as an agent, you still need to know what they are. I still bring a folder out with me. In that folder, I have a label that I print that's printed out, so it's not handwritten, in the folder margin at the top. And I have their address and I have their name on that folder margin when I go out there, 100% of the time. Why do I have their name and their address on the folder margin?
Just in case you don't forget, I mean, you probably have a bunch of other clients too, and it's pretty easy to forget names when you get so many.
I think a lot of agents have a hard time remembering someone's name until after they've met them and saw their face. And so you could be walking up to the front door and be like, oh my gosh, okay, I've looked at that ending like 45 times and now I don't remember where it is. And you need it in that moment, and in that moment, it's not there. So now it's on your file folder. So as you're walking up, you can grab like, okay, Mary and Tom. Hi, Mary. Hi, Tom. As they open the door. Who would like to give me the tour? Conversation. So inside this folder, I have a business card, our Realty Texas seller guide, the MLS listings, the tax records, my own copy of the RPR, although I left one for them, my comps, my quick CMA graph that we all built together on Monday, all of the sales, everything that's sold in the past 300 days, and to Mary Beth's point, the expires as well. Everything that has uh, any activity that's happened in that neighborhood for the last 300 days, so that I can go back and reference it. And you'd think, oh my gosh, that must be 50 pages. No, it's usually 2 pages, maybe 3. So we're not talking about a huge deal. I'm not printing out all the MLSs. I'm printing out the grid sheet view, which is 1 line per property, and it's usually not that much data. And all my listing docs. And in terms of the listing docs, it's your IABS, it's your exclusive right to sell, which you were there intending to get signed. I recommend using Seller Shield. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Seller Shield is a way for the seller to be advised by an attorney on how to advised by an attorney through the use of video on how to fill out the seller's disclosure. And if a problem comes up later regarding that property and it was a failure to disclose item that wasn't coming from a malicious intent, it will waive your E&O insurance deductible for that property. And it gives them a printed seller's disclosure. And if something changes, it gives them the ability to go on their own and update it and provide you a copy, or for you to remind them to go and update it. And remember, we cannot touch pen to paper for a seller, even if they're visually impaired. We cannot touch the paper with a pen. They have to fill it out, or they have to work through a third party to fill it out and give us their written statement. It says in the license law that the agent will not assist the seller in filling out the seller's disclosure. It has to be a note from them. That came from decades of agents in the 90s filling out the seller's disclosure at the listing table for their client and sending it to them for signature, clicking a no on everything. The Texas legislature said, nope, no more of that. We're going to make it a rule, a law, that you're not to touch pen to paper. So that's a very serious one. We're going to have the TXR 2507, Protect Your Home from Mold, which is in your packet. Information about property insurance for a buyer or a seller, which is important dialogue you need to have with your seller. That if they move out of the home, they need to contact their insurance company. Let them know the property is going to be vacant so they don't get dropped. Non-realty addendums in case there is personal property that we're going to be dealing with, washer, dryer, fridge, things like that. Your T47 affidavit, which is changing here in January. We're going to explain a little about that. They are no longer making you get this thing notarized. Hallelujah. Consumer notice regarding hazards and deficiencies, which is a one-page notice that they need to be aware that buyers are showing their home. And I go over with them the bullet list of way buyers have gotten hurt showing homes, leaving power strips and rugs on carpet and things like that. And then wire fraud. I could talk for 5 days on this topic. I'm not going to, but we've had multiple instances of attempts on buyers' down payment and sellers' proceeds. There was an article that came out on Forbes magazine this morning about consumers who are using the Google Gmail email should abandon it. Forbes wrote an article about that this morning. It's not secure. Wire fraud is probably the biggest threat that you have in your business right now. The buyer's loss of down payment and the seller's loss of proceeds. There is fraudsters from North Korea, China, and Russia, and they're doing everything possible to get into your systems so they can be tracking a transaction that's going on so that they can create a fake wiring instructions document and send it to the client and hope and pray that someone accidentally wires them a huge bucket of money. We've had it happen once, and it wasn't a breach that happened on our side. The buyer was using Yahoo, and we believe that it was their email address that was compromised. And guess what? They did send the wire to the wrong place. They sent their down payment to the fraudsters. We contacted the FBI and the the FBI was able to retrieve 90% of it and put that back in the buyer's hands. And so that transaction closed, it funded, and they were able to get their money back. So if you hint or hear or think that there's something going on, don't drop rock and roll. You pick up the phone and call Andrew immediately and let us know, because the sooner we find out about this, the more chance we have of getting it back. Especially if it's the first 24 hours, they can reverse a wire. But if it's after 72 hours, it's probably not we don't have an ability to get it back, probably. But if it's just happened, there's a very good likelihood that money will come back. So that wire fraud, we're going to have a conversation with the seller, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. Wire fraud is rampant all over the United States right now, and they're targeting real estate buyers and sellers. You're going to get an email from the title company, and that's going to ask you to fill out a document of where you want your proceeds wired. Ignore those. Do not fill those out. Bring a check with you to the closing table, and we're going to have you write void on it. We're going to have you hand that check to the closer directly, and they will wire the proceeds to that account. That is my recommendation. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you have to hear me on this, and I need you to initial this piece of paper. If you get an email from a third party asking you for your banking information, my recommendation to you is do not give them your banking information. We can do it on the day of closing to ensure that you don't have a situation where all your proceeds are stolen, because it's happening in Texas right now. Mary Beth.
So I was looking at your prepare listing documents list, and I do all of those except I'm kind of surprised about number 7, non-realty items addendum. I don't think I've ever taken that on a listing appointment. I mean, I get it when we're explaining the 1 to 4 contract and the other addendums that go along with that, but can you explain that?
Yeah, they may say, you know what, I'm willing to offer the washer, dryer, fridge, so that I'm going to put that on there, and then they're going to sign it, and then I'm going to put it in the MLS attachments, and we have a seller concession. Now, they may be saying, you know what, I want to offer the pool equipment, or I want to offer this patio furniture to the buyer. Now, I will typically tell them, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, my recommendation is we keep that on the down low for now. When we get an offer, we can barter that for closing, for repairs. So let's say you got a washer, dryer, fridge. We don't offer it to them. We get a repairs amount that they're asking you to do $1,500 worth of work. Then we can say, hey, would you like the washer, dryer, and refrigerator in lieu of repairs? And barter them that way. It's a powerful way to use those items. But I usually bring that out there with me so that I can have a conversation with the seller about what is real property, what is personal property, and that if the buyer is going to ask them for something, it's going to go on a bill of sale, and that's what that looks like.
Okay,
Madam Bell.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mary Beth. Madam Bell, hello.
Yeah, because it's a good point, because earlier in my career I had I sold a house, it's multiple offers, they were so happy, et cetera, et cetera. And I had gone through this, or in my head I had gone through this, and the buyer's going through a walkthrough, and the buyer's like, hey, the stove's missing. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I'm sure they're just getting it cleaned or something. So I called my seller, and they're like, yeah, we sold it. I'm like, why are we selling the stove? Well, because it doesn't go with the house. And I'm like, remember when I went over through everything? Yes, the stove. I said, when you bought the house, did you have a stove? Well, yeah. And I'm like, well, when you sell it, it's gonna have a stove. So I said, can you get it back? And she's like, no. And I'm like, well, you're going to go to Sears, or I think it was Sears back in the day, to go buy a new stove. Now, granted, it was one of the push-in white gas. It might have been $150, $250 at the time. But that's a great reminder when you're talking to your sellers on what stays and what goes.
I appreciate that, because in my listing at Low Bramble right now, she was selling the washer and dryer to somebody for $300. And I said, oh, why? And I said, can they say, I'd rather negotiate that when the buyer comes back? So she ended up telling that person they couldn't buy it. And I said, no, if the buyers already have theirs and they don't want it at that point, then you can sell it, but please leave it so we can negotiate it later. So I have that conversation. I've just never thought to bring the non-realty addendums. I appreciate that.
People like Mary Beth and I, we very much like to barter the washer, dryer, and fridge because it's chips in our pocket that we can use as a tool to help the seller from having to do repairs, having to pull money out of pocket. If they were willing to sell it for $50, they might be able to actually sell it for $1,500, a lot more than what they would have been able to sell it for on Facebook Marketplace because they're going to barter it for what would have been a $2,000, $1,500.
Yeah, I did that this last year on a fridge that they had only paid $1,200 for it. He didn't really want to move it. She really wanted it. The buyers came back wanting $5,000 in quote closing costs or repairs. I came back and asked would they like the refrigerator instead. With discussion with the seller, and the seller was like, "Wow, so all we had to do was give up a $1,200 fridge, not $5,000." I went, "Yeah." They said that's what they would like to do. So, in our side, we felt like we won big time. 1,200 versus 5,000.
Okay, so everyone, I would like you to pull out your calculators, and I want you to take $400,000 and multiply that by 0.01%. Now, for those of you who already know what that math is, you probably don't need your calculator for that, but for my yellows, you will. So what is that number? $4,000. Okay, so typically, when a seller asks you to reduce their commission, they're typically asking you to give them 1%. 1% of a $400,000 house is $4,000. Now, Maribeth just proved her value in that one thing by making her clients almost 5,000 bucks. That's a really cool story to have told. We're going to earn our clients back money 10 times over that 1% that would have been the discount. We're going to get that back for them every single time on our approach to how we list the properties. So we're going to earn our whole commission 1,000,000 times over. I just want you all to remember that. Thank you, Maribeth. Okay, so I have a video here, how you explode a packet. That's what I call exploding a packet. Basically going into a room and picking single family home. We're going to click, I'm helping a seller on a listing. Maybe I click rep agreement. Now I have exploded the packet. And now I'm going to go and add this packet. When I click add, all of the forms are going to explode, and you're going to have a list of all of the forms that we have as both required and optional for this particular property. Very simple. Go to your room, pick the type of property and the role of the client. You click a button and it's going to provide a packet for you that knows it's either a seller or a buyer. And it's going to have the forms that you're going to want to take with you. Or, and most of the time you're going to fill them out, print them out, and take them out there on paper. So also, we have to prepare the paperwork. So we're on a listing appointment, so I'm going to do the same thing here. We're going to go let's say you're representing a buyer in this case. I'm going to go into MLS Plus because I don't have the MLS sheet handy. I'm going to do a quick search to find out what property is this so that I can put it into my packet. So I'm going to do, this is going to show you how to use MLS Plus as well. We're going to go type in Round Rock. And I know the property is a single parcel property. You can either type in an address. In this case, I'm going to look at properties in Round Rock that are over $800,000 because I happen to know that this property is going to be easily found that way. So now that I've done that, it brings up 8 properties that match that criteria. I can make sure that I've got the right property here. And then now all I have to do is double click the MLS number. And I'm going to copy that MLS number. Now I'm going to go to the room. open the room. And when we get the room open, we are going to add a party and add the property. So on the team tab, I'm going to add the client. Working with the buyer on a rep agreement. We're going to add our buyer. In this case, it's Miguel. Congratulate him on his purchase. We're going to add Monica a key title because they're going to open title for us. We're going to grab Michelle Iconin, who's going to be the lender. We're going to pick buyer signer 1. Now we're going to go and explode our packet for the listing. Again, this is how now we have all of our buyer packets because we just did the seller packet a moment ago. Go to the property, and here, what I need you guys to do. You type in the MLS number, it brings up all the MLS listings, and now it's adding this listing agent and this property to your room, and it automatically adds the property to it. Now I'm going to click and I'm going to autofill. Which is going to grab the address and all the information regarding this property, and it's going to fill out all of your forms for you. And now we're going to go through and we're going to fill out the buyer rep agreement. All right, so we did that once for the listing agreement, once for the buyer rep agreement. These are also in your learning center. So these videos are available for you because part of going on a listing appointment is knowing how to use your tools to get the documents out of the system so that you can bring them along with you for your actual appointment. Okay, we got 5 more minutes. Now we have the documents in our hand. So as we've been slowly rolling through this whole scenario, first we had the phone call, we saved their information in their phone, then we did our pre-listing packet, drove to the neighborhood, sat down in the office, pulled our comps, got all of our paperwork together, used our system to print out the listing packet, and now we have everything ready. Now we're going to actually go to our listing appointment and we're going to meet with our client. But the night before, we're going to do yoga and we're going to stretch and we're going to get a good night's sleep so that when we arrive for the morning of our listing appointment, that we are in the right mindset. Do's and don'ts. First, now we're on number 10 of our list. If possible, arrive early and walk the comps if you haven't already. If possible, walk the amenity center if you haven't already. It's important to do that. I think you should have done it at the time you did your comps, but if you haven't, use the time to get there a little bit early to walk them if at all possible. Arrive on time. Try not to be late. Dress to impress. I recommend that you park across the street, visible from their front door, but I don't ever park in their driveway. Do not park in their driveway. There's several reasons. Give me 2 reasons of why you do not want to park in their driveway.
So you don't get blocked in.
Unprofessional and disrespectful.
Hopefully your car's not leaking fluids and it gets it all on their driveway.
Your vehicle could be leaking oil and now it leaks drops on the driveway. I can tell you that that makes me crazy. There are no drips on my driveway. Not going to happen. And so don't let that happen. I can tell you that there's a lot of agents who goes to showings and they pull into the seller's driveway for their showing. Your car does not belong in any client's driveway ever under any circumstances unless one very, very specific thing occurs. They live on an expressway and they don't have any parking on the street and they tell you park in my driveway. In that situation, you have no choice or you're going to Uber, one of the two. All right. So we don't park in the driveway, and I don't like to park in front of their house either. And I'm going to tell you something that I want you to put some thought into. How many of you have car magnets or have a car that's completely wrapped and you are a driving billboard everywhere you go? That's okay. Maybe you shouldn't bring that to your listing appointment. Why maybe should we not bring that to our listing appointment?
A lot of people don't want others to know their listing, especially in Sun City. They're very, very particular about that. So I had my truck unwrapped
Exactly right. We may be a secret, and I'm not going to park in front of their house while the neighbor's like, oh, what's going on over there? Or, oh, looks like they have a visitor. So I'm going to park across the street. I am not going to get out of my car and hit the button twice to make my horn go off because I'm locking my car. I'm going to hit the lock button from the inside of my car and I'm going to shut the door because I don't want everybody in the neighborhood to be alerted that there's someone in the street and looking out their windows, number one. And number two, I don't want the seller to think, I guess they don't think I have a safe neighborhood. And so I don't want to send that message. These little things matter. So we're going to arrive on time. And I mean like 3 minutes early. If hopefully you're like 10 minutes early, drive the neighborhood, get in front of the house about 3 minutes early, and we're just going to hang out until you're about 1 minute before your time to go. Then you're going to get out of the car. It's parked across the street. You're not a driving billboard. You've got your gum is not in your mouth. Your sunglasses are left in your car because I don't know how many times I've lost sunglasses from leaving them at my listing. Leave your sunglasses in the car. Lock the car from the inside. Shut the door so you don't make your horn go off. Close the door. Walk up to the front property. And as you're walking up to the front door, you are taking a mental snapshot of the house. You are looking at the curb appeal and all the things because you're taking a mental checklist because you're gonna have a conversation about what needs to be done at the kitchen table. And so it's better to have that conversation at the kitchen table and not, oh, let's go step out to the front and have a conversation what needs to be out here. That's not necessary. So when I'm walking up to the front door, I'm paying close attention. And when we get back from lunch, I'm going to talk about what it is that I'm paying attention to. And, well, we're going to get put into groups. And we're going to talk about, well, let's get through this next slide. So again, being on time shows that you are a person of your word and that you'll be respectful. We're not going to park in the driveway. Now, when we get back from lunch, we're going to talk about these 10 things. These are the 10 things that I'm looking at as I get out of my car and I'm walking to the front of the door. And I'm not rubbernecking. Oh, look at all of this stuff. I'm just kind of casually walking up to the front door and I'm doing a 360. I'm doing a little look see to look at, can I see what's going on the shingles? What's going on with the garage door? Is there dents? Does the sidewalk need to be power washed? Do they have the wrong kind of light bulbs in the light fixtures? Do the light fixtures need to be watched? Do they have bird nests or spider webs? Are they faded from the sun? Does the tree need to be trimmed? Does the lawn need to be mowed? Does it need to be edged? Does the flower beds need to be mulched? Do we need color? Do they have bushes or in the flower beds overgrown and need to be cut? Is there a no trespassing, no solicitation sign? Is the door faded? Is the mat faded? And are there debris that need to be removed? Does the house need to be painted? That's what I'm looking at. When we get back from lunch, we're going to talk about those 10 things and we're going to actually watch a video and see a bunch of ideas and see things from start to finish of what it was before and what it was after and what the cost was to bring that property into shape. Because properly preparing the home for market is what we're going to talk about at 2 o'clock when we come back from lunch. I'll see you then. I'm seeing a bunch of people who do not yet have their videos on. So Felix and Jessica and Cindy and Gavin and I think the rest of you are visitors. Welcome, everyone. We left off on break talking about what we are doing as we're walking up to the front door and we're about to knock on the door of our listing. So, as you can tell, we are baby stepping our way through the entire process from the very first call all the way to getting our listing agreement signed. And right now, we have pulled up on time. We are dressed for success. We're taking the gum out of our mouth and putting the sunglasses in our car. We've shown up in a car that's not wrapped, meaning it doesn't have our Realtor logo and everything all over it. We're going to park across the street. We're not going to let the horn go off when we lock it. It's telling the neighbors that someone's visiting because this is sensitive. People moving out of a neighborhood we don't want we don't want to cause any grief for the seller more than they already are going to be experiencing. It's a very good possibility that their kids don't know. And if someone else starts rumors and the kids start talking and it gets back to the kids, they might find out they're moving, and maybe the parents don't want this to be put out there quite yet. So let's be very cognizant that we're an invited guest and we want to show up with a little bit of under the radar feel. Okay, so we get out of the car and we're walking up to the property. We're going to look at the tree in the front yard. We're looking at it for the purpose, can I get a photo of the front of this property from the street and be able to see the house? If I can't see the house because it's obstructed view from the tree, then that means that the tree needs to be trimmed. Most likely, it means the canopy needs to be raised. A landscaping guy can handle all of this stuff for you. You just want to make sure that they've got a little bit of arborist training so that they know exactly what they're doing. We're going to talk more about that as well. But as we're walking up to the street, we're going to look at the tree. We're going to look at the shrubs to see if the shrubs are properly sized for the location that they're at. Oftentimes, I will walk up to a house and I will see a shrub that is in the front planter and the windows maybe 12 inches off the ground, maybe 18 inches off the ground, depending on how old the house is. And the shrubs are 36 inches higher than the bottom of the window. That's not going to fly. It's going to make it dark inside. Plus, you're going to have this kind of just, that's not how it flies. Those got to go. Just pull them out. Little baby shrubs, a little bit of color, mulch the flower beds, get rid of those. That's not doing anybody any favor. So these are the types of things that that you're going to learn that the landscapers can handle really quickly. Pulling out a shrub is no big deal. Does the grass need to be trimmed? It's probably going to need to be trimmed again. Depending on what time of year you are, probably going to be taking a lot of listings in spring, and the grass is going to be growing on a weekly basis. So if they do come out and edge and trim, you're going to want to schedule them to come back the day before you get your listings photos so it looks perfect. You want to capture the property in its best light. So the photographer, when you hire them, they're going to be looking at what time of day they should show up, where those shadows are and where the sun is, but you're going to make sure that you are capturing the property in the best light. This should also mean that the seller be aware that when the photographer's coming, there should not be a car in the driveway. If they're at work and there's a car in the driveway and the kids are at home and they're letting them in and no one has keys to the car, now we have a car in the driveway that's going to show up in the photos, and we don't want that. So we have to be cognizant of all of these things. I'm a huge proponent for taking the screens off the windows. When you take the screens off, they should label them, put them in the garage, because we're not going to throw them away, because you're going to get a repair amendment from a buyer inspector asking him to replace the screens. We're going to let them know that there's nothing wrong with the screens. We just took them off to list the property. When you take the screens off and you wash the windows and you're walking up to the property from the street, all of the windows are sparkling, and you're not used to seeing that because you're used to seeing screens on the windows. So there's a sparkly, glittery S about the house that you don't typically see. And so it upgrades the curb appeal for that property and all the homes around it because their screens are there. Typically, the windows have dust on them, if not just plain dirty, but also dust. And that also takes away from the glistening effect. Take the screens off, we wash the windows. That's not a huge project. It makes a big enough difference that I recommend doing it. I wouldn't be talking about it if it didn't make a difference. Does the house need to be painted? Does the front door need to be painted? Is there a front door that is facing afternoon sun that has cracked and splintered and needs to be stained? You're going to need a good stain guy that can come out and refinish the door or stain it or paint it, depending on the type of materials that you're dealing with. Obviously, we're not going to paint a solid door, wood door. We're going to sand that and have it refinished. But if it's a metal door and it's faded in the sun, a coat of paint can really add a lot of curb appeal to a property. And look, we are trying to get a buyer emotionally attached to the home. We're trying to mute anything that's going to bring a concern for them. Y'all know that in a prior life, I was somewhat of a Trekkie. I love Voyager, Star Trek, the whole series. And so I think about that in this instance about shields going up. When you have enemy approaching, you're going to put your shields up. So that's what's going to happen with a buyer as they start seeing things that concern them, their shields start going up. And so we don't want that. We want them to not be looking at the property with concern, but we want them to be excited about the home and everything they see. They're just all excited about. And a faded door, a walkway that's super dirty, and a lawn that needs to be mowed, and a tree that's overgrown, and shrubs that are overgrown. All of these things make the front of the house just looks tired. The buyer's going to go from house to house to house, and they're going to pull up in front of a house. And you've got one opportunity to impress them before they get out. Their first impression of the outside of the house will be their first impression, and first impressions are a thing. So don't think for a moment that these things are not important. Properly preparing the external of the house is going to be their first impression. When they get out of the house, or get out of the car to start walking up, their first impression is going to be made before they even get to the front door. On the garage, we're going to look to see if the garage is dented, the garage door is dented, faded. Now, we have to learn what is conforming curb appeal in the neighborhood. If you have a neighborhood and that's conforming curb appeal, it may or may not make a difference. But I can tell you, if you're in a master plan community and it's less than 15 years old and all the homes are in HOA and they're all pretty good, and you got one house that's got a bunch of dents in the garage door, a lot can be done to fix those, either popped out from the inside or replacing one of the panels. Is it required to do it? No. Is it going to add to the curb appeal? Yes, because it just looks like the house has been through World War III sometimes. And so we want to take that stuff away. Those little things like power washing and replacing the light bulbs. You all know the spiral light bulbs that have the corkscrew light bulbs. We're seeing those kind of being faded away as the corkscrews are being encased now by incandescent glass dome. But even so, what type of light bulb is in there? It should be the correct kind of light bulb for the fixture, and they should be cleaned. And most of them have a screw that you can unscrew that can pop the fixture off, and then you can wash the glass and wash the fixtures. Most of the time, that's necessary. If they are not washing their fixtures every year, that's going to need to be cleaned. And that is one of the things that you can do to help make sure that the home looks good as you're walking up. Look at the light fixtures. Are there any wasp nests? Not only are those dangerous, but it also sends a concern for a buyer because they're going to look at it and they're going to immediately think danger. So get rid of those. And if the mat is worn, if the property has anything on the front of the house that just looks worn and old, might want to give a moment attention to find out what is it going to cost to mitigate that, what can be done to clean it up on a shoestring budget. If it's a big ticket item, maybe nothing, but we want to figure out what we can do on a shoestring budget to get the home whipped into shape. Security signs are not your friend. No trespassing signs, not your friend. Not in this situation, because it sends a message, you're not welcome. People don't like that either. And how many of you have went up to a front door and you've seen the doorbell been burnt out because the light is too hot for the doorbell and it burned a hole in it? Those are 50 cents. Easy to fix. Replace it. It just looks better from a house that just looks like it's been torn up. It's easy to fix that. Takes a couple of seconds and it's a couple of pennies to fix. And when you walk inside, that's going to be their next first impression. So the first impression they're going to get is when they walk up to the front door. The next first impression is going to come from when they open the door and walk inside for the first time. And it's usually the scent, the flooring, and how well lit the home is. Those three things are what gets hit when you walk into a house the first time. We're going to talk about those three things. But first, we're not going to leave the curb appeal conversation. We're not going to end that yet. We're going to watch a video, and then we're going to see some before and after pictures of some curb appeal things about what it looks like to lift a canopy. And we're going to even put you in a group, and we're going to show you a picture of a house. And we're going to put you in a group to discuss what you think should be done with that house, so you can hear from some of your fellow students on how they would recommend that home be properly prepared for market. Because remember, if they're not going to get $1 back out of it, it might not be worth doing. So there should be at least a 1-to-1 recap.
Hi friends, I'm Michelle.
And I'm Steph. Welcome back to our channel. Today we are excited to talk spring. It's official now, and we have about 25 different curb appeal before and afters that we want to share with you today. So what is curb appeal?
All right. Do you just love that feeling when you pull up to your home and the lawn is neatly manicured, you've got blooming flowers and a beautiful pot of flowers by your door, and it just looks so inviting and welcoming to your guests? And that is known as curb appeal. What you see from the street that looks like you want to be a part of that home.
Draws you in.
Just draws you in. So it's the landscaping and colors and
color of your house, your front door,
all of those things just come into that feel of curb appeal. So we're going to share lots of ideas that are on a budget today.
We also want to thank our blogging friends for helping us round up all of these ideas, so be sure to tap on the links below for more information. So if curb appeal is all about that first impression, the easiest way we think is to add a pop of color to your front door.
Good place to start. In fact, if you take a look at my home, you will see that when we purchased it, it was blah. There was white stucco, white trim, white door, and there was nothing to define or give you any inkling that there was some design or style to the home. But adding that pop of color in the door and the trim totally changed the way our front door looks.
For this front door, overall, Julie's door was boring before, and she infused it with a pop of color, and look at the difference. It just makes it so much more cheerful and inviting.
And what if your door is a wood door and it's just worn and looking tired? I love how Stephanie refreshed her front door with some stain, and now it looks brand new. Another quick way to add some personality to your front door is to add a wreath. I love having a wreath on my front door.
Yeah, they can be super inexpensive, and it just, again, makes it a little bit more inviting and welcoming to your home.
And take a look at Steph's beautiful navy door with that fun, modern sunflower wreath on it. I think it is so appealing.
Now take a look at the wreath on my parents' front door. It instantly adds that curb appeal without spending a ton of money.
Another quick and easy way to update your front door is with some new hardware. And you know, new hardware doesn't have to be super expensive. Right. And having that new metal on there and maybe updating the color of your metal can make a huge difference in the way your front door looks.
Yeah. Now let's talk about some curb appeal ideas with the front porch. Whether your porch is large or small, simple updates can really make your home feel more inviting.
The first curb appeal idea for your front porch is to add some furniture. I think nothing is more inviting than having some place where your guests and friends can sit out on the front porch.
While this front porch isn't terrible, it is not very inviting. So take a look at the difference of this porch by adding a place to sit, pillows, and a few accessories. Now it makes you want to come sit and relax.
Another simple way to add curb appeal to your home is to add a rug or a doormat, or even both. In fact, I love to layer a rug and a doormat on my front porch because it adds extra dimension and texture.
The next curb appeal idea is to use potted plants. Now, if you don't have a green thumb, like I don't you worry. Take a look at these like artificial faux greenery balls from 365 Curb Appeal. They look so stinking real. They are amazing.
They are, and you can have beautiful greenery. Don't have to water them, and you can have it year-round. Beautiful greenery on your porch. And we have a special for our viewers that you can get a 5% discount if you'll just enter the coupon code Sunnyside Design. I think you'd have to agree that adding a potted plant to your front porch really ups your curb appeal. What do you do if you don't have a front porch? Clearly, I have one of the smallest front porches. Well, it can't hold much, but a potted plant. But what if you want to have a space that's a little bigger where you could actually sit out there and enjoy your front yard? I love what Marty did at her home. She created a deck on the front of her home, and if you take a look at it, it is quite amazing. They've created this large seating area, there's potted plants, and the design on the railing of the deck is really beautiful.
So an obvious way to boost your curb appeal is with your landscaping, and you don't need to spend a ton of money here, but just simply having the weeds pulled, keeping the lawn trimmed can go a long way.
Well, I'll tell you that when we purchased our home, all of the flower beds were filled with weeds, grass had grown into them, plants were overgrown and covering the windows, and it really just needed a major overhaul. Certainly landscaping can get expensive, but with some creative planning and shopping, you can give your landscape a little makeover on a budget.
Another thing to consider when adding shrubs and flowers to your garden is to create a flow that leads your eye toward the front door. So take a look at Ashley's home with the overgrown shrubs.
And look at the difference with the new planted garden beds. It certainly updated her home's curb appeal. Wendy's front landscaping before she added her garden space really lacked that wow factor.
But now take a look at her beautiful butterfly garden. It certainly draws your eye toward her home and adding that much needed curb appeal.
Often the side of our homes get neglected. However, if it is seen from the street, it can certainly affect your home's curb appeal.
Take a look at this image. Danielle had drainage problems on the side of her home, but with the addition of a pathway, flowers, and shrubs, it now looks so good.
Another item to consider when landscaping your home is actually some landscape lighting. It can really add a lot of depth and dimension to not only your shrubs and flowers and trees and things, but also your home itself.
Just take a look at the difference lighting made on Deborah's home. It now looks modern and up to date, highlighting the best features of the yard. And I feel like the value of the home has increased.
Your home's exterior may be looking tired and maybe a little dated. So how can you refresh that on a budget?
We think the most economical way to do this is with a little bit of paint. And a little bit of maybe blood, sweat, and tears. Not so much blood, but it's gonna take some work.
It is.
But look at the difference paint has made on all of these homes.
Take a look at what our home looked like when we purchased it. It definitely was bland and lacked personality. Take a look at it now and see what paint can do. Before, the facade and the pop out of the stucco was just white. It all blended together, but by adding contrast in the stucco pop out and warming up the facade with a warm taupe color, our home is transformed.
Often just a little bit of paint can make a huge difference in the curb appeal of your home. While the main facade color of Dee Dee's home remained the same, painting the trim, shutters, and front door was a fabulous idea to add some much needed curb appeal to her home. Now let's take a look at Laura's home and how she updated it with just a little bit of paint as well. And take a look at the difference. The contrast between the white window frames and the black shutters certainly captures your attention. The dormers got a little bit of refresh as well as the front door. And now this home certainly has that curb appeal that we all want. We hope you're getting a lot of ideas for boosting the curb appeal to your home. If you're enjoying this video, please give us a thumbs up and be sure to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss more home inspo videos.
I think this would be a really good video for a real estate agent to film. Does anybody know any of those?
Just thinking.
All right, these are super simple videos to do, but you will get some traction if you get these things on YouTube. All right, so potted plants, yes. New welcome mat, yes. Rusted hardware in the door replace, yes. Faded door paint or stain, absolutely. Trim and edge the house, yes. If the house is faded, paint 100% yes. Trim a tree if you can't see the house, 1,000,000% yes. What are some other ideas that you got from this video?
Having the landscaping flow towards the house so that it showcases and attracts your eye to the house.
And some of the things that they were talking about really are quality of life, homeowner kind of things that people would do for their home versus what we would probably do to list a home for market. We're not flipping a house, right? That's not what we're helping our seller is. Now, I have had situations where I've had them at a window, actually, on a house on Plume Grass and Round Rock. I have had them swap out flooring, install granite, and put in a center island, upgrade kitchen, paint cabinets. There are things I've had them do, and I walked inside and said, you know, this is a great house. And I'm looking at the cabinets, and I'm looking at the countertops, and I'm thinking, if the cabinets in this house were painted and they had new countertops and undermount sink, and the cabinets were painted, everything else is kind of okay, except for that. That would transform this space, and it would get me into someone who's going to walk in the house thinking I need to put a lot of money into this house, whereas someone walking into this house and saying I can live here. And that's what you're trying to get is, can you take the house and on a very small budget, get someone to walk in, say, I can move in here today and be happy living here. And sometimes there are small things that you can do that has a huge impact. I recently listed a property in Round Rock, and we had to do all kinds of things. It was a home in the 700,000s, and their garage made it look like a $200,000 house. Holes in the wall and dirty floor and stained, and then there was the tape coming off the ceiling, and you just walked inside of their home and then walked in the garage. I'm like, this is not cool. So I had my painter come up, paint 2 of the rooms in the house, paint the garage, and we put down a coating on the floor. And it completely transformed. Now, typically, I would never recommend anyone do anything in the garage. It wasn't necessary. But for that particular house, I felt like it was, because the garage made the entire house look old. And so people would walk in that garage and walk in the house and say, okay, I can tell they remodeled it, but this is what the before looked like. And I didn't want people thinking that. So that was a really big improvement. It was $150. They didn't use epoxy. They used basically the epoxy that you can get at Home Depot in the box, and it's just a roll-on flooring color that's gray that was awesome. And they sprinkled the glitter over the top of it and put a top coat on it. And my painter did it, and it was super cheap and super easy. All right, so what are some other ideas? Things that you can do on the shoestring budget that has a really big impact?
I like
Lewis.
the lighting within the garden area in the front.
Mhm.
I feel like it can be super cheap, and a lot of it is now solar.
Mhm.
I like the potted plants on the porches.
Mhm. Yep, Lewis. Mario.
I was going to say these are more for interior, would to depersonalize the home and declutter.
Yep. We will get to the inside soon enough. Absolutely. And we're going to have a conversation about that exact same thing. So yes. Lewis, we're almost there. Mario.
Yeah, I was thinking instead of just replacing the metal, you could just polish it and make it new again. And it'd be cheaper than just replacing it.
That is true, Mario. There are certain metals that are so far out of buyer demand that we would want to get rid of it. Like a brass kick plate on a door is going to really date a house. So there are things that we can do to try to change that out, paint it. But if you're dealing with nickel or oil rub bronze, it's going to fly. But if it's brass, it very well not fly at all. Now, golden and nickel are back in. Those two colors are becoming posh again. But anything brass prior to the last 5 years, it's a non-starter. So, but again, we have to look at the price range we're looking at. We have to look at the comps, and we have to determine what it is we're trying to accomplish here. Because sometimes we'll make that recommendation, sometimes not. But if you've got an ordinary house, and that ordinary house is in good condition, but it needs curb appeal, and you get to the front door and it's hard to turn, hard to put the key in the lock, when they try to open that door, it's going to give them a feeling that this house is old. And so putting an $80 lock on the door could go a long way. Alexa.
Adding a reef, they said that's pretty cheap and easy to do.
Yep.
That's inviting.
1,000,000% yes. Okay, good. All right, 123 Main Street. How in the world are we going to take a picture of that house? Because you're really selling, are you selling a house or a tree? I run into this all the time where people just have never called a tree trimmer in their whole life. And it just boggles my mind that people can have a house their whole life and have never trimmed a tree. In any event, everything about this house is overgrown, from the shrubs in front to the tree in front, and then the bush that's on the left-hand side of the garage and the shrubs over there. So the transformation that can happen is lift the canopy of the tree so you can see the house. They also trimmed the tree that was on the left side of the house. I think I would have gotten rid of all of the shrubs that are above the bottom of the window on the right side of the house. That's not supposed to look like that. So had they gotten rid of that and put a couple of small shrubs and some color, and then got rid of the shrub on the left-hand side and did the same thing, you would be a lot more welcoming and inviting. But they certainly did a good job with raising the canopy of the tree so that you can see the house. When you're walking up to the house, you might see this: a spiral light bulb inside of a light fixture. No. Also, it's dated. So this person just went to Home Depot, got some oil rub bronze spray paint, because it comes in a spray paint can, and took the glass out and spray painted it. Super easy to do. A outdoor fixture is somewhere between $30 and $50. You can even get one as low as $25 at Home Depot and on clearance. We're not talking about an expensive thing here, and they're very easy to swap out. Very easy. Question is, do you want to spend $25? You're going to spend $8 on a can of paint. So buying the paint and doing it versus just buying another one, I'm not sure if they've done themselves any favors. But in any event, in this situation, I would have replaced the light bulb as well to freshen this up, because you can tell you've got a stucco home, and based on the architectural design of this house, you're looking at a fairly nice house, and this light fixture is not doing them any favors, especially the contrast. Same thing with doors. It costs $800 to have a wood door refinished. At least that's the last 3 bids that I've gotten, and it's been years gaps in between, and that's still the case. And so I can't tell you how many times I've shown up at a listing and there was cracks in the door and it was faded from the sun, and we don't want that look. We want to freshen it up and a person who knows how to stain. I've got a painter as a recommendation if you're looking for someone. Antonio with Madrano's painting has done this for me over and over again, and does an incredibly good job. In this case, you have a red door and a blue door. Either one of those looks fine, but you can tell having a painted door is going to just help you. So from the front, upgraded, uh, get rid of the rusty decolored door hardware if it's I mean you can try to sand it down and paint, you can try to brasso it, you can try to clean it up, you can try WD-40 to loosen the lock. There's a lot of things that you can do, but oftentimes it's easier just to swap out the lock. Now, if you have a decorative lock that has the decorative handle that's also attached to the door at the bottom, you might have a difficult time finding that lock, and then you take that off, and now you're going to have a spot where you can see where the old doorknob was. So we have to be strategic in how we're replacing this and know what we're doing so that we don't end up. I mean, if you're painting the door and changing the hardware, it's not going to be an issue. But if it's a stained door, you could have an issue because if the new doorknob isn't in the same place or smaller than the old one in terms of the plate, you might have a you can see where the where the fading happened. Painting the front door, upgrading the porch lighting fixtures, creating a seating area. I love that. Adding potted plants, flowers, small little shrubs in potted plants are awesome too. Buy a new doormat. My stager always sends them to Floor Decor, or not Floor Decor, but at home, and grab a new mat. They've got the largest selections of mats of anyone's have ever seen, as well as rugs, and they can just pick up one there, and it makes a difference when you're walking up to the front door. And bird houses, bird feeders, those kind of things can be cute as well if you're trying to break up the monotony of the house. Eric.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of those things, well, all of those things are, the owner has to approve. I'm sure you have encountered or may have encountered in the past, resistance to some of that stuff. How do you, tactically approach that or those conversations, without sounding like, rude?
You're going to hear it in the video. I have a video that I'm going to send you into your breakout rooms, and you're going to hear the dialogue that I have with the client about the curb appeal. I tell them I have a landscaper that is fantastic, that they are the absolute lowest price, and they can whip the curb appeal into shape. And my recommendations are change the hardware, have the lawn cut, mowed, and trimmed. We want to raise the canopy of your tree, and we're going to also want to power wash. We want people to step out of their car, and the very first impression they have of your home, we want it to be that perfect first impression. And we can get that, but we're going to need a budget of about $2,500. And I will look at them staring in the eyes because I want that budget. Give me the damn budget. And then I call my handyman and say, okay, this is what we're doing. I need you to swap out the hardware, and I tell them what to do. And then I say, give me a quote so I know what it is. And then sometimes I'll call them back and say, guess what? It was only $1,800. So we got some extra money to play with for the backyard.
So, question real quick. I've seen listings. I've been looking, and stuff. I've seen some that looks like they could have had they should have had that conversation, because trees are really bad or curb appeal is just not there. Would you say that that's either a lack of owner, one emphasis, or maybe the agent, or just a little bit of both? And that's just a curiosity question. Just
100% agent. I've not had any pushback from my clients with the suggestions that I've had to whip their home into shape because they know that they're going to sell their home for more. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, do you want to sell your home for as least as possible? I mean, the reality is they understand what I'm trying to do. And I tell them in the beginning, look, every recommendation I'm going to give you is going to bring you either a dollar back or double your money. I'm not going to recommend a single thing that's not going to give you back at least dollar for dollar. But what we're trying to do, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, is we're trying to garner an emotional response from the buyer. Because if they're making an emotional decision, that means that not only are we going to have a much better time with our negotiations, but we have a much better likelihood of getting you in a multiple offer situation. And if I can get you in a multiple offer situation, which is what everything I'm trying to do does, I started this conversation about the multiple offer situations. My goal is to get you in multiple offers, which means I need to properly prepare your home, properly price it, saturate the market with advertising regarding your home, and then come on market after we have created a bunch of momentum and go through the first open house weekend to try to get all of the people to show up at your front door at the same time. The 70% and the 30%. I don't have this conversation about the landscaping stuff until I take them through the marketing plan. Once they get the marketing plan, they understand what I'm trying to do, then I have a conversation with them about the landscaping and my team and what my team can help them do. And they pay them directly. I will supervise them and be on site with them to make sure that they understand exactly what it is I'm asking them to do. And I've given the owner a list, and sometimes they want to do it themselves. I would say about 40% of the time they do it themselves. 60% of the time they use my people to do it. And I make sure that, my people are showing up on time, doing a good job, and making me look good. And if they don't, then I eat it. And there's been times where I've had situations where they've made mistakes and I've ended up paying it. I had one of my guys paint a wall that he was not supposed to paint. So, I mean, things like that sometimes happen. We have to be very careful in the communication that we have and have everything well documented. So, do I think that most of the time is the seller or the agent that's failing to get the seller motivated enough to get their home property prepared for market? I think it is the agent, because I've been nearly 100% successful in doing it every single time. And sometimes they're like, I'm strapped for cash. This is a really big deal. Is there anyone that we can get money from? Is there anyone that can have help you and your family? Because you've got one opportunity to sell this house for as much as you possibly can. And if we can leverage our village and people can help you with this, it's going to make a difference. So I'm not going to let this go until I realize, all right, they're in a situation in life where it is what it is. We're going to have to sell it as is, and that's okay. Now I'm going to be doing sweat equity stuff with them and having them do stuff that I know that they can do themselves, like trash out and straighten the room up and clean and get the clothes off the floor and get the dishes out of the sink and get the place as tidy as you possibly can and as clean as you possibly can, and move on with that. But there is never a situation where you want to take a photo of a room where there is McDonald's paper wrappers, underwear on the floor, and you see that in the MLS. That is not ever something you should do. And we see that a lot of times in tenants where the agents are just shrugging their head like, we're going to sell this home and there's tenants involved. How do you handle that? Well, I go to the landlord and say, look, they're not doing you any favors selling it this way. Give them back their deposit and offer them some cash to get them out of the house so we can have this thing vacant and sell it, because we can't sell it in this rate. You're going to lose 8 to 10% of value if we try to sell it this way, because no one's going to buy your home except for another investor, and they're going to be looking at your house with a spreadsheet. That's not what we want. Candy.
I've seen pictures on the MLS with like pets in like the rooms and stuff. And I was just wondering, is that something that they shouldn't be doing?
What do you think about that?
I don't think that they belong in the pictures.
We're trying to sell a house, right? So we want to make it about the house. We don't want people, we don't want pets, we don't want to take a picture, a bunch of furniture or a bunch of trash either. So we want to try to figure out how can we get as much stuff out, have the place looking as good and tidy as we can, so that we can show a buyer what they're going to get and how they can live in that home. So I agree, pets don't belong. Here is a quintessential 1950s, 60s house in a downtown area that has aged and is screaming for some curb appeal. What are some things that we can do to this home on a shoestring budget? I mean, I look at this and I can rattle off 5 things immediately that would make a huge impact. So let's assume that you have a seller who's on fixed income. They don't have a lot of money. They've got some, but not a lot of money. And they're selling this home, and they're moving from downtown Austin to Round Rock. And they're going to sell this house. And based on the value of this home, they're going to be able to buy a brand new home in Round Rock and have $200,000 left over in their bank account. So with that exercise, what are we going to do to help them get this home sold? And I'm going to put you in groups. Elect a group captain. You're going to have bigger breakout sessions this time. I've let you guys have smaller groups, but you're going to have 8 people in your group now. And I'm going to put you in there for 9 minutes. Come up with a list of what you would recommend, and remember the goal for every seller is to squeeze out as much equity as they possibly can. So putting in a pool, maybe not a great idea, right? We want to do things that are going to help make the home sell without them going to a loss. If we're going to spend $10,000 on something, is it worth spending $10,000 if we know it's only going to bring us $2,000? The answer is no. So we have to be smart. So let's be strategic in our stuff. See you back in 8 minutes.
Sweet jacket. Do we have a budget?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. Thank you, Omer. Welcome back from your breakout session. Sounds like and looks like you guys had a very lively discussion. Group 1, Eric, Mesa, Felix, Indu, Giroux, Candy, Mario, and Phyllis. Who's my captain out of Group 1?
I guess that's going to be me, Phyllis.
Okay. Thank you,
Mhm.
Phyllis. Group
Here's the
2,
wheel.
who's my captain out of Group 2? Belladonna, Kamei, Andrew, Cindy.
Andrew Constancio, captain.
Okay, thank you. So we have Phyllis, Andrew, Group 3. Who's my group captain? Group 3,
Alfonso.
Alfonso. Okay, and Group 4, who is my captain?
Latanya.
Good. All right. Phyllis, Alfonso, Latanya, and who's our Group 2 captain?
Andrew.
Andrew.
How could you?
Makes sense.
All day,
Okay.
every day.
All right. So let's start with Group 4, Latanya. What was 2 ideas that your group came up with? Only 2.
Only 2.
What was your 2 biggest ideas that if you had to say?
If I had to say, the 2 big ones would be for sure to power wash the house. Maybe add a coat of paint and change the door color. Paint the door a red.
Okay, I like it. All right, thank you, Group 4. Group 3, Alfonso, what were 2 ideas that you had?
I think pretty similar to those. We talked about contrasting the color of the house, repainting the house, but contrasting it with the trim.
Okay.
And also putting the address in the front, right above the mailbox.
Okay, so they're going to do two-tone and put the address on the house. I love it. Thank you, Alfonso. Thank you, Group 2. Andrew, Group 3. 2 items.
Well, I'm in actually group 2. So everything that we talked has been covered, but ours is to add shrubbery and fresh mulch to the front of the yard to make it look lively. That's one of them. And the other one is to repaint the deck stepping.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Group 2. Thank you, Andrew. Group 1. Phyllis, what did you guys come up with?
So the main thing was painting the exterior white with black trim and red as far as paint. Red door, white house, black trim. And the second big thing is scaping the sidewalk all the way down with plants or color all the way down, flanking around the patio, the little porch, and into the either side of the front of the house because it's on pier and beam, obviously, and it won't obstruct the windows, but it's gonna give it some presence.
Okay, so here we go. We've gotten rid of the railing. We have added a light fixture, two-toned the house, added some shrubbery, painted the door, and we have an entirely a completely different looking house now. Completely night and day. So, how much did this cost?
Roughly $700.
Oh, no.
No.
No,
No,
about 2,500 at least.
2,500.
325 to 4,000. Yeah, it depends on the paint and all.
3,800.
So where they really saved money is they painted the house the same color. So all the paint did was clean the house. So one count sprayed on. Then they did the trim. I'm guessing they spent 1,800 bucks on painting the house, and that's a low estimate. Small house, easy to do. You very easily could get a $3,000 quote to paint the house because the material paint these days is expensive. Then painting the door. Obviously, the door, usually they're going to take the door off, take the hardware off. They're going to put it and they're going to spray paint it, wait for it to dry, put it back on. So you got labor there. Shrubs are expensive, landscaping materials are expensive, and having someone refinish these deck topping also. I'm guessing if I had to put a number to this, $3,500 is where I would be sitting. Now, what do you think the difference in resale value is on this property? What do you think that cost? Do you think that was less than $3,000? More than $3,000?
More.
Definitely.
Way
Yeah,
more.
definitely improved.
On the left house, we look at it and we have a question on whether it's a tear down, don't we? We don't know what's going on inside. I have seen tear downs that, based on the look of this house right here, that it was questionable what was on the inside. You could be having, you could walk inside and it be a time capsule of the 1960s with orange carpet, avocado countertops, a yellow appliance, and a good old-fashioned brick yellow phone from the 1980s hanging on the wall, and a perfect time capsule and everything be in perfect condition. Or not, we don't know. But I can tell you that we've made a significant improvement here, maybe even 10%. There's a very good possibility that we're talking about a 10%. And that is because you're going to have more people coming to look at this home, more people be interested in this home. You've just drastically expanded the buyer pool. And when you expand the buyer pool on a property, more people are interested. And if you can get multiple offers, the buyers aren't negotiating against the seller anymore. Again, they're negotiating against each other, and it puts the seller in a really great place. You're gonna hear me tell the seller that. Phyllis.
I like to say that when a buyer walks up to a home, it's no different than when we eat. We take the first bite with our eyes. So it's very important for the curb appeal to be on target.
I like that. I like it. As soon as they see that home, that's going to be their first impression of that home. And you're absolutely right. You only get one opportunity to do that, but we also need it to look good in the photos, because the photos, you're not going to sell a house from the sign in the yard, and you're not going to sell a home from the from people driving by. You sell a home from saturating marketing about the property and people getting enough interest by looking at the photos to drive out and see the home. The home on the left is not going to get a lot of people showing up unless the price is really going to be the factor that gets them there. Then you're going to see investors, and investors, they're going to be figuring out how much more can we get. Whereas the house on the right, you're going to get a huge, completely different audience with a completely different motive showing up at the door. Thank you, Phyllis. All right. Get the seller in a multiple offer situation by exposing the listing to 100% of the marketplace buyers. We are going to have a conversation right now about our marketing plan. I need to tell you the marketing plan, and you need to hear it. Then I'm going to show it to you, and then you're going to see the listing presentation, and then someone here is going to tell me our marketing plan. But first, you have to understand it. And the more you understand, the more the light bulb's going to come on, and you're going to have the aha moment. We're going to go through this 11, and then we're going to go through these really quick. Our goal is to get the seller in a multiple offer situation. We've talked about the 70% and the 30%, we know if we put a property in the MLS, it's going to expose it to 30%. If it's priced right, it comes on market in some decent condition, it's going to sell in the first 15 days. If someone has done their job right, it's going to sell in the first 15 days. My opinion, if an agent doesn't list the property in the right order, and they did do a good job pricing, and they did do a good job with their marketing, there's a very good chance that they have not sold this property for as much as they could have. And I'm going to explain why. If you expose the property to only the market self buyers who have an agent, this is what happens. An agent puts the property on the market for sale on Thursday or Friday, one of those 2 days. Statistically, the number one day that agents put a property in the MLS live is Friday. That's the most, across the board, the number one day that agents do it, the most common. The second most common is Thursday. Do you think that Thursday or Friday is a good day to put a property on the market for sale? It is not. Can anybody tell me what CPP stands for? CCP. Clear Cooperation. Policy Statement 8.0. Clear Cooperation. 2020, the MLS rules changed that said, we're not going to let our people have these coming soon going on where it's not in the MLS. We're not going to let someone advertise a property and have a for sale sign or a coming soon sign in the yard and leave it there. Because what was happening is they were trying to double it from for themselves. They were trying to hide it from the MLS, get a listing agreement and tell the seller that they were going to list it, but withhold it from the MLS as long as possible. Do open houses, market the property on their own way because they wanted to get the buyer so they could double end it. That is a failure in fiduciary because it's something that's putting the agent first. I'm going to be very clear about this. If your listing presentation has a single element that is trying to get you to double into property, that is a fiduciary failure. That won't be tolerated. And I'm glad that NAR took note of this because we were having, when the market sped up, a lot of agents didn't necessarily need the MLS anymore, and they were not exposing the property to the entire market. The problem is they were hiding it from potential buyers in doing that. Because if you don't put it in the MLS, then you're not going to let that property be fully exposed to the market. That's what NAR calls putting in the MLS, is exposing the property to the market so that it has the amount of time necessary to propagate that home to all third parties so that is properly exposed to the market so that the seller can get the highest and best price. So let's say an agent put a property in the MLS on Friday. Friday afternoon, they put it in the MLS. They immediately scheduled the open houses, which means that now it's in the MLS. All of the buyers who are represented by agents who have a client gateway portal set up starts getting notifications that a new property hit the market. Buyers who are looking in that mode, a new property that hits the markets can be very interesting to them. So then the agent decides that they're going to host an open house on Saturday and on Sunday, let's just say from 2 to 4. So Friday, submitted to the MLS. They created the open house records in the MLS, so it shows up on the MLS and all the websites, including Realtor.com and Zillow, that there's going to be an open house on Saturday and Sunday. And then they do the open house Saturday and Sunday. And let's say they did properly prepare the home for market on the outside. Let's say they did properly prepare the market, properly price the home. They got the right photos taken. They did everything right. Outside of when they listed it, they did everything right. it's going to get syndicated to all of those agents. So maybe there's 1,000 agents in the marketplace that's looking for that home that has a client that has a gateway set up for that. So they get six agents, 6 buyers call their agent, say, hey, I just got an email from your portal about 123 Main Street that just came on the market. I'm interested in that property. Can we go see it? And the agent goes and types it up, and out of the 5 agents that got calls from their clients, one said, oh, there's an open house on Saturday. You can go to the open house. And the client says, oh. The second buyer says, oh, there's an open house. I see that it's an open house. I'm not going to even call my agent. And then the third one calls their agent and says, let's go together. So now they're going to show up at the property. But what's happening is all 5 of these people are going to see the property, either by themselves to the open house or with their agent to the open house. 3 of those buyers are interested. One of those buyers submits an offer. Now, Monday morning rolls around, and the listing agent now is in receipt of an offer, presents that offer to the seller. Seller counters them. Monday afternoon, they come to an agreement. 5 p.m. Monday, their property is now pending. Has that happened to you? It's happened to me. If the property is properly priced, and if the property is properly exposed or properly advertised, and it's got the photos and all of that, that should happen. And that's not hard to have happen. The question is, who really got to see that home? Only agents who had clients, who had portals set up. That's a very small amount of buyers. What about all the other buyers? How in the world could a buyer know that that property hit the market on Friday and sold on Monday? Is that enough time for a property to really even be shown on market? Now I'm going to ask another question. What is the number one day and time, is the test question, where the 70% people don't have an agent yet? So there's no criteria. They don't have a portal set up. A property gets listed in 70% of the market. They don't get a trigger that says, hey, a new home hit the market today. That doesn't happen for them. Only the 30%. They got a trigger because they hired an agent and they got put in the portal. So the 70%, nada. They got nothing. But they're looking on their own time. They're looking when they're ready, kind of thing. What is the number one time for them? Anyone know, Phyllis?
Monday at 11
8
p.m.
p.m. Monday
to
night.
2 p.m.
2 a.m.
Rolling in bed.
Monday night.
So from 8 o'clock until 2 a.m. Monday and Tuesday is when they're looking. By a massive number. I'm going to show you a couple of reports that show what that traffic looks like. So that means they never saw it. And this is why. They're looking Monday, Tuesday, partially on Wednesday. Friday is the least amount of traffic on Realtor.com and Zillow. It's the day most people aren't looking. They're preparing for the weekend and kids and all the craziness, right? It's not what they're going out to dinner, happy hour, blah, blah, blah. The 70%, they're not hot and heavy in the home search. But what's happening is Friday rolls around, they're dealing with kids and soccer and whatever else is going on. Roll around Monday morning, go to work, come home, put the rest of the laundry away, dry the dishes from dinner, put the kids to bed, collapse on the couch, grab the iPad. Now they're searching. And it explodes the amount of searching that's happening. Monday and Tuesday is when they're looking. Not so much Wednesday, but a little bit. Thursday, less. Friday, even less. But the property was listed Friday, and they weren't looking on Friday. Saturday and Sunday, they had an open house, but they didn't know about it. Monday morning, they got an offer, and they went under contract Monday afternoon. And Monday afternoon, they're still not looking. So the first time they ever saw the property, they saw it in a pending status. Because they saw it Monday night at 8 o'clock was the first time they would have seen it. They didn't see it on Friday, they didn't see it on Saturday, and they didn't see it on Sunday. 2/3 of the market never knew that property was ever even listed. They didn't ever see it until it was after it was pending. So what does that tell you?
That it wasn't marketed properly.
And that it might be on the market for way longer than it needed to be.
So let me ask you this question, and this is the one that will really, really reach home for you. Let's say I have a jar, okay? And let's say I put 10 offers in here. And I reach in here and I pull out 70% of them. I pull out 7 of them. Is it likely that my highest offer is right here in my hand? It's 2/3 more likely. That is the reality of what's happened. Agents don't understand the buyer trends. They don't understand the metrics. They're not looking at the buyer trends. All they know is I'm going to put it in the MLS and I'm going to show up on Saturday and Sunday, and all these realtors are showing up. If you're a listing agent and you've been listing properties and you don't get calls at all for your listings, and buyer agents are showing up and buyer agents are selling your listing for you, it's because you're listing it this way. If you're listing in a way where you've got buyers constantly coming, going into your open house and asking you, hey, I need a real estate agent. Can you help me? Can you refer me someone? Then you know 100% that you're connected with the 70%. But that's not what's happening. 99% of the time, the agent hosts the open house, and the only people that come are people who already have an agent because they got the property from a property alert, from the MLS, from the gateway that the agent set up for them. And so all we're doing is letting all of the buyer agents sell our listings for us. And we're hiding it from 70% of the population, giving the realtor population a leg up at the inventory. That's not how we're going to do it anymore. We're going to talk about how we can do something completely different. We're going to properly prepare the home for market. We're going to get the best photos and video that money can buy. And then when we get those images back, we're going to put it in the MLS and CTX MLS. I don't care where you are in Texas. I don't care if you're in Netris. I don't care if you're in San Antonio, Houston, Four Rivers, Austin. I don't care where you are. You're going to put it in CTX MLS first, because that particular MLS is not a buyer agent MLS. Very, very few buyers are in there. Very few. It was built for syndication. And that list back in about 14 and 15, Austin Board of Realtors and some others had the belief that they're going to return syndication to the broker. So a lot of boutique brokers are not syndicating anywhere because they don't even know how. But that's not really the issue. We're going to then have the photos back Monday morning, and we're going to put them in CTX MLS, and we're going to use the syndication engine of that MLS, which is going to send it to over 400 different websites. Realtor.com, Zillow, Homes, all of them, and then some more. 400, actually. And within an hour, it'll be live on all those sites. Now, at 8 o'clock on Monday, the two people who are hanging out on their couch, perusing their iPad. Oh, look, honey, there's an open house this weekend. How many agents are planning their open houses on Monday and Tuesday? None, unless they're a Realty Texas agent. Absolutely none. Tell me the last time you as an agent planned your open house and had it live in the MLS by noon on Monday for that coming weekend. No, no. Bullshit if you tell me it's true, because it's lies. They're doing it Wednesday, they're doing it Thursday, they're doing it Friday, when the traffic has gotten lower and lower and lower to the point where, I mean, it's almost like a conspiracy to hide the listing from the entire market. It's almost to that level. But these guys, you might be the only one. You very well may be the only listing that is listed open house by Monday at noon. Now, I see my agents all the time come through Mega, and they still are getting it put live on Tuesday and getting it put live on Wednesday. And I'm just slapping my forehead. It's like, guys, if you've gotten to Friday and the photographer says, I can't come on Monday, you call the photographer back and say, how much for a rush job? I will pay you the extra $60. I need them by Sunday night, or at least by 9 a.m. on Monday, because this is going live in CTX MLS between 10 and noon on Monday, period. And it's going to sit there, and I'm going to go into showing time, and I'm going to block out showings Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'm going to set up an open house on Saturday and set up an open house on Sunday from 2 to 4, which is going to drive everyone to the open house. And then Friday at 2 o'clock, I'm going to put it in Actress or HAR or whatever my local MLS is. Like all the other agents do, I'm also going to set it for open house. That way, Monday night, they all saw it. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, everyone had 5 days to know it's coming. And I'm propagating, saturating the market so everybody knows it's coming. I'm building momentum. I'm starting to get agents calling, hey, I've got people that want to see this property. They're only going to be in town for 5 more minutes. They have to see it today. We don't have any authorization to show this property. The first person that's going to see this home is going to be Friday at 2 o'clock. So if you want to schedule an appointment, you can see it Friday at 2, or we'll be doing an open house on Saturday and Sunday. And in the notes of the MLS for agent to agent remarks, I tell them, we will be previewing any offers Monday morning and presenting offers by noon on Monday. We will not be accepting offers before then, just so that everyone knows it's fair. And Monday morning rolls around. Now I've given in to the 70% and the 30%, and the number of people that will show up at your open house is a complete game changer. So we're going to go to break. When I come back from break, we are, Lisa, did you pop up?
I did. I just wanted to, one thing I wanted to mention, because I think they would like to hear it from you. What I hear a lot from my agents is, yeah, but my seller just wants to get it on the market like right away. I hear that all the time.
Yeah, it's just crazy. If your seller knows that you have a plan, they want to hear your plan. But if they think you have absolutely no plan, they're going to come up with their own. If the seller understood that you have this grand plan and that you're building this grand plan, there is no way that the seller is going to get involved in squashing this plan after you have told them exactly what you're going to do and how critically important it is, and how that you're going to be a marketing engine for this seller, that you're going to do everything possible to help them prepare the home for market, get the very best photos and videos, and then you're going to get that listed Monday morning, and you're going to let it sit there for 5 days, inviting everyone to the biggest grand party that you can possibly throw on Saturday and Sunday, so that you expose it to the market. You're actually advertising that listing. You're not just putting in the MLS and letting a buyer agent sell it for you. You're exposing that property to the market. And guess what? We add a topper on top of it. I have my marketing team, Deandra. For those agents who put their listings live on Monday, we run Facebook leads on our dime for you. So if they didn't make it to their realtor.com and Zillow that week because they had other things going on, we're going to slap them in the face with it on Instagram and Facebook. It is an incredibly powerful listing presentation. And once you have it in your mind and you totally get it, then you can get them excited about it. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I have an incredible marketing plan that I'm going to share with you guys. We're going to expose your home to the 70% of market that no other agent is. That's why you have the seller packet that we give you. That's why it talks about the 70 and 30. And this is embedded into the seller. It says, we reach the 70% that nobody else is reaching. We are marketing to the unrepresented buyers, and this is in your seller packet. And then we show them the timeline, which is a side-by-side of what happens on a typical listing where typical people are putting this thing in the open house on Friday. Whereas this is what we're going to do. We're going to do something different. We're going to leverage 2 MLSs. We're going to put it on the market on Monday to ensure that the buyers who are looking Monday to see it. Then we're going to give it to the normal buyers who are in the MLS on Friday. And on Saturday and Sunday, the 70% show up, the 30% show up. That gives the seller, and this is the kicker, the highest propensity to go into a multiple offer situation. And by doing it this way, they can breathe easy knowing that their home actually did sell for the highest amount possible. because everybody saw it and everybody who could willingly bid on this property knew that it was on the market. I saw a couple more hands. We're not quite at the place for asking questions, but I will give it a go.
It was Kamei, but she said, go ahead, we can do break and she'll get back at you.
All right, let's do break. It is 3:18. Let's come back at 3:28. These breaks are just happening way too often. We don't have time for stinking breaks.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Wow,
All right.
3:28 already? Yep, it is.
Time flies when you are having fun. All right, so we're gonna take a step back. Now I've given you the scenario. I've explained the why. I've given you a lot of the nuggets. We're gonna get into the talking points and the scripts, and then you're gonna go into groups and you're gonna listen to a very long video. But I want you guys to take away from that video some different ways that you can communicate with your seller at the listing table. All of you have asked for a mock listing presentation. I created one, and so now you guys can use that as part of your template. What I did was I recorded myself at a listing appointment, and then I digitized it, and then I put it together with our new AI stuff. I instead of used the property that I was at, I actually used a property that was in Georgetown instead of the one that I did, which was in Lakeway at that time, because I wanted to pull comps and actually have all the comps there as well. So in the video, I don't go through all my comp presentation. I go through one comp on the active, one for the pending, and one for the sold. But I typically go through all of the relevant ones, but there wasn't a need to keep doing that because it would have just made the video even longer. Okay. So when I talk about get the seller and multiple offers by exposing the listing to the 100%, you're kind of getting that there's a really big deal behind this. And then we're going to explain to the seller why most agents in their listing presentations is hiding the property from 70% of the marketplace. Simple. 2, HGTV quality stager. I can refer you one. You need someone that's full of energy, fun to work with, that is going to move things around and make it buyer friendly, help them declutter, and give them a list of what they need to do in every single room. Usually takes 2 days. I used Susan Hurley for this for a really long time. She's really good at it. She meets the seller and she helps them sometimes move photos around on the wall, gives them a list of exactly what to do, what furniture items that she needs to move out. And I'm somewhat of a furniture nerd. I love design. It's something, if you've been to my house or seen me with my clients, you know there's something that I'm very, very passionate about. But I've learned over time that I need to separate myself from that role with my client. It's better for them to have somebody else in that role. And what's interesting is a lot of my clients actually hired her when they moved to the new house for her to help them with curtains and all kinds of stuff. So just know you can do this on your own. Nothing wrong with doing it. I found I was more successful when it came from her. I built her up, told everyone that, she's, HDTV quality stager. She's phenomenal. She's not bringing in furniture. She's just repurposing everything that we have in order to help make it more buyer friendly. One script that I absolutely use all the time and I love is Mr. and Mrs. Seller, your job was to take a home and turn it into a house. It's the stager's job to take a house and take a house and turn it back into, take a home and turn it back into a house. Stager's job to take a house and turn it into a home. The stager's job is to take a home and turn it back into a house. It's the opposite, right? Seller's job, buyer's job, they're going to turn it into a home. And the stager's job is they're going to turn it into a house. It's important because we want to personalize our home. We want to turn it into family. We want to have family photos. We want to do all of those things to make it feel like home. But when we sell a home, we don't sell a home like we live in a home. And I mean, I wish I had some of the before and after shots from some of the things that she's done. It's amazing, a miracle transformation with repurposing stuff that they already have. So I recommend that highly. And that's something, by the way, that I usually pay for. It's like $300 for a 4-hour session of hers, and I pay for it, and it's well worth it. Things I pay for is all of the marketing, advertising. So I pay for the photos, the virtual tours, the video, and I pay for the stager. Everything else they pay for. I'm a huge proponent for Matterport. Anybody familiar with Matterport? I think we're getting to the point now where we all know what Matterport is. It gives you the 3D dollhouse view of the home, where you can see the donuts on the floor and you can walk through the house. Does anybody not know Matterport? No? All right. Let me change my screen back over to my
It also
slides.
gives you a lot of great features where you can measure the height of the cabinets, the length, and so forth. And you can do call outs on specific items within the home that can be linked up to the website for more information.
Yeah.
And also just a little commercial break for Lewis, because he does also own a professional photography company. So he knows very much about it.
Definitely. So if y'all have any questions or anything in regards to that, just shoot me a text or a message there on Teams. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have or help you.
I'm opening up one so that I can show everyone. Yeah. All right. So essentially, here is the service that I use for them. This is my back end service. They take the photos. You've got your 3D walkthrough where you've got the dollhouse view of the home. You can go into any of the rooms. And I've never had that happen before. Let me try that again. It's because I'm in this squared up thing. I don't like it. How do I get to the actual website? Copy. Maybe this will open into a browser. No. It's almost like they don't want me to go out of this. I don't know the link to it. I always do a video tour.
I was wondering if you could explain what the importance is of putting it into the CTEX on Monday and then waiting until Friday to put it on actress.
Yep,
Able?
I will.
Thank you.
So I want you guys to just know when we're talking about there's a lot of different photographers out there. I'm hoping you guys are using some type of Matterport, whether it's Twist Tours and a lot of our marketplaces. They're really good. I think I spent like $1,288 on this particular listing that I had earlier in the year. It was the video plus the Matterport plus the website plus the extra photos plus the twilight photos, all of that together. It makes a difference. So when I say I buy the very best photos that money can buy, absolutely, I don't spare any expense when it comes to the images. And you can see I do this on all my listings.
I was going to say, Jack, I put a link there for a 3D tour Matterport, so that way if anyone wants to look at it, they can see what it looks like.
So thank you, Louis. All right, guys. So I'm going to share my screen, and I would like, did I just close it? No, yeah, here it is. I'm going to put it back where I was. We're going to go to the National Association of Realtors website. Can everyone see this? All right. So who would like to read this? Kamei, would you like to read this?
Yes. Okay. As the hot market makes reading real estate listings online a common activity for households, a new study shows house hunters tend to be more active at a certain times of the day and week. The most popular time of the week to search for homes, Tuesday at 8 p.m., according to a recent study of visitor activity with real estate listings at redfin.com. That's after regular work hours, post dinner, pre bedtime, smack dab in the middle of the work week, researchers say. The least active time for real estate listing searches is Friday evenings. Studies are also offering insights on timing and other aspects of real estate, such as the optimal time to sell. A separate study released this week by Realtor.com recently showed that the busiest week for real estate is quickly approaching. Home sellers who list during the week of April 10th through 16th will be able to take advantage of the spring buying season's anticipated strong demand.
You can
Hi.
stop.
Okay.
Thank you, Kamei. So what is the number one day for listing for online traffic?
Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. And the second best day is Monday. And the very worst day is?
Friday.
That is right. So if we want to expose our property to the market and get a bang, then we're going to put it in CTX MLS. And Kamei, CTX MLS is a syndication engine. That means that it's really good at taking the listing that you put in the MLS and it send it to all the other websites. If we know that the buyers are looking Monday night, if our property is not on the market Monday night, they're not going to see it. And then Tuesday night, if our property is not on the market, they're not going to see it again. Most agents are putting the property live in the MLS on Thursday and Friday, which are the two slowest days of the week for home searches. And Saturday and Sunday are also not good days. Again, it's after the kids are in bed, Monday, after the chaos has happened. Now they start searching on the couch and looking at listings. 70% of the people who don't have an agent, and that's important because 30% of the people who have an agent are already in the client gateway. The client gateway of the MLS, which means when you list a property, it's going to send an email to them and say, hello, this new listing just hit the market. So we're literally putting in their inbox your listing because it matches their criteria. Those people are motivated, they move quickly, and they will often see a home the same day that it's listed. So when you put that property on the market on Friday, the 70%, they would have saw it on Monday if it was there, but they didn't. You didn't have it on the market on Tuesday either, or Wednesday, or Thursday. So the only people who saw it on Friday were agents who had hired clients and set up a portal for that client, and then they got a trigger in their email that said this property was live. Then, at the time the agents put it in the MLS, you can't advertise a property for open house unless it's in the MLS. So if they put it in Actress on Friday, and immediately schedule the open house on Saturday and Sunday, you've given 1 day advance notice for people to come to your open house on Saturday and Sunday. And you've literally given it just to the agents who have clients, because that's the only people who are really seeing it right now, because the online portals are pretty much dead. And then your big party happens Saturday and Sunday. And the 30% are pretty motivated, so they're probably going to bring you an offer. But you were only exposing the listing to 30% of the market. Monday morning rolls around, you got an offer, you presented it at noon, it was under contract by 5 p.m. 3 hours later, the 70% began to see it, but it was already pending. Does anybody not get that timeline? Because that timeline is really important for everyone to get, not only to pass the test, but more importantly, to be able to follow this timeline through so that you can be explaining this to your clients at the listing presentation. I'm going to show you a little calendar that I put together. You see this calendar? This is a visual representation of what I'm trying to talk about. On the 1st, Sunday the 1st, I went out, met with my client. I had my whole listing presentation. I talked to him about curb appeal. I talked to him about make ready. I talked about him about my advertising program, the whole bit. And they're ready to go. They're ready to sell. At the listing appointment, I'm calling my stager. Hey, when is as soon as you can get here? I can be here on Tuesday. Great. Can you guys do Tuesday? Great. What time? 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock work? Awesome. I set an appointment for my stager now for Tuesday because it's the first they can come out. So now the stager is going to come out. They're going to help them move stuff around and get the home buyer ready. And now they're going to give them a homework assignment. It's going to give them Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday to do all of their little homework assignments, which is plenty enough time. So then now I'm going to schedule my Matterport for Sunday. But wait, are they going to do it on Sunday? Yes, because I need them back by Monday morning. So I'm going to give them as much time as they possibly can to get the house ready for me. And by the way, in here is my landscaper and everything else that's going on, because I'm going to help them with the landscaping by me calling the landscaper. But the stager, that's going to meet with them. So now they're done a Saturday and they're like, okay, Jack, thank God. We've been through hell, but we're done. We're ready for photos on Monday or Sunday. Awesome. So I already, somewhere in here, I've already scheduled my Matterport people for Sunday. Matterport shows up Sunday, 11 o'clock in the morning. They do their photos. The whole thing comes back by 6 o'clock. I have it back. And immediately between Sunday night and Monday morning, we are getting everything ready. Lockbox, flyers, getting the property live in CTX MLS. And then CTX MLS goes live. It's for sale in CTX MLS. It's for sale on Zillow and Realtor.com and all the websites. It is for sale. It is on market. We go into showing time and we say, no showings until Friday. But why? Because we said so. No showings until Friday. But Jack, we need to get somebody to come in. I've got an out-of-town buyer and they're only here for this one day. Nope, I'm sorry. No showings until Friday at 2. And I had a conversation with my seller. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you're going to have a buyer during the coming soon, try to arm wrestle you and try to get you to show them home. And then they're going to also try to get an offer in front of you. And they're going to try to get you to accept that offer because they don't want to be in a multiple offer situation. They're going to do everything they can to stop that. They're going to be calling, how fast can you present an offer? Well, according to the MLS, we're going to be presenting offers if we get any over the weekend, but the seller really wants to get through the open house this weekend. So we're going to start having showings 2 o'clock on Friday. We're going to do a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. This is fair to everyone. We're not going to all of a sudden go pending. We're going to be doing the open houses. Monday morning rolls around. If we have offers, then we'll present those offers to the seller. That's the story, and that's what I have if you look at the notes in the MLS. So you do every single time. So this is building hype and building momentum. And then you have your grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. You have a much, much, much higher propensity of going into multiple offers on Monday. And then by the time you've signed it all, depending on how long it takes to wrap all that up, certainly by Wednesday, but probably by Monday. So this helps you with the time frame, the timeline. Photo shoot back by the end of day Saturday because you need, or the end of day Sunday because you need the photos. Because you can't go live in the MLS without photos, can you? So the question is how can I get the property ready? Now, this is so serious to me. I take this so seriously because I know how important it works that if I get my photos back here at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or Tuesday morning, guess what I'm doing?
Waiting till the next weekend to list it.
That's exactly right. We're pushing till next Monday. 1,000,000% yes, I'm pushing it back a week because we didn't make it. That's how important this is. And the seller is 100% invested in this. Okay, so let's go through our talking points. I have written all of this down so that you can read it yourself, learn it, digest it, study it. Here's how Realty Texas Grand Open House listing program is so well thought out, so incredibly effective, and is the best unique value proposition that I know of in the marketplace for listing. If every Realty Texas agent took the time to understand our Grand Open House program, how it works, and why it's so effective, they would be able to articulate the value proposition to every seller and obliterate their competition. If they take this listing presentation to the seller and they are interviewing multiple agents, they will obliterate their competition every time. It's because we understand that we're going to actually market our listing to everyone. We're not going to just put it in the MLS. We're going to do some marketing. Realty Texas understands to get 100% of the marketplace buyers' attention, the 70% that doesn't have an agent yet, and the 30% that does. For your listing, it requires that the online consumer have an opportunity to see the listing at the time when the vast majority of them are actually searching and with enough advance notice to react to it. But if the listing agent just follows the typical listing method, it is exposed to the 30% and goes pending almost immediately. How can you get your listing in front of the 70% with enough time for them to see it online? The 30% get a trigger from the portal immediately when you go live in the MLS, so they can react to it. They get an email. They get a personal concierge email saying, this property matches what you're looking for. But the 70%, they're interested in buying a house. They're just way earlier in the process. But if they found a home they loved, they're likely going to pull the trigger on it. And a lot of them do. The 70% are casually looking. And then when they find something they really like, all of a sudden they get serious real quick. And now you're trying to get them pre-qualified and in a hurry because they've fallen in love and gotten emotionally attached to a home overnight. And those people who are coming to your open house that don't have an agent yet, that is part of the 70%. Because at some point they become more and more serious and they start looking more and more. Your marketing should be targeted to the 70%. That's who you should target your marketing to, not the 30%, because the MLS is going to do a good enough job doing that for you. The listing needs to be visible at least 5 days ahead before most agents go live. It should be put live on Monday, not Friday, so that when the 70% are searching on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday nights, the listing is available. But Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0 says you can't advertise a listing before it goes live in the MLS. So that means we have to put it in MLS. But I also know that if you put it in your primary MLS, you're going to get beat up by agents trying to hammer your door down if it's priced right. That's why we put it in CTX MLS, because there are no buyers in CTX MLS. All we're doing is syndicating it to the websites. You're not going to put it in Actress. The agents aren't going to see it. The 30% are not going to have it yet. I know that they're going to react quickly when they see it on Friday. So I'm giving it to the 70% who are the slowest to respond ahead of time because they're going to need more respond Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then I give it to the 30% at the same time everyone else does, so that those two groups can descend upon the property at the same time, giving that property the highest propensity of going into a multiple offer situation, which is why it really does require multiple MLSs to make this happen. Be sure that the listing will not just get picked up by the 30% Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning, creating the same problem. If you don't put it live in Actress on Monday, that's not going to help you. It's going to cause you all kinds of grief. It would help you, but it's really going to cause you more grief. Put it live in Actress on Friday Thursday and Friday like you normally would, put it in CTX MLS Live on Monday, and then block out showings until Friday at 2. And then Friday at 2, you put it live in that MLS, and showings will immediately occur. The sellers also like this because everyone who's going to come see it are going to go through the grand open house Saturday and Sunday, which means they're going to get kicked out of the home less often. I tell them, look, you're probably going to get a bunch of showings Monday between 2 and maybe 6, and then Saturday and Sunday between 2 and 4. Before the open house, I usually give them movie tickets and say, okay, guys, go enjoy your weekend. I'm going to take possession of your home for the next 2 days. And by the way, can I bake cookies? Because we're going to be baking cookies in the kitchen. We just heat them up. So when you put it active on Monday, you enter the open house dates and times for that coming weekend. This ensures that the 70% will see it. If you put it active in the MLS, they'll see it. But if they see all the other listings too, it's not the fact that it's in CTX MLS that makes the big difference. It's the fact that there's an open house scheduled for it that makes the difference. Because these people see the open house and they're like, oh, I don't have to push that nasty button that's going to have people chasing me for the rest of my life and making my phone blow up for the next 6 months every 13 seconds with an agent trying to sell me a house. All I got to do is get my car, drive there, and with anonymity, I can walk the home. And if I like it, then I can expose myself to all of that because that's what they're feeling like is going to happen. They're going to feel like if they push that button and they ask someone for help, that someone's going to try to sell them a home, and they don't want that. Which is why our scripts on the buyer side always starts with, we don't sell people home, we help them buy on your timeline when you're ready. And we tell them that because we know that they are feeling pressure from when they push that button before and they don't want to do it. So they're not going to push it. So they're going to see the house and they're going to think, wow, this is a really nice one. We should call someone. We should look at this. Maybe they spend and they look at it, they may even favorite it. You may look on Zillow and see, oh, wow, 800 people have favorited my listings. Where are all these people? Well, they favorited it, but had you had an open house, a lot of them would have come because they can show up at the open house and not feel indebted to anyone and not feel like they're going to get pushed into buying a house. Okay, so that's the big deal. And when we do put it in CTX MLS, the moment we do, we are going to have a grand open house Saturday and Sunday immediately when we put it live. So it syndicates that open house because, again, that's the important part. And then we block out showings and showing time all the way up to 1:45. So 2 o'clock is the first showing. We put in the comments, no showing until Friday. But most agents, they don't have access to CTX MLS anyway. So what could happen is you may have agents, you may have the 30% also looking online. And it's very possible that the 30% is also looking online and they see your open house. And then they call their agent and say, hey, I see this property on 123 Main Street. I want to see it, but I don't see it in your portal. And the agent says, oh, well, it has to be. And they can't find it. And they call you. You're advertising your listing and it's not live in the MLS. Well, yes, it is, but it's in CTX MLS. But we're not having any showings until 2 o'clock on Friday. But we need to get in today. I apologize. I understand that sense of urgency, but we're not letting anybody else in. And so if we let you in, we have to let other people in. And that's just the seller really wants to get through the open house this weekend. So we're going to be doing an open house. Feel free to send your people, but we will not be going pending. That's a commitment from the seller. If we do get offers over the weekend, we'll present them Monday morning, but you're safe between now and Monday morning. That usually puts their fire out and they're like, fine, we'll come see it this weekend. Typically, usually what happens. You'll get 3 or 4 of those calls. You will. You just have to respectfully and kindly work your way through that. But CTX MLS indicates the active listing to Zillow and Realtor.com, and boom, now everyone is seeing it. Again, most agents are not doing that. They're just putting it live in CTX MLS, giving 1 day ahead of time for the Saturday and Sunday, and the 70% never saw it by and large. Then on Friday at 2 o'clock, we put the listing live in Actress like everybody else does. At the same time, we remove the no showings until Friday comments from CTX MLS. This enables the 70% to see the listing in the open house advertising, and then the listing goes live in ABOR. Now we have a lot of traction being built. one of the scripts I gave you is if I reached into your multiple offer situation and randomly pulled out 70% of the offers, would you likely get the highest offer out? Yes, you would likely get the highest offer out. So these two become your very best friends because you realize this is who you're trying to market to now. This is your audience, and they're going to show up at your open house, which means you need to be ready for them. You need to have scripts that's very welcoming because they came to your open house for anonymity. They came to your open house because they didn't want to click the button, which means we have to approach these people just right. And on Friday, it's all about the grand open, how I actually do list the property. We're going to take a slow roll through this Friday about once our listing agreement is signed, exactly what we do to list the property and how I schedule and host and day of scripts of the open house, which always starts with, "Hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions." I have greeted them, I've acknowledged them, I've given them permission to look around the house, and I did not ask them their blood type or ask them for DNA. I just gave them permission to come in. "Hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions." No shields went up. They walked in. Okay, they didn't ask me my name. They didn't ask me to sign in. They didn't ask me all this stuff. They're just going to let me walk the property. And then after they walk the property, I'm going to look them straight in the face and say, "What do you think?" And I'm going to learn a whole lot by that question. Friday, we'll go through the rest of those questions so that you can kind of get a feel for what that looks like. So, questions. I'm going to put you into groups, and it's going to be the same groups. You're going to answer these questions, and then you're going to come back, and then we're going to go to break. Someone take a screenshot as the group. Who's going to be the group captain? I'm guessing Phyllis, Andrew, Alfonso, and Latanya. Take a screenshot of this because I know that this disappears when you go into your breakout rooms. Your invitations are sent to you now. Group captains, take a screenshot and I'll see you guys back. I'm going to bring you back in 6 minutes. All right, so I left you in there for a little bit of time to discuss. So I'm sure you guys are talking about stuff because I'm sure this one went by really quickly because these were pretty easy questions, I think, right? All right, group one. You
Okay,
want to take it?
sure. What 2 days of the week are most listings added? Thursday and Friday. Most listings are added then. Open houses, it's customary to hold an open house Saturday and Sunday. Which 2 days of the week do most listings go pending? We have Tuesday and Wednesday. When do 30% of the represented buyers first see homes? And we said Thursday and Friday because that's when agents that are not using Realty Texas protocol, have we discussed, that's when they're going to go live, and which is the 70% of unrepresented buyers first see homes. It would be on Monday and Tuesday because we're going live the first part of the week.
Exactly right. So in red, what's the big revelation?
List on Mondays. List on Mondays. Is that I don't know what the revelation would be.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to
Yep,
expose,
yeah, do opposite of what the normal is, what everybody else is doing, and that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, they list on Monday.
okay, thank you, Phyllis. Good job, group one. All right, group two, do you have anything to add?
Only that Cindy Bell did share that you were very diabolical in planning all of this in the back end before there was even a CTX. And so he knows what he's talking about. So yeah, we learned that. That's all. That was different from what she just shared with us.
So when I was chairman of
Yes,
Williamson County Association, we decided to go to all the boards to see if we could create one MLS in Texas instead of 87. And I was able to get 6 boards to come together and we created CTX MLS. And when we did, because I served on Actress MLS for so many years, that And I saw how their approach was to go away from syndication. And I understand how important syndication is for the seller and that their approach was exactly backwards and made me lose my mind. I said, we're going to create an MLS that does what it's supposed to do, which is advertise the heck out of a seller's listing. What is the use of an MLS that doesn't advertise your seller's listing? It's just ridiculous. But the MLS said, no, no, we want to hide it from the consumers so that we can make sure that realtors are the ones that are getting transaction closed, not people who are not realtors. And I said, you're all crazy. You don't understand your fiduciary duty. So we created a different MLS that is based on syndication. So if you're a listing agent, you really need CTX MLS so you can take advantage of the listing syndication engine that we built for you in that. So good. Thank you, Belladonna, for sharing.
One
All
last
right.
thing I wanted to add was that
Yep.
Cindy also told us it's only $40 a month, and you definitely need it if you're going to be listing.
That's right. That's exactly right. And we've had agents come here and say, "Oh, we need CTX MLS. I'm only going to have CTX MLS." That's even worse. Because if you got CTX and you think you're going to be able to help in buyers with that, you're not going to be able to get into lockboxes and you're not going to see any inventory because only the agents, about 1/10 of the inventory is actually there. So you need both. But if you're only going to have one, you need Actress. But if you're going to get a listing, get CTX MLS. The most powerful thing you can do for your sellers. Okay, group 3. What did you come up with? Anything else you want to add on group 3? Group 3 is
Alfonso?
Alfonso, Jessica, Ken, Maribeth.
I got it. I got it. I got it here. I was on mute. Group 1, group 2, we had the same answers. A big revelation was to post early to get the most exposure, most revelation, because we want to reach the 30 and 70% with the early posting.
We went all 100%.
Yes, 30 and 70% make 100%. Yes.
Leave no buyer left behind.
That's
I love
right.
it. All right, group 4. What'd you come up with?
Same thing.
Anything new you want to add?
That if you don't do it correctly, only the 30% are gonna get to see it. So you need to list an order. You need to advertise an order.
100% yes. 1,000,000% yes. All right, you guys have already seen the recommended timeline photo shoot for a Friday, a Saturday, photos back by Monday, go live in CTX MLS Monday, go live in Actress at 2 p.m. Friday, grand open house Saturday and Sunday. The moment you put it in the MLS, schedule your open houses, because the reason you're putting it in the MLSs is to schedule the open houses. And you know what makes me crazy? There are agents out there that says open houses don't work. People don't even do open houses anymore. Makes me crazy. But guess what? They make us look good. And we're going to obliterate them on a listing appointment. We will absolutely obliterate them. All right, we're going to go on break. When we come back from break, and by gosh, I've got this timed out perfectly. You guys are going to come back into your groups. You guys are going to watch this video. You're going to watch the listing presentation, take notes, and then the person who, and this is going to be for a gift card, comes back from break, watches this, and comes out, and they can present the Realty Texas listing presentation and sell me on it so that I understand as a seller I would pick you, will get a gift card. I'm going to send an email. I'm going to break this down again. This is a long video. I'm telling you, it's 19 minutes long. It's the whole listing presentation from a knocking at the front door, hello, all the way through to getting the listing presentation signed. You guys have asked me for this for so long, and I finally created it for you. Let's come back on break at 12:22. I'm going to put this into the chat because some of you may actually want to watch this on break and then watch it in your group again. If I were you, I would be doing that, knowing what I know. Okay, Andrew, Lisa, I see no comeback time from break.
Yeah, my bad. It's 4:24. You have 1 minute.
Faster, faster.
closed on December 12th for $395.
I think we might
That
be on
property was
time because it's
2,052
12:22
square
supposed
foot.
to be
Again,
back.
very similar to yours.
Oh,
In
that's the
fact,
last
I
time,
ranked this
sorry.
one as the most similar. Here are the photos of it so you can see the inside.
Welcome back.
It has the same floor plan.
Here where we need you.
Yes, exactly.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone, from your quick break. I have put a link in the chat. That link is for a YouTube video. When you share your screen, if you're going to share your screen in a group and one person is going to play it and you're all going to kind of pay attention and dissect it and go along, there is something that you need to do. When you click the share button, there is a box that says share sound. If you don't click the share sound box, people are not going to hear it. It's going to be breaking up and they're not going to hear it because it doesn't have full duplex unless you turn that on. All right, so this is let me check it one more time so we have enough time. All right, 15 minutes and 15-minute video. All right. I'm going to throw you all for a loop. Recreate your rooms. What? Different groups. I'm going to put you in there for 20 minutes. That's going to give you 15 minutes to watch this and then 5 minutes to talk about it. Pay very close attention, and if you guys want to pause, that's fine. You can do that. But when you're done, I want you to be paying very close attention to how we addressed the marketing aspect of the listing. And this isn't cinematography quality video. This is a mock presentation, so that's... Welcome back. Group 1.
Yes. That's me, Jack. I'm in group 1 right here.
Hi, Ken. All right, so how did your group do? Did you guys have time to go through it?
We did go through the whole entire video and we discussed it a little bit, but because like Belladonna said, we've listened to it 4 times today. And so I think we're all getting it and the importance of having those listing appointments and doing the things that we're supposed to be doing, like Central Texas MLS on Mondays and why it's so important to absolutely put your foot down and say, no, you are not going to see this house until Friday. Or, I mean, it's just, I mean, we didn't get a whole lot of discussion after the video, but this has been a huge eye opener for me myself. And I've been in the industry for 10 years and I'm just like, wow. And Phyllis is waving too. We're both just like, hey, but it's this whole thing right here is teaching me a whole different new way of, and everybody, that's what we were discussing. It's teaching us all a new way of becoming successful. So
after your group watched the listing presentation, what were your thoughts of the presentation?
I loved it. We all really, really liked it. Candy couldn't watch it because the lips weren't moving the exact way that she wanted to, but she listened. She covered her eyes because, but she listened to it and she liked it too. We all really enjoyed that, and I appreciate you putting that together for us all.
Well, for a mock listing presentation, I have seen mock listing presentations that have been done that are just kind of a joke. And I didn't want that. I wanted something that was a little bit more serious, that was something that an agent could watch and get an idea of a true presentation and a conversation that's a real conversation between a seller and an agent and how they can lead them through that conversation. So hopefully that's what we have with that. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Group 1. Group 2, Andrew, I want to hear from your group.
Hey, Jack. Yes, our group had a very good discussion. Our discussion was how organized it was. It gave us a lot of good guidelines on how to approach a listing agreement. Go in there with some kind of a plan of our discussion. We got the tour of the property first with the owner. After the tour, we went right into the market. We explained about what's going on in the market. We explained about what her competition was, but we also verified with our seller about the square footage. And then we also got that we asked her about what price was she thinking about, and so we got a lot of good information. So the market was speaking for itself. We explained to her the actives. We explained to her which is the competition. We explained to her what has sold, and then we picked three that closely resembled hers, and then we went over the market. And so I think with that in mind, after the referral that we got from her friend, it was kind of like a warm introduction. But after we talked to her about the market, we gave her some ideas about how we could better get that house sold. And so we talked about decluttering and sprucing up the house a little bit. And after we did that, we talked about professional photography and what we were going to do at a stager. After we talked about the stager, then we actually talked to her then about what our marketing plan was, how we were going to put the property on a timeline. We explained to her about the 70 and 30% of the public as far as what the realtors were thinking, the 30%, and the public that didn't get a chance to see it, but we were going to give them a chance to see it because we were going to do it the right way and gather 100% of the people to look at the property. And so we explained that to our person. A lot of people in our discussion were saying, Andrew, please let them know that we're going to try to work out this program. It's going to take a couple of practice, but we're going to do it best that we can.
And I'm going to be asking you guys to go home and do a listing presentation to your family so that you can see their reaction and walk them through it. Because it is doing things a little bit differently. But once you get in the rhythm of doing this, you'll never want to do it another way, and you'll get every single listing every time. Thank you, Andrew. Very well done. Group 3. Who is my group captain out of 3?
I believe I'm in group 3, right?
Hey, Kimmy. Yep, you are.
Okay, so we had thoughts about it afterwards. So kind of what we all agreed on is that it made the listing appointment seem a lot more achievable because, like me, some of us were kind of worried about how to even do a listing appointment because a lot of us haven't done it before. And in my head, I was thinking like this appointment might take 2 to 3 hours. And seeing that this video was only 15 minutes, that it can be a lot more quick. It doesn't have to drag on. And then something that we were talking about is when it comes to the stagers and the photographer and stuff like that, like, what do we do? Like, do we pay for it now and then afterwards you get it back from the commission? And one thing Eric said is that depending on the vendors you're working with, you might be able to work out some type of deal where after it closes, they can get something from the okay, maybe not, but he was saying something like that. So we were trying to figure out how that works too with, do you pay for it or does the seller pay for it or how does that work?
I mean, every agent does it differently. I personally pay for my photos, my video, and I also pay for my stager. But I'm not doing any of that until my listing agreement signed. Once my listing agreement signed, then I'm paying for it. And it's important to note though, that's why a seller doesn't get to unilaterally cancel the listing. It's an agreement they have with us. And if they breach the listing agreement, they owe us the entire commission because we have all of this work and time and energy. And they turn around and say, oh, you know what? I don't want to sell anymore. And it's like, okay, well, that's fine. That you have a choice there. We can pull it off the market, but my commission is due. So in any event, yes, you want to take care of your team. Your team is going to make you look good. You're going to need them for years and years and years. And I'm not going to put my team in jeopardy by not paying them upfront. Just remember, you need your team. You need them when you need them. You need them fast. You need them good. You need them cheap. You're not going to get all of that and wait for the home to sell in order to pay them. So Get a credit card, put it on the credit card, price the property correctly, and absolutely do not take a listing that's overpriced that you're not going to sell. Period. Exactly right. All right. Group 4.
Okay, I'll take the lead on group 4. We talked a lot, and we had a really good discussion. And we focused on some of the stages that he pointed out. We thought it was a really good presentation to begin with. But after he looked at his action plan reminder to contact this particular person and got his information, first thing that he did was find out why the person wanted to sell. And he asked her the size of the house, asked her about how much they paid. He informed her about how much they paid for the house and still how much was owed on the house. And then after that, he asked her, well, how much do you want to sell the house for? She gives him a price, and he didn't sway one way or the other. He agreed with her. That's pretty good price, but let's look into 3 different things. He said, we're gonna look into the pending, we're gonna look into the ones that have actually been sold, and we're gonna be looking at your competition. He looked at those 3 different stages and he did a lot of analysis. He compared the square footage, he compared the prices, he compared how long they've been on the market. He did a whole bunch of analysis, and I really like that. After he explained all of that, he went over and he pretty much told her, look, if you overprice this house, you're actually going to be losing money. If you underprice it, there's a very good opportunity that you're going to be making more money than what you're even asked for. And then, of course, he goes into the marketing from there where he says, look, I'm not going to market like the rest of the people. I am actually going to market your house 5 days a week so I can reach that 70% of the people that do not see the ads on Friday because they're doing something else. And then from there, he goes into, again, back to advertising, getting ads from Facebook. And then from there, he says, from there, I'm going to help you stage your house. We're going to take photos. We're going to market it really well. So he kept on and on and on. And we thought it was a really good presentation. And I personally learned a lot from it.
Good. I'm glad. And imagine how you would feel if you were the seller in that situation.
Comfortable, very comfortable.
Okay, we've got a button. Thank you, group 4. We've got a bunch of hands. So let's start with Phyllis.
Okay, yes, we had a group, I was in Alfonso's group, but what I wanted to add, number 1, I think, how can you say no to that presentation? Number 2, I thought I was good at listing appointments, Jack. Learned a lot, and what I plan to do is take the slide from this and watch that video and bullet point, because it's a long, but bullet point everything and customize it to what I want to say and have that ready and get comfortable with it like we did our scripts when we make a call. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. I mean, you can't say no to that. And I can't guarantee anything based on what I see, and we would far surpass any other agent. No other agent is doing this. No other agent. The best of them are not. If we implement it, we're definitely going to stand out.
Yeah, you'll obliterate the competition. There's just no question. Candy.
Kamei actually provoked a thought for me. She was saying that that was only like 15 minutes, but I just, to us newer agents who've never been on a listing appointment, how long do they usually take?
I'm in and out in under an hour. My listing appointments never take more than an hour ever. I would say 45 minutes. They used to take longer when I would turn the seller's disclosure upside down and walk them through every single line as they're filling it out. But now that they're doing seller shield, in and out 45 minutes, I'm walking out with my listing agreement signed and the appointment set. But remember, when I get back in the car, I call them one more time. Hey, I just wanted to call to let you know that my assistant's going to be calling you and that I'm really excited to be working with you. Because I know that when I leave and I have all that excitement that I built up in the room, then the moment I leave the house and that energy that leaves with me, they're going to be sitting with this seller remorse feeling like, oh, I'm going to sell my house. And it's just kind of this sad thing. I've had several of my clients say to me, you know, when you left, I cried. And I put a lot of thought into that. And I said, you know, I can fix that. I can call them from my car and I can give that energy back to them as a lifeline. And so I started doing that. And every time my client has always said, you know what? Thank you. So I call them from the driveway on the way out the door just to touch them one more time. All right, good job, everyone. I know this was a long day and this was a lot of information. That video isn't going anywhere, so you can use it and review it a million times. Your listing appointment will become your own. You can use this as a template, find your own words, do what works for you. But the conversation, the heart of it, if you implement this in your business, you will have no problems selling homes as a listing agent. 100% guaranteed from me to you. I've given you 20 years of my secrets. With that, it is 5 o'clock, and we're going to get you out of here on time today. Lisa, do you have anything for them for tomorrow's Mega Mini?
I'm still looking for, make sure you guys take the tests and stay up on your tests, all your exams. That's one thing. And I'm going through those today. I'll let you know where you are on your points by the end of this week. But definitely practice your UVP and we'll go over that tomorrow. As also, if you have any of you want to recite your paragraphs, your 1 to 4 or your code of ethics, you can also do that tomorrow as well. And then we'll talk about all the other good things and do a debrief from today. So that's it.
All right, you are all officially class dismissed. I'm going to stick around for a little while
Thank
because
you,
I
Jack.
know some of you might have questions. So I'm going to stick around. I've got 10 minutes. I'm going to dedicate those 10 minutes to you. So feel free to stick around. Feel free to exit if you need to. And Belladonna, you're up first.
I was just saying thank you for doing all of this.
Thank you, Belladonna. I appreciate it. Absolutely. It's my
Thank you
pleasure.
so much for sharing all of your knowledge and all the recipes it's going to take to just be successful.
Go put it to good use.
Yeah, Jack, that was a really good video. That was really good.
I do have a question. I did hire my niece who just graduated from college to be my social media
Nice.
manager. She's on her way now, actually, so we can go over some things. My question is am I able to give access to someone like that to get into my .me to get media so she can
Absolutely.
upload stuff? And how do I do that?
Yep, I think that would be great for you to set an appointment with her and Deandra. So Deandra could, give her the real estate inside scoop of how our system works and the media. And Jessica, is this related to that? Or is this no? Okay. Because that department, so I thought she might be giving me some tips there. I think you can go to realtytext.mobi and click on Deandra, and she's got a calendar, and you can put yourself on her calendar, find a time for the three of you to get on Zoom or Teams and meet. And then yes, Katie can help you get her access to the .me. The .me has a clear text password, and that's all that you need in order to get to the social stuff. So, I know right now you're used to clicking the Office 365, but if you click the link on the login that's next to the Office 365, it'll get larger and there's a username and a password. And all of you have a username and password access so that you can give her that password to give her access so that she doesn't, so that she can get in easily. Yeah.
Okay, and repeat again, where do I find the calendar for Deandra?
Oh, realtytexas.mobi.
MOBI. Got it. Thank you. See y'all Friday. Well, no, see you tomorrow, Lisa.
Don't forget about Mega Mini. Jessica.
So I'm hosting an open house on a property with 2 houses. Now there's 2 different tenants living in those houses. What if I'm only one person, how do you recommend following multiple people on two different houses while tenant stuff is in there.
I'm not exactly sure I'm understanding what you're asking me. You're doing an open house on two different properties and there's tenants?
No, it's one property with two houses.
Right.
And there are two different tenants
And we're
that
talking
are
about open. Is this an
currently
open house?
living there. Yeah.
Have the tenants agreed to be out for the open house? Because I guess this property's for sale.
Yes.
Okay. So one cannot be unattended.
Right.
So either you're going to have the other one locked and
Yes.
people could come out and visit you, and that you tell them if they'd like to schedule a personal appointment with you, you can show them the entire thing. That way, you're using, figure out whichever one is the bread and butter, I guess. Hold
Okay.
that one open and then let them know if they'd like to see the other unit. You can schedule a private showing for them outside the open house.
Okay.
Or
That's the
get
only
a
way.
second agent to do it with you, and then you have one of you in each.
But if in the event you don't want to have another agent there, though you could also, that's the only way to do it, because you can't have a lender in there by themselves either. So the only way you can do it on your own is by doing it that way.
Yeah. I was blocking it off so I had 2 hours in one house and then 2 hours in the other house. And I was just gonna lock up whichever one I wasn't in, but okay.
You can do it however you want. You just cannot leave one of them unattended.
Okay.
There
Thank you.
cannot be any unattended access. Good questions. Thank you for asking. I saw it pop, but then it went away. Anybody else got questions for me?
I just have a quick question about like lease listings. If we were to do an open house, would you still blast it out this in the same schedule?
So if you're doing a lease listing, the only piece of advice that I'm going to give you is to manually go to Zillow and add your listing on Zillow to make sure that it's there. The timeline and the behaviors of a tenant is very different than the behaviors of a prospective buyer. A lot of agents don't take the time to add their listing to Zillow, and it ages on market because Zillow owns the rental market. And if you can get your property on Zillow, you're going to get 10 times the amount of traction for it, and you get 10 times the amount of leads. So the scheduling doesn't necessarily matter. Just make sure it's on Zillow.
Thank you.
Yep. Juru.
Hey Jack, I remember you mentioned before the BankBank account that we can use for company has the account. Can you share the company information, how to log in? I couldn't find it.
That's because I don't have it. That's going to be a question for Katie. Katie and Miguel have access to the BombBomb account. But yes, they'd be happy to share that with you.
Okay, I'll check with them. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Anna, hello.
Okay, mine was about the CMA. So I wasn't sure. So I was trying to do a CMA like at my house for my house, and I just don't know what like sub like. I went on the MLS to find out if I even live in the subdivision because I live on the outside city limits of Georgetown, and it just says abstract 235. So I wouldn't. How would you do a CMA for like that type of thing?
So 3 different ways. First, I would do a CMA and I would pick your elementary school and grab all of the houses there, and I would be paying very close attention to the year built and the number of
Mhm.
acres. Second thing I would do is go out a mile, and I would do the same thing. I would be very cautious of the both square footage, lot size, and age built to make sure that you are finding like product. And if there is nothing, then you need to find a like neighborhood but you should have, in doing that, you'll have comps. An appraiser is going to go back out a mile and they're going to find something that's similar. Sometimes they have to go back a little bit further. So you might want to start with 250 days sold and start with that. And then if you get more than 6 or 7 listings that are around within 10 years, 10 to 15 years of the same age, same number of stories, and similar lot sizes within, a quarter acre of each other for sure, no more than that, there's going to be your comps.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Indu, hello.
Hi, Jack. I have a couple of questions actually, and I do not want to waste anybody's time if it's related to Mega.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I have three referrals which are going to Atlanta and Dallas, and one commercial. Commercial has two referrals which are closing like on January, and one closed in December, but I never claimed for them because I never had any documentation, but I can do the documentation, but I do not know how. Once I've moved here, I need to send those three referrals out. So how do I, who do I go to? This is for Katie, Amy, or?
So if you're doing a referral agreement, then you need to create a room, pick what
Yes.
type of client it is, and then pick referral, and then the referral agreement will be put in the room. Add the client to the room and send it out for signature, or the agent to the room and send it out for signature. That is the nuts and bolts of how to do it. For sure, if you need help with that, accounting, DAs, that sort of thing goes to Miguel. So he would be the one that would help you with that.
Okay, and does it work the same for the commercials?
Yeah, I mean,
Refer
a referral is a referral. Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's all. I was just getting confused because before I start the room, I just want to make sure I'm not choosing the wrong package. Thank you so much, Jack. Really
And
appreciate and really enjoying Mega. This is amazing.
good. And I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Thank you. And if you mess up,
Thank you.
we can always fix it. So don't be afraid to
Okay.
break it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
You too.
I have a question for Lisa. Lisa, you know, when we're doing our points,
What do you mean?
and when we're doing our tracker points,
Yes.
and it tells us on the bottom, I guess if we attended Mega, are we supposed to be clicking on that? Because I haven't been clicking on those.
It's okay. I actually track it. I take a screenshot at the beginning of class and at the end of class to make sure you're there in the beginning and that you're still in it at the end of class.
Well, because what I do, I'm talking about like if we do yoga, it also asks us about that. So we only enter that. I always enter if I attended Mega. It's the 250 points, but it asks you that every time you're doing something, like if you're doing yoga or if you're doing another activity, it asks, am I supposed to be clicking on that or no? Because it's just once, right?
Just have to put either post it in the post and then go to the score tracker and just add whatever it is you're doing.
Once, right?
Once.
Mega attendance once. Okay. Wanted to make sure.
Once per day. You know, so once for Monday, once for Wednesday, for Friday. Yep, that's
right. Okay. Okay.
You are good.
Didn't want to be missing out on any points.
I know.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, everyone. Have an amazing rest of your day. Be on the lookout for the homework, and we will see you tomorrow for your Mega Minis. Bye,
Good night,
everyone.
and thank you so much.
Thank you.